The Magic City. In July, the burning sun seemed hot enough to melt the asphalt on the road. Su Yuan stood beneath the eaves at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, hiding in the strip of shade, as he craned his neck, anxiously peering at the stream of passing vehicles. Watching one sweet couple after another walk into the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand, the restlessness in Su Yuan's heart burned all the more fiercely. "I'm here." Soon a taxi pulled up at the entrance. A pretty girl in a short skirt hopped out of the car and ran towards Su Yuan. The girl's skin was pale and translucent, fine down visible under the sunlight. Crystal beads of sweat rolled from her smooth, full forehead and fell to the ground, vanishing in an instant in the heat. Though it was sweltering, she didn't seem to mind at all. She held up the household registration booklet in her hand with triumphant pride, her cherry pink lips pursed as she showed off to Su Yuan. "I got it." Su Yuan looked at the booklet, feeling both heartache and joy. He couldn't help but take Zhao Qingshue's small hand, gently tucking the loose strands of her hair behind her ear. I knew you would get it." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get our certificate," Zhao Qingxue exclaimed noisily as she headed straight into the Civil Affairs Bureau. But Su Yuan caught her hand. "No need to rush. It's pretty crowded inside. Let's go to the convenience store next door and buy a bottle of water first." "Huh?" Following Su Yuan into the convenience store, Zhao Qingxue watched in confusion as he took a 5 yuan bottle of mineral water from the refrigerated case and placed it on the counter. He paid deftly and handed the bottle to Zhao Qingxue. "Hubby, why buy such expensive water? It's all just mineral water. Wouldn't a 2 yuan e-bao be fine for us?" Leaving the convenience store, Zhao Qingxue held the 5 yuan bottle of water, reluctant to even take a sip. They had fallen in love freely back in university. Since both came from modest families, they hadn't returned to their hometowns after graduation, but chose instead to stay and work in this city of the Magic City. Yet in this day and age, fresh graduates were worth next to nothing. After a year of work, even with their frugal lifestyle, they had barely saved any money at all. Originally, Zhao Qingxue had wanted to talk things through with her family first and settle her relationship with Su Yuan, then get married. But her parents felt that Su Yuan's circumstances were far too poor and refused no matter what to agree to their being together. Zhao Qingxue hadn't dared mention Su Yuan again in front of them. Yet whether she spoke of it or not, the matter of marriage could not simply be set aside. So she decided to stop overthinking and secretly stole the household registration booklet from home. In any case, they would marry first and sort everything out later. As long as she could be with Su Yuan, a bit of hardship or fatigue meant nothing. As for the car and house her parents kept insisting on, she believed those would come in time. While Zhao Qingxue was still thinking about future work and saving money, Su Yuan, on the other hand, was a little dazed. Because right after he had bought that bottle of water, a mechanical chime sounded by his ear. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 5 yuan on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a 10-fold rebate of 50 yuan which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check host." At the sound, his whole body trembled, his heart screaming madly. It was real. Today was supposed to be the day he and Zhao Qingxue received their marriage certificate. Yet because her family disapproved of their union and despised his poverty, she had gone home to steal the household registration booklet. He had come early to wait at the bureau's entrance. Just a few minutes before she arrived, a mechanical voice had suddenly sounded in his ears, as if from tinnitus, informing him that he had bound the spend money on your wife 10-fold rebate system. When bored, Su Yuan would read some over-the-top web novels. Systems were nothing new to him. But he knew such things existed only in fiction. How could they possibly appear in reality? Yet against all expectation, one had appeared. At first, hearing something about a system, he thought someone was playing a prank on him. Never did he imagine it would actually be real. The 10-fold rebate truly existed. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, his phone vibrated as well. A text notification showed that 50 yuan had been transferred into his bank card. Spend 5 yuan, receive 50. Spend 50, receive 500. Spend 500, receive 5,000. Then what about 50,000? 500,000? Or 5 million? The thought of that endless multiplication, his account swelling like a snowball rolling downhill, made every cell in Su Yuan's body scream with excitement. "Oh, come on, today is the day we get our certificate. It's only natural for you to buy me a slightly pricier bottle of water." Seeing something off in Su Yuan's expression, Zhao Qingxue assumed that her complaining had upset him. Thinking of how kind he had been to her, while she still grumbled, she felt she had gone too far and hastily wrapped herself around his arm, acting coquettish. Only then did Su Yuan snap back to himself. He gazed tenderly at the dainty figure at his side. Zhao Qingxue was looking up at him with eyes like a young deer's, misty and luminous. One look into those beautiful water-soft eyes, and Su Yuan's heart melted into a puddle. He tightened his grip on her small hand, and his steps, light and resolute, led her toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. By the time they came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Holding the 2 bright red booklets in her arms, Zhao Qingxue wore a slightly silly, utterly blissful smile. "Today is our first day as newlyweds. How about we go eat something nice? What do you want to eat, hubby? Crawfish or barbecue? Su Yuan merely smiled without answering and led her straight to the largest pedestrian street in the Magic City. Hey, things here are really expensive. After getting out of the vehicle, Zhao Qingxue wrinkled her cute little nose as she looked at the crowd flowing through the pedestrian street. This Shuanghui pedestrian street was one of the Magic City's most famous. The environment was pleasant, the location prime, and dining, film, and entertainment were all integrated. But above all, it was expensive. Any restaurant that could operate here charged at least 1,000 yuan per person. They still needed to save for a house and a car. To Zhao Qingxue, spending a few hundred yuan on barbecue and crawfish already felt extravagant. How could she be willing to come somewhere this costly? Feeding my wife. Nowhere is too expensive. Su Yuan took hold of Zhao Qingxue and led her straight into a Western restaurant with exceptionally high-end decor. In the past, just seeing the decor of such a place would have been enough to stop Su Yuan from setting foot inside. But now with the system, everything was different. Tenfold rebate on expenses, which meant the more he spent, the more he would receive. If they chose some cheap place, the rebate would barely be worth mentioning. But this sort of upscale Western restaurant was a different story. If one meal cost 100,000, the rebate would soar to more than 1 million. Then let's make it just this one meal. Seeing Su Yuan's bright enthusiasm, Zhao Qingxue couldn't bear to dampen his spirits. She sweetly hooked her arm through his, and together they walked in. Welcome, a table for two. A waitress in a beautifully tailored uniform approached them. As expected of someone working in a high-end restaurant, her figure was excellent, her makeup exquisite, and her manner graceful. Noticing that even her own clothes were not as presentable as the waitress's, Zhao Qingxue felt a faint pang of disappointment. It was all because she had been too rushed today to dress up properly, as she should have put on that little red evening dress. Yes, a table for two. Su Yuan knew Zhao Qingxue so well that just a glimpse of her tiny change in expression told him exactly what was on her mind. Without drawing attention, he gently patted her small hand and calm and composed spoke to the waitress. Smiling sweetly, the waitress led the two of them to a window seat. Please have a look at the menu. Order whatever you'd like to eat. Handing the menu to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan watched her with a gentle, focused gaze, a faint smile lingering on his lips. With a hint of caution, Zhao Qingxue opened the tastefully designed menu. The dishes all looked exquisite, yet the prices neatly printed beside them made her feel dizzy. It was just a small piece of cake, nothing particularly special to the eye, so why did it cost more than 200 yuan? With more than 200 yuan, one could eat 3 caddies of crayfish, 2 portions of Russian mashed potato salad, 2 Angus marbled steaks, 1 raspberry cheesecake lava cake, and a bottle of Gloria vintage port wine. Seeing how conflicted Zhao Qingxue looked, Su Yuan decisively placed the order. Apart from the bottle of Gloria vintage port, everything he named was exactly what her gaze had lingered on for a long time, yet she had not dared to choose. Very well. Watching the waitress gracefully walk away, Zhao Qingxue finally revealed a pained expression. Husband, don't be so reckless. These dishes are far too expensive. That bottle of wine alone costs more than 1,000. Originally, Zhao Qingxue had thought that the two of them could finish the meal for just over 1,000 yuan. But with that one bottle of wine, it was already 1,000. Adding the steaks and desserts, wouldn't the total come to 3,000 or 5,000? Her heart felt as though it were bleeding. Your husband is treating you to good food, so what's with that expression? It's our very first day as newlyweds. Looking at Zhao Qingxue's puffed-up cheeks, she resembled a little squirrel, irresistibly adorable. Unable to help himself, Su Yuan reached out and pinched her cheek. Startled, Zhao Qingxue hurriedly pushed his hand away. What are you doing? We're out in public. Mind your image. You're my wife. What image do I still need to maintain? If I can't win arguing with you. Just wait till we get home. I'll deal with you then. Though her heart ached at the expense the dishes were already ordered, not eating would simply be a waste. So determined to eat her money's worth, Zhao Qingxue cleaned her plate of steak and cake down to the last bite, even breaking her own rules to drink 2 extra glasses of red wine. Her skin was fair, and she was the type whose face flushed easily when drinking. After 2 glasses, a delicate rosy tint spread across her cheeks like a half-bloomed rose, vibrant and alluring. Husband, I'm so happy today. Perhaps because of the wine, Zhao Qingxue grew more talkative than usual, and her words became noticeably bolder. Although he knew his wife was beautiful, seeing Zhao Qingxue like this made it genuinely hard for Su Yuan to restrain himself. If they had not been in public, he would have already pounced and devoured her. For now, however, all he could do was gently pat her wine-warmed little head and lead her toward the cashier. Sir, your total is 3,659 yuan. Card, please. When it came time to pay, Su Yuan couldn't help the slight movement of his throat as he swallowed. Right then, the voice of the system promptly sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 3,656 yuan on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received tenfold cashback of 36,560 yuan. The amount has been deposited into your account balance. Please check host. The system's voice echoed in his ears just in time. Earning nearly 40,000 from a single meal made the corners of Su Yuan's lips curl upward. This system was truly reliable. In stark contrast to Su Yuan's inner ease the moment Zhao Qingxue heard the price, she sobered up instantly. This restaurant is daylight robbery. Just one steak and they dare charge 700 or 800. They aren't selling steak at all. They're practically selling half a cow. As soon as they stepped out of the restaurant, Zhao Qingxue's small mouth launched into nonstop complaints. Listening to her adorable tirade, Su Yuan held her hand and guided her straight into the shopping mall. Only once they were inside did Zhao Qingxue sense something was off. Hey, what are you doing? You've been using your phone for 3 years. I'm taking you to get a new one. Su Yuan glanced at the fruit phone in Zhao Qingxue's hand. It was a model from 3 years ago. Although it had been all the rage back then, in today's rapidly evolving smartphone industry, updates came far too quickly. Not only was the design outdated, but many apps lagged terribly when she used them. Su Yuan had long wanted to buy her a new phone, but Zhao Qingxue kept insisting that her current one was good enough and forbade him from spending money carelessly. Yet every time he saw her girlfriends brandishing the latest models, he felt a deep sense of guilt toward Zhao Qingxue. Now that his funds were more plentiful, the very first thing he wanted to do was buy her a new phone. Why change phones? These days they stuff phones with flashy features that aren't even practical. There's no need to waste money. Reluctance colored Zhao Qingxue's voice. As a girl, she of course wanted the newest fruit phone. Its sleek appearance and excellent camera were both, but the moment she thought about how they still needed to save up together for a house and a car, she felt that not buying the newest phone was acceptable. For the latest Fruit 12 Pro Max, what color do you like? Su Yuan did not give her any chance to refuse. He directly led her into the Fruit flagship store, heading straight toward the display for the latest Fruit 12 Pro Max. The top-end Fruit 12 Pro Max cost 12,000 yuan. At the sight of that 5-digit price tag, Zhao Qingxue lost all desire to look at colors and tugged at Su Yuan, wanting to leave. Let's go, husband. Your favorite color is pink, but this model doesn't come in pink, so let's get graphite. It suits your complexion best. Seeing it in your hand will definitely be pleasing to the eye. Su Yuan smiled at the clerk behind the counter. Please pack it up for me. Certainly, sir. The full price for this Fruit 12 Pro Max is 11999 yuan. Will you be paying by card or in cash? By card. When they had first walked in, the salesgirl saw that although the couple's looks were outstanding, their clothes were cheap street stall outfits, and the phones in their hands were models from years ago. She hadn't taken them very seriously. Who would have thought that Su Yuan would be so straightforward, ordering a phone without even asking about the details? Her attitude changed at once. She eagerly took out the phone, carefully packaged it, and even helped create a fruit ID for them. Her service became much more attentive and enthusiastic. Miss, your boyfriend treats you so well. Watching how Su Yuan handed the phone to Zhao Qingxue, the very moment he received it, the clerk looked at her with open envy. It's nothing really. He just likes to spend money recklessly. Although Zhao Qingxue was delighted by the envious praise from the shop assistant, she still scolded Su Yuan, saying, I told him not to spend money carelessly, but he insists on doing so and doesn't listen to me at all. In response to Zhao Qingxue's scolding, Su Yuan merely smiled faintly and did not argue. As long as Zhao Qingxue was happy, he was willing to buy her anything. Not to mention that buying her things also comes with a tenfold return. Just now the system had already notified him of 120,000 arriving, and while he was busy buying a phone, his wealth had unknowingly doubled. He had saved around 100,000 from a year of work, and after dining out and buying the phone, the system had given him over 150,000. Now he had around 250,000 in his account. Although it's still not a lot, buying Zhao Qingxue an ordinary diamond ring should be no problem, right? Oh, this feels so good. You should come and feel it. Although Zhao Qingxue scolded Su Yuan verbally, she couldn't help but be enamored with her new phone, and as soon as they stepped outside, she excitedly took selfies. Wow, it's so smooth. Wow, the various beautification options look amazing. This camera function is Although Zhao Qingxue appeared aloof in front of others, she was just a silly chatterbox in front of Su Yuan, completely absorbed in examining her new phone. Fortunately, Su Yuan was tall enough to wrap his arm around her shoulder and guide her without any difficulty. However, after walking for a short while, once Zhao Qingxue finished exploring the phone's functions, she suddenly looked up, her face filled with regret and heartache. What's wrong? Su Yuan thought she might be unwell and nervously touched her face, but the next moment Zhao Qingxue's words made his lips twitch. Oh, I bought such an expensive phone, how did I forget about the free gifts? What gifts do you want? Let's go buy a diamond ring. Without giving Zhao Qingxue time to respond, Su Yuan already pulled her into the Tiffany store on the second floor. Tiffany is one of the world's top 10 luxury jewelry brands, known as the queen of the jewelry industry, famous for its diamonds and silver products. As a girl, Zhao Qingxue naturally knew this brand. Occasionally, she would see Tiffany's diamond rings in magazines or on social media. Those rings were beautiful and dazzling, adorned with stunning models resembling hall-level artworks that evoked a sense of desire and reverence. Although she wanted one, her rationality told her that buying diamonds was not worth it. After all, compared to gold, diamonds depreciate at an absurd rate. This place looks so upscale. Stepping on the shiny marble floor, Zhao Qingxue was a bit cautious, afraid of damaging anything here. As she looked at the diamond rings in the glass display, she whispered to Su Yuan, "So expensive, why not buy gold instead? Let's just look." Hearing her say this, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. As the school's recognized beauty, there were at least 8 or 10 rich second-generation heirs pursuing Zhao Qingxue. He worked hard and excelled, and with her conditions, she could easily find a boyfriend from a well-off family, receiving new phones, expensive cosmetics, and beautiful bags during holidays like other girls. Yet she chose to be with him. Although he worked hard to provide her with material conditions, he still had to bow down in the face of reality. He couldn't spend all his earnings on her each month because he needed to save for a car and a house in the future. He also couldn't give her a grand and lavish wedding because he was too poor to afford it, and he even struggled to gain her family's approval. In this way, he was just one among the masses, living a diligent yet mundane life, but she still loved him wholeheartedly, sacrificing a bright and glorious future despite her family's objections. Such unwavering devotion, insisting on being by his side. She was such a good girl, and he had made her suffer too much in the past. "You can pick any style you like, and he'll buy it for you." Hearing Su Yuan's deep voice beside her, Zhao Qingxue, who was eagerly looking at the style, suddenly had a head full of question marks. She turned her head, looking at him in disbelief, and said seriously, "Su Yuan, enough is enough. We've already had a big meal and bought a phone today. I'm already very happy. Buying a diamond ring would be excessive, right? Didn't we agree not to buy such extravagant things like diamond rings?" Zhao Qingxue had a sweet and innocent look. Although she was already 23, her cheeks were full of collagen paired with her lively big eyes, making her incredibly cute even when she was serious. Although Su Yuan was scolded by her, he didn't mind at all. Instead, his gaze fell on a round yellow diamond ring in the glass display. The gold band was set with small diamonds in a double-layered beaded style, encircling a brilliant golden main diamond. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Qingxue had seen this design in a magazine before. He hadn't seen the price at that time, but here it was 22,000. "How about this one?" Su Yuan asked Zhao Qingxue, but before she could answer, he had already turned to the shop assistant, saying, "Please bring this one out for my girlfriend to try." "Sir, this wedding ring is our summer limited edition, priced at 220,000. Normally at a big store like Tiffany, the service would be attentive with staff, proactively welcoming and introducing styles to customers. However, because Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue looked too shabby, they appeared unable to afford even the most basic styles, let alone the expensive new arrivals, so no staff were willing to attend to them, leaving them to wander around the store. Now that Su Yuan had expressed interest in looking at the diamond rings out of basic courtesy and civility, a staff member finally decided to assist him. However, her sweet voice and forced smile couldn't hide her impatience and disdain. "If you can't afford it, then don't look. What are you messing around for? 22,000. Isn't that too expensive? Let's just leave." Although Zhao Qingxue was innocent, she was not naive about social etiquette. She noticed the staff's impatience, which made her feel a bit timid and disappointed. She tugged at Su Yuan's sleeve, gently advising him to leave. "Is there anyone willing to show me?" Encountering such a situation while trying to buy a diamond ring made Su Yuan a bit frustrated, but today was his happy day, and he didn't want to lose his temper, so he asked a few idle staff members over there again. One of them, seeing Su Yuan's decent demeanor and his persistence, hesitated for a moment before walking over and handing him the yellow diamond wedding ring, smiling as she said, "Please let your girlfriend try this on. This yellow diamond represents purity and eternity, making it perfect for your girlfriend to wear. This one, it's perfect. Please wrap it up." Su Yuan slipped the ring onto Zhao Qingxue's finger, and finding the fit flawless, no resizing needed, he promptly instructed the sales clerk to package the diamond ring. Those words froze Zhao Qingxue in stunned silence. "Honey, don't joke around." Her voice trembled, disjointed and uncertain. "Diamonds aren't worth much. Gold holds real value. Though honestly, I'm not asking you to buy gold either. What I mean is, this ring just isn't right for us." In truth, though Zhao Qingxue had accompanied Su Yuan into Tiffany Co., she had treated the visit like any casual stroll, window shopping, nothing more. She hadn't entertained the thought of purchasing anything at all, especially not at a boutique renowned for its luxury offerings. That very ring was Tiffany's exclusive summer limited edition, priced at 2,000 yuan. What did 2,000 yuan represent? Enough for a down payment on a 3-bedroom apartment in a smaller city. She simply couldn't bring herself to spend such a sum on a diamond ring. "Certainly, sir." Not only was Zhao Qingxue dumbfounded, the sales clerk too paused and smiled. She had merely offered the ring for Zhao Qingxue to try on out of professional courtesy, never imagining the couple could afford it. Yet who would have expected Su Yuan to commit so effortlessly? Even affluent matrons, dressed impeccably exuding wealth, would pause to weigh cost against value before committing to a 20,000 yuan ring. Yet this young man acted with such nonchalant ease, as if he were spending 20 yuan, not 20,000. Could he possibly be putting on airs? Oh, isn't that Qingxue? Fancy seeing you here. Before they'd even reached the counter, a saccharine voice chimed from behind them, deliberately breathy, gratingly artificial. At the sound, Zhao Qingxue stiffened slightly, reluctantly turning to greet the woman across from her. Mo, you're here too. What a coincidence. My husband and I are just browsing rings. Browsing rings? You've wandered into the wrong place entirely. Lin Mo stood arm in arm with a portly middle-aged man whose slick demeanor oozed affluence. Hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, she covered her mouth with a theatrical laugh, then deliberately swept a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing lustrous pearl earrings and a cascade of Cartier bangles, before offering a practiced, insincere smile. Listen, Qingxue, we've only been out of university a year, and the job market is brutal. Salaries are low across the board. When shopping, always compare options carefully and choose what delivers the best value. Take diamond rings, for instance. I'd strongly advise against buying here. It's wildly overpriced. Instead, head to the underground markets near Sanlitun. Several workshops there craft custom diamond rings. The quality may not match Tiffany's, but the value is exceptional. For just 30 yuan, you can acquire a 50-point loose diamond. I add a silver setting and modest craftsmanship fees, and your total won't exceed 40 yuan. Ideal for your budget. Though Lin Mo spoke with feigned concern, her mocking gaze betrayed her true sentiment. You're too poor to... Her words deepened Zhao Qingxue's mortification. I am only looking. Is that so? Then tell me, do any of these rings suit me? Lin Mo glanced playfully at the stout man beside her, adding with exaggerated reluctance, my mister. Dong insisted on buying me a diamond ring. I couldn't refuse him. The man puffed out his rounded belly and declared with boisterous generosity, Mo, anything that brings you joy. I'll buy it without hesitation. Oh, no need for anything extravagant. Something around 50 or 60,000 yuan will do nicely. As she named the figure, a flicker of suppressed resentment crossed Lin Mo's eyes. Though her companion held a senior executive position at a major firm, earning 500,000 yuan annually, he was notoriously stingy with gifts. This diamond purchase had taken weeks of persistent persuasion. She knew he'd never splurge beyond 50 or 60,000 yuan, and yet that amount would be more than enough to dazzle her social circle. Sorry, but my wife didn't consider those inexpensive rings at all, so I can't recommend any to you. Just as Lin Mo basked in smug triumph before Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan suddenly draped an arm around his wife's shoulders and addressed Lin Mo with a polite, unreadable smile. Lin Mo's grin vanished instantly. She had intended to flaunt her privilege, only to be deflated within seconds by Su Yuan's quiet retort. After all, they'd been classmates. No secrets remained hidden. In Lin Mo's eyes, Su Yuan was little more than a handsome, but otherwise unremarkable pauper. Had graduated barely a year ago. What could he possibly afford? Her contempt flared into a derisive snort. Oh, don't tell me you actually bought the ring on Qingxue's finger. What are you waiting for? Wrap it up now. The next moment, Lin Mo froze. Su Yuan hadn't reacted with the embarrassment or fury she had anticipated. Instead, he cast a calm, sidelong glance at the clerk and repeated his instruction, then handed over his bank card. The clerk bowed respectfully, whisked away the ring and card, and returned moments later with the card and an elegantly wrapped paper bag. A soft chime resonated in Su Yuan's mind. Alert. Congratulations, host. You've spent 200 yuan on behalf of your wife, Zhao Qingxue. Tenfold reward, 200 yuan, has been deposited into your account balance. Please verify. Unfazed by the system's announcement, Su Yuan gently guided Zhao Qingxue, her slender waist cradled in his hand, as they walked out of the store. Yet at the threshold he paused, turned back, and said to Lin Mo, whose face had paled, to her visible dismay, my wife mentioned earlier that rings priced around 50 or 60,000 yuan struck her as rather unattractive, so she barely glanced at them. Still, I suspect one of them might suit you quite well. What did he mean? That only ugly rings matched her taste? Or was he implying she was the ugly one? Lin Mo seethed, trembling so violently that the powder on her cheeks seemed to shake loose in fire. You're amazing, honey. Just one line left her speechless. Let her keep bullying me. Outside Tiffany's, Zhao Qingxue finally burst into unrestrained laughter. Did you see? The blush literally fell off her face. Though they'd shared the same university years, Zhao Qingxue had never warmed to Lin Mo. She never provoked her, but Lin Mo persistently sought her out to flaunt relationships or deliver veiled barbs, growing increasingly tiresome. You're all bark and no bite. Sharp-tongued with me, yet absurdly polite with others. Su Yuan wasn't one to dwell on petty grievances, but when someone dared belittle his wife, he refused to stand idly by. Today's sharp wit was merely a gentle warning. Should she dare repeat such behavior, he would show no mercy. Let's go. Su Yuan's mockery of Lin Mo was clearly observed by several shop assistants inside the store. At that moment Lin Mo felt her entire face burning, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. In order to save face, she deliberately clung to the greasy man's arm, adopting an air of superiority as she looked at several pieces of jewelry priced around 200,000. She either criticized the diamonds for not being perfect enough or complained that the styles were too outdated before finally leaving with her head held high. But such a good pretender. Exactly when she was looking at the diamond ring, she was practically drooling, yet she claimed the ring was ugly. What kind of person is that? If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. That's just sour grapes. The shop assistants were polite to Lin Mo and the man on the surface, but once the two left the store they immediately displayed disdainful expressions. After mocking Lin Mo, they redirected their attention to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. A few of them looked enviously at the shop assistant who had attended to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Yeah, you're so lucky. That poor guy may look shabby, but who would have thought he is actually so wealthy? Exactly a 220,000 diamond ring. He just bought it without hesitation. And he's so handsome, how enviable. This is a typical good man who would rather scrimp and save for himself than not pamper his wife. The shop assistant called Yaya was also somewhat elated. Selling that ring alone had allowed her to meet her weekly sales target, making her mood exceptionally pleasant. You're right, one should look for a man who knows how to cherish his wife. Zhao Qingxue of course had no idea what the shop assistants were saying. After spending over 200,000 today, she was anxious watching as Su Yuan seemed still eager to shop for cosmetics. She quickly pulled Su Yuan back to their rented apartment. Tell me honestly, where did you get so much money? You didn't spend all your savings, did you? Sitting on Su Yuan's lap, Zhao Qingxue pinched his face while examining the large ring on her finger. Recently I finished a major project at work, right? This is a bonus from the company. Of course, Su Yuan couldn't reveal the system to Zhao Qingxue. Even if he told her, she probably wouldn't believe it. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Yuan decided to find an excuse to brush the matter aside. Upon hearing that the money was Su Yuan's bonus, Zhao Qingxue felt even more heartbroken. Is getting a bonus your excuse to spend money recklessly? Boo-hoo, that's our down payment for the house. How about we return the ring? Su Yuan chuckled. If we return it promptly, we might still get back tens of thousands. I won't do something so foolish. This is my diamond ring, you can't make me return it. Zhao Qingxue spoke fiercely, turning to protect the ring, looking as though she feared Su Yuan would snatch it away to return it. Su Yuan pretended to really want to take it back. The two playfully tussled on the bed for a while, and eventually Zhao Qingxue couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Watching her sleep, Su Yuan planted a feather-like kiss on her forehead before turning to pick up her phone. Both of them were very honest with each other, having registered each other's fingerprints, and thus had no fear of the other checking their phone. Therefore, Su Yuan smoothly unlocked Zhao Qingxue's phone using her fingerprint and logged into her Taobao account. Zhao Qingxue, being a girl, naturally loved browsing Taobao. However, many of the items she liked were merely for looking ooh, although she would excitedly add them to her cart. Those items often just lay there. She rarely made purchases. In fact, Su Yuan had many times impulsively wanted to clear her shopping cart, but had always lacked the money. Now, with over 2 million in his account, he had no hesitation in finally doing what he had been wanting to do for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2,000 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a tenfold return of 20,000, which has been credited to your account balance. Please check host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 55,000 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a tenfold return of 550,000, which has been credited to your account balance. Please check host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 9,006 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a tenfold return of 96,000, which has been credited to your account balance. Please check host. In Zhao Qingxue's shopping cart, there were mainly pretty little dresses, cosmetics, and various trinkets, which weren't very expensive. Clearing everything only cost Su Yuan 120,000. He also received a return of 120,000. Adding this to his previous returns, he now had about 370,000 in his account. With so much money, it might not be enough to buy a house in the Magic City, but it should be more than enough to buy a car, right? Thinking this, Su Yuan also wrapped his arms around Zhao Qingxue and fell asleep. Why are there so many messages? In the morning, Zhao Qingxue usually woke up earlier than Su Yuan. She had intended to make breakfast, but habitually opened her phone for a glance, only to see several unread messages indicated in the top right corner of her WeChat icon. She was startled, wondering if her boss was trying to reach her. However, when she opened WeChat, she felt relieved. There was no one mentioning her in the company group, nor did any company personnel message her privately. All the messages were from Moments. She suddenly remembered that after she returned home yesterday, she had taken a photo of the Tiffany diamond ring Su Yuan bought and posted it on Moments. Qingxue, you finally changed your phone. The striking comment below her moments post from a line of Fruit 12 Pro Max was seen by many. However, everyone was more focused on the picture of the Tiffany ring Qingxue posted. Is this really Tiffany's summer limited edition wedding ring? It's so beautiful. I remember this ring costs over 200,000. Qingxue, who would have thought you're such a hidden rich girl? Qingxue, just tell me the truth, did you win the lottery? How did you suddenly become so generous? Zhao Qingxue's moments were filled with her friends and colleagues. They all knew that although Zhao Qingxue was beautiful, she had a very poor boyfriend, and the two were saving money to buy a house and a car for their wedding. Thus, generally Zhao Qingxue lived frugally, using an old phone from many years ago, shopping for clothes on Taobao, bringing her own lunch, and only buying affordable cosmetics. Her moments usually only featured some daily photos. This was her first time showing off a diamond ring. And it was Tiffany's summer limited edition at that. For the wealthy, perhaps over 200,000 is nothing. They have jewelry that costs much more than that. However, for these ordinary girls, a 20,000 Tiffany summer limited edition wedding ring is already considered a luxury item. After all, given their monthly salaries of 5,000 to 6,000, it is virtually impossible for them to buy a Tiffany summer limited edition ring in their lifetime. Unless they find a boyfriend from a well-off family. But where can one find a rich and handsome guy nowadays? Hey, it's just a Tiffany ring. Some people admired it, while others naturally looked down upon it. As Jin Jiwen saw the pictures on Zhao Qingxue's social media, he sneered and opened Zhao Qingxue's private chat. Swear, is this the ring your boyfriend gave you? Yes, it is. Seeing Jin Jiwen's message, Zhao Qingxue actually felt a bit reluctant to reply. However, as a major client of the company, she often had to interact with him, so it was necessary to maintain a good relationship, and thus she had no choice but to respond. Your boyfriend must be really rich. Seeing Zhao Qingxue reply quickly, Jin Jiwen's mood brightened, and he pretended to compliment her. In reality, he had already investigated Su Yuan's background. His father was a civil servant, and his mother ran a convenience store. While they weren't exactly poor, they certainly weren't wealthy. As for himself, he was just a 996 corporate worker working tirelessly for the company, earning only around 7,000 to 8,000 a month. Having graduated only a year ago, buying a 2,000 yuan diamond ring for Zhao Qingxue was either a sign that the ring was fake or that he had depleted his resources for it. From Zhao Qingxue's post, the ring didn't look fake, which could only mean that Su Yuan had spent a fortune on it. Fools will always be foolish. If you have 2,000 yuan, it's better to buy a car for yourself than to spend it trying to please a woman. Thinking this way, Jin Jiwen saw that Zhao Qingxue had not replied, so he made a phone call. Hello, manager, are you free tonight? I have 2 bottles of good wine, let's drink together. Hearing a positive response from the other end, Jin Jiwen's expression grew even more pleased. This manager's son was none other than Su Yuan's direct superior. The smile of Super Idol is not as sweet as yours, and the midday sun in August is not as dazzling as you. I love you at 105C, pure as distilled water. Su Yuan was awakened by the sweet and clear singing. He rubbed his eyes groggily, looking at the 2 rabbit ears swaying in front of him, and reached out to grab them, pulling the soft body into his embrace. Zhao Qingxue's pretty little face appeared before him, her bright eyes sparkling with happiness as she smiled. Lazy pig, get up. The little rabbit has made breakfast for you. Really? But I wanted to eat the little rabbit. Here, eat this. Zhao Qingxue eagerly brought her soft lips close to Su Yuan, closing her eyes in resignation. Su Yuan smiled and took a nibble on her lips. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Zhao Qingxue rested her chin on her hand, enthusiastically planning where they would go next. Since their graduation, they had both been busy, usually only having time to date on weekends, which consisted of dining, shopping, and watching movies. Although they had fun this time, Zhao Qingxue wanted to try something different. Where do you think is good? I want to go to Happy Valley, or the underwater city is also fine, Zhao Qingxue said, not forgetting to take out her phone to check travel guides for the cheapest tickets and transportation. I've already decided where to go, so put away your phone. Su Yuan smiled, taking Zhao Qingxue's hand, and Zhao Qingxue followed Su Yuan, foolishly remembering the exorbitant expenses from yesterday, and she couldn't help but remind him, by the way, you can't take me to expensive places today. If the meal costs over 100 yuan, I won't take a single bite, even if I starve. Okay, I promise to take you to low-cost places. That's more like it. Zhao Qingxue felt relieved to follow him after Su Yuan's assurance, but when they reached the destination by subway and saw the enormous sign of the 4S dealership, she was stunned. Is this the low-cost place you mentioned? Yes. As Su Yuan held Zhao Qingxue's hand while walking inside, he said with righteous indignation, "We'll just buy a car worth a little over $1 million. We won't even glance at those cars worth tens of millions, or over 100 million. Zhao Qingxue gritted her teeth. Su Yuan. Wife him here. Let's go. All right. Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue and strode inside, completely ignoring her resentful gaze. However, despite her grievances, Zhao Qingxue knew that Su Yuan had always wanted to buy a car, so she considered it a chance to accompany him to take a look. The 4S dealership was quite large with 3 floors. The first floor displayed ordinary cars usually priced below $1 million, while the second floor showcased cars in the $1 million range. As for the third floor, only members of that 4S dealership could enter. Ordinary people were not allowed, so Su Yuan led Zhao Qingxue to the second floor. However, while browsing the first floor, Zhao Qingxue was still cautious, but after Su Yuan took her to the second floor, she felt relieved. She understood that perhaps Su Yuan could manage to buy a car on the first floor with some effort, but he definitely couldn't afford anything on the second floor. This Porsche Cayenne looks nice. Without the psychological burden, Zhao Qingxue felt more at ease as she continued browsing and quickly became fond of a red Porsche Cayenne. As an SUV under the Porsche Cayenne brand, it was popular in China due to its excellent performance and handling. Yes, the Porsche Cayenne has outstanding power because it is equipped with the latest designed turbocharged engine. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue liked it, Su Yuan enthusiastically introduced it to her. However, after Zhao Qingxue listened with wide eyes, she seriously told Su Yuan, "I just think the main thing is the color looks good. Alright, no matter the reason, as long as my wife likes it." Waving his hand, Su Yuan called over a car salesperson and pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne, saying, "How much is this car?" The salesperson had already seen them when Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue entered. People in this line of work are sharp. They can tell right away whether someone can afford a car. Seeing Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue like this, they had no interest in engaging, so they let the two wander around the second floor. Now as Su Yuan called them over, although the salesperson wore a smile, his tone was clearly dismissive, including insurance, and such the total price is about $2 million. Casually patting the hood of the Porsche Cayenne, Su Yuan said cheerfully, "That's pretty cheap, I'll take it." "What, sir, did you just say?" "What?" Hearing Su Yuan's words, both Zhao Qingxue and the salesperson simultaneously expressed disbelief. "I said I want both of these Porsche Cayennes," Su Yuan calmly repeated. It was only then that Zhao Qingxue and the salesperson realized he was serious. Outside, Zhao Qingxue couldn't say anything against Su Yuan, so she frantically tugged at his sleeve. Su Yuan acted as if he hadn't noticed, calmly looking at the salesperson. "Just swipe the card." Okay, please follow me to the VIP lounge. They'll get the paperwork done for you right away." The wealthy patron is like a father. Hearing that Su Yuan was truly buying the car, and that it was a Porsche Cayenne, the salesperson's demeanor instantly changed, filled with enthusiasm. "Sir, you have such great taste. This new model of Porsche Cayenne is highly sought after due to its outstanding performance and value for money. I have a client who desperately wants one, but he can't manage it right now, and he even asked me to hold one for him. Although we have a good relationship, considering your great taste, I'll sell it to you first." Of course, Su Yuan wouldn't take the salesperson's nonsense seriously. He just listened. He found Zhao Qingxue's anxiousness amusing and patted her head. "Actually, it's mainly because my wife really likes this car. I'm buying it for her to commute. Your wife is so beautiful. You two really are a match made in heaven." The salesperson, seeing Su Yuan's affectionate gaze towards Zhao Qingxue, felt like he was being showered with dog food. However, no matter how much dog food was thrown at him, one still had to eat. After showering Zhao Qingxue with flattery, she finally let go of Su Yuan's sleeve. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing it too. $2 million Porsche Cayenne for his wife, Zhao Qingxue, triggering a tenfold rebate of $22 million, which has been credited to your account balance. Please check it, host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing it too. $2 million Porsche Cayenne for his wife, Zhao Qingxue, and receiving an additional lucky rebate of a Ferrari LaFerrari. Please check it, host. The two were having tea in the VIP lounge when Zhao Qingxue was scolding Su Yuan, and suddenly the system's notification sound rang in his ears. However, upon hearing this notification, Su Yuan became ecstatic. He initially thought he would only earn $20 million this time, but unexpectedly he was rewarded with an additional Ferrari LaFerrari. A supercar like the Ferrari LaFerrari would cost tens of millions. This was a luxury car he had never even dreamed of owning. "I wonder what it feels like to drive a LaFerrari." Su Yuan couldn't help but lick his lips. As a man, he obviously had no resistance to such supercars. "Did you hear me when I was talking to you?" After babbling on a lot, Su Yuan was daydreaming. Zhao Qingxue angrily tossed a grape into her mouth. "If you ignore me any longer, you'll choke on this grape." "Wife, I'm thinking, what kind of house do you like? We should buy one too." Su Yuan, snapping back to reality, couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Qingxue's words. Zhao Qingxue's attention was immediately captured by his words. "Let's talk about the house later. The two Porsche Cayennes probably emptied your savings, right?" "That's okay, just tell me, so I have a direction to work towards." I thought about it. The house we buy doesn't need to be in a prime location, as those are expensive. I checked some information, and with the money we have, we can buy a small, old place in the city center, which is enough to buy a spacious flat in the suburbs." Zhao Qingxue thought for a long time and came to this conclusion. Su Yuan quietly noted down the spacious flat in his mind. But Zhao Qingxue was just saying it casually. In reality, she felt a pang of pain seeing Su Yuan. After getting their marriage certificate, Su Yuan bought her an expensive diamond ring and a car. He must have spent all his savings, and perhaps his parents even supported him financially. Both of them came from ordinary families. Where would they get so much money to squander? Yet she couldn't bear to refuse him, because deep down she knew Su Yuan felt guilty towards her and wanted to compensate her materially. As long as she was happy, he would surely be much happier, right? Qingxue, it's the weekend today. Do you want to go out for hot pot together? I found a super delicious place. Just as Zhao Qingxue was lost and thought, her phone vibrated and a message from her friend Qihan popped up on. Zhao Qingxue also asked Su Yuan for his opinion. Su Yuan took a look, and since Qihan's hot pot restaurant wasn't far from the dealership, he readily agreed and asked her to wait while they picked up the car. This time Su Yuan bought the car with cash, paying smoothly. The salesperson, of course, was very attentive and completed all the paperwork and insurance matters in the morning. They'll wait for you at the hot pot restaurant entrance. Hurry up. After setting a time, Qihan arrived first at the hot pot. Her family conditions were good, and since she felt sorry for Zhao Qingxue working alone in the city, they bought her a 1 yuan SUV for her to use after graduating. Although the car wasn't very expensive for most office workers who squeezed into the subway every day and had to spend huge amounts on taxi fares during holidays, it was already quite a blessing. Occasionally Zhao Qingxue would also hitch a ride with her to go shopping. We've arrived. After picking up the car, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue drove to the agreed hot pot restaurant. Noticing Qihan urging them, Zhao Qingxue replied. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's response, Qihan was puzzled, not seeing anyone. However, a brand new red Porsche Cayenne soon stopped in front of her. Seeing this brand new Porsche Cayenne, Qihan felt a pang of envy. A model from several years ago would still cost over $1 million, and this one was the latest model from this year, costing at least over $2 million, right? When would she ever get to drive a car like this? Han, have you been waiting long? Just as Qihan was lost and thought, the passenger door of the Porsche Cayenne opened, and Zhao Qingxue jumped out. Upon seeing Zhao Qingxue, Qihan was startled, instantly admiring the owner of the Porsche Cayenne. While driving a Porsche Cayenne and still working so hard for ride-hailing, no wonder she's rich. Hearing Qihan's comment, Zhao Qingxue paused. Han, this car was bought for me by my husband today. As soon as Qihan heard Zhao Qingxue's words, she was taken aback, then waved her hand dismissively. Qingxue, please don't joke around. I know Su Yuan very well. How could he possibly afford a Porsche Cayenne? Qihan's words were not meant to look down on Su Yuan. If Su Yuan had bought Zhao Qingxue a car worth $200,000 or $300,000, she wouldn't have been surprised, but the issue was that the car in front of her was a Porsche Cayenne. This car costs over $2 million. This morning, she had seen Zhao Qingxue showing off her Tiffany ring on social media. Where did Su Yuan get so much money to buy both a ring and a car? After all, he came from an ordinary family and had only graduated a year ago. Some people were still living paycheck to paycheck. How could he possibly have saved up several million? It was completely impossible. It's a bit hot. You guys go inside first. I'll park the car. Su Yuan saw Zhao Qingxue get out and talk to Qihan, also leaning out of the car to greet her. Honey, make sure you come back quickly. Zhao Qingxue leaned in and kissed Su Yuan on the cheek. I will miss you. Are you guys? Although a handsome guy and a beautiful girl kissing was a sight to behold, the problem was that they had been together for 4 years. Wasn't that a bit too clingy? Seeing the two of them, Qihan felt a chill down her spine and then was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, was that really Su Yuan in the Porsche Cayenne? Did Su Yuan really buy this car for Zhao Qingxue? Let's go. Watching Su Yuan go to park the car, Zhao Qingxue reluctantly waved goodbye and took Qihan's arm, preparing to find a spot. Qihan was stunned. Qingxue, this car really is yours? Yes, Zhao Qingxue nodded, looking at Qihan's astonished face with a smile. Actually, I didn't want him to buy such an expensive car, but he insisted on getting it for me. I had no choice. You are so lucky. As Zhao Qingxue's roommate and best friend, Qihan had basically watched their relationship grow from the beginning. They started dating in their sophomore year. At that time, Zhao Qingxue was already famous in school for her looks and excellent grades, as she was truly a goddess. When she first got together with Su Yuan, Qihan thought they were quite compatible, a perfect match of a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. But by the time they were in their senior year and looking for jobs, Qihan's opinion changed. In the past, she was more naive and didn't understand family backgrounds, as she only cared about looks, so she thought Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan were a great couple. However, by their senior year, she had gone through more and become more realistic. What good is looks? Can looks put food on the table? When finding a boyfriend, family background must be taken into account. Although Su Yuan was good-looking, his family background was too ordinary. Not to mention the meager gifts exchanged during holidays. Even their usual dates were frugal. What kind of life? Dating in college might be fine, but once you enter society, you need to be more realistic. So at that time, Qihan had subtly brought this up to Zhao Qingxue. However, when Zhao Qingxue heard Qihan's words, she was furious and even argued with her. Qihan decided to stay silent. Zhao Qingxue didn't understand the hardships of the real world, yet once she did they would definitely break up. But over the past year as their college classmates broke up and got married, and some even had children leading chaotic lives, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan remained sweet, as if they were soaking in a honey jar. They could practically open a dog food factory. Honestly, Qi Han found it hard to understand. Well, you could find a boyfriend too. Zhao Qingxue sat down with Qi Han. Speaking of which, you've been single for quite a while. Sigh, it's easy for you to say, finding a boyfriend isn't that simple. Hearing Zhao Qingxue's nonchalant tone, Qi Han sighed and said, feeling somewhat helpless. After breaking up with my college boyfriend, I thought that once I entered society, thanks to my charm I'd soon be pursued. Who knew there were those who pursued me, but they were either poor as church mice or hideously ugly, or there was no chemistry at all. A few days ago I calculated my fate on my phone and was told I was doomed to face romantic obstacles, and it might be 30 before I meet my true soulmate. You can even tell fortunes. I want to try too. Zhao Qingxue, hearing Qi Han's words, felt both speechless and excited to give it a shot. Upon hearing that Zhao Qingxue was also interested, Qi Han quickly sent the fortune teller's WeChat contact to Zhao Qingxue, eagerly recommending how amazing this master was, urging her not to speak carelessly. After listening to Qi Han, Zhao Qingxue cautiously sent her and Su Yuan's names over and requested a fortune for love. Moments later, a long paragraph of text popped up. However, upon reading that paragraph, Zhao Qingxue's heart sank because it began with a line of poetry. Fate is troubled by marriage disruption. Couples find it hard to return home. Unless a petty person intervenes, parents will definitely obstruct. This meant that it would be difficult for them to be together. Thinking about her parents' and relatives' disapproval, Zhao Qingxue felt it was eerily accurate and nervously asked the master what to do. This marriage disruption is difficult to resolve. There is nothing I can do, the other side stated without asking for money, simply saying this matter could not be handled. Seeing this, Zhao Qingxue quickly asked, Master, you must have a way, right? You too. Su Yuan returned from parking and saw Zhao Qingxue and Qi Han huddled together looking at the phone. From behind, he glanced at the screen, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, and reached out to snatch the phone from Zhao Qingxue's hand. Without hesitation, he directly transferred 1,000 to the other side. Recalculate. Seeing Su Yuan's action, Qi Han was quite displeased and wrinkled her nose, saying, Su Yuan, do you even understand that you are disrespecting the master? The master is not that kind of worldly person. How could he possibly lie for money? Just as Qi Han finished speaking, the other side sent a string of words. From the door of the Yuan a noble son is born, from a humble abode a minister rises. Couples are like birds of a feather, loving each other without suspicion. Upon seeing the result of this fortune, Su Yuan was finally satisfied and shook the phone to show Qi Han. Qi Han was so exasperated by Su Yuan that she had no choice but to turn to Zhao Qingxue and pout. Qingxue, look at your Su Yuan. Can't you do something? I think it's quite good. I am very satisfied with this result. Zhao Qingxue nestled contentedly in Su Yuan's arm. Honey, you are truly amazing. Qi Han knew Zhao Qingxue was frugal, so she struck while the iron was hot. He spends money recklessly. He just transferred 1,000 to the master. Huh. Henin, I think this result is worth 1,000. Zhao Qingxue still wore a blissful smile, not forgetting to offer Qi Han advice. Henin, didn't you just tell me the master said you were doomed to face romantic obstacles? Wouldn't it be better for you to learn from our Yuan and recalculate once? Fortunately, Qi Han was strong at heart and had a high resilience to setbacks. As soon as the hot pot was served, she completely forgot about the earlier events. Qingxue, to be honest, your new Porsche Cayenne looks really good. Can I borrow it to take some pictures for my social media later? Sure. After finishing the hot pot, the three of them headed to the parking lot. Qi Han did not hesitate and jumped into the driver's seat, snapping photos without restraint. After capturing enough for a grid layout, she reluctantly got out of the car, linking arms with Zhao Qingxue and insisting on going shopping. With nothing else to do, Zhao Qingxue originally planned to shop with Qi Han, but unexpectedly received a call from her mother asking her to come home for dinner in the afternoon. Zhao Qingxue's home was in a rundown neighborhood in the suburbs, which would take 2 hours to reach. However, her family's demands were hard to refuse, so she had no choice but to bid farewell to Su Yuan and Qi Han and head home alone. Although she had passed her driving test, her license had not yet been issued, so she could only take the subway home. Meanwhile, Qi Han and Su Yuan also had to return to their homes. After parking the car in the underground garage of the neighborhood, Su Yuan walked towards the community, but halfway there, he spotted a LaFerrari parked on the street. Many residents were gathered around to watch. If I'm not mistaken, that car is a LaFerrari. How could someone from our shabby neighborhood filled with working-class folks afford such a luxury car? Could it be that some brat is in trouble with the boss and is being sought out? I think it's very likely. 2 security guards were chatting while smoking, and a cleaning lady approached asking, "Is this car very expensive?" The security guard glanced at her and replied, "Not expensive." "I thought so. This car is so much lower than others that looks like it was made with cheap materials. How could it be expensive? It's only about 20 million. The cleaning lady was taken aback by the guard's words, dropping her mop in shock. I didn't go to school. Don't lie to me. If you don't believe me, go ask your son. That's definitely Unit 502 in Building 3. I just went up and saw no one there. Let's call. Next to the Ferrari LaFerrari, one staff member was guarding it, while another came out of Building 3 panting. The staff member guarding the car took out his phone and was scrolling through contacts, bewildered, saying, "This is too strange. This neighborhood is just a rental area for migrant workers. The cars parked at the entrance are all junk. How could anyone afford a Ferrari LaFerrari? There are many hidden talents nowadays. Why can't someone buy a LaFerrari?" That's true. Overhearing the conversation, Su Yuan confirmed that this LaFerrari was indeed his. He walked over and smiled, saying, "Hello, I am Su Yuan." "You are Su Yuan." The staff member who was about to make a call was surprised to hear Su Yuan greet him. He paused for a moment, sizing Su Yuan up. While he was tall, slim, and fair-skinned, his clothing and style did not give off the impression of a wealthy person. However, in a city like Magic Capital, there are many wealthy individuals with peculiar tastes who prefer to wear low-cost clothing they couldn't judge. After respectfully confirming his identity, the staff member finally handed the car key to Su Yuan. "Mr. Su, we have taken care of the insurance and maintenance paperwork for you. If your car gets dirty or scratched, feel free to come by our shop anytime. We are at your service." "You guys are quite thorough in your service." Su Yuan smiled, feeling good as he twirled the car key around his finger. "You drove here, right? How do you plan to get back?" Surprised that someone like Su Yuan would care about such trivial matters, the two staff members were momentarily taken aback and awkwardly replied, "We'll take the subway back. Here's 200 yuan each for a taxi back." Su Yuan had added the twos WeChat earlier for convenience, so he directly sent them each a red envelope. To their surprise, just for delivering a car, they unexpectedly received a reward. The two were flabbergasted and quickly expressed their gratitude. Su Yuan waved his hand and drove away. "This person is really well-mannered. He must come from a wealthy family." The two looked at the red envelopes in their hands and exchanged glances, expressing their admiration. Their company was in the luxury car sales business, and they often encountered wealthy people. Most were either arrogant or indifferent, showing no interest in mundane matters. While a small portion were down to earth and treated them kindly, there was always a sense of superiority. However, this young man gave them a comfortable feeling, not because of his clothing, but mainly due to his concern for their return to the company, which felt friendly. Such wealthy individuals are low-key and do not flaunt their wealth. They are gentle and well-mannered, traits that ordinary rich families cannot instill. The LaFerrari is truly exhilarating. No wonder so many people want to buy sports cars. Sitting on the soft, ergonomically designed LaFerrari seats, Su Yuan took a comfortable breath as he circled the neighborhood. This LaFerrari is a soft-top convertible, exceptionally light, yet with outstanding performance. It must be thrilling even in traffic. Of course, it's also great for leisurely drives. "Tonight I'll take my wife for a drive," Su Yuan thought to himself, but then received a call from Zhao Qing Shui, her anxious voice coming through. "Su Yuan, it's bad. My mom found out that the household registration book is missing." Yesterday morning, Zhao Qing Shui had secretly taken the household registration book from home to obtain their marriage certificate with Su Yuan. The household registration book was usually kept in a hidden compartment under her mother's bedside table. Normally, it wouldn't be touched unless needed, and she had planned to sneakily return it at some point. But who would have guessed that her mother would discover it today? Recalling that Zhao Qing Shui had mentioned wanting to marry Su Yuan recently, her mother immediately realized where the household registration book had gone and promptly called Zhao Qing Shui. Initially, she had intended to scold her daughter harshly, but upon further thought, realizing that her daughter had already taken the book, she knew scolding would be too late. So she devised a dinner excuse to lure Zhao Qing Shui back home. Zhao Qing Shui was now trapped at home and couldn't escape calling Su Yuan while hiding in the bathroom. "It's okay, I'll be there soon." Hearing Zhao Qing Shui say this startled Su Yuan, but he quickly calmed down and comforted her. Zhao Qing Shui, nearly in tears, said, "Don't come, my mom's words are too harsh, she'll scold you." Zhao Qing's father is a middle school teacher, while her mother is just a factory worker with a primary school education who does some small business on the side. Therefore, she is particularly sharp-tongued. When Su Yuan came to visit for the first time, she bluntly asked him to break up with her daughter without any subtlety, which made the situation very awkward. In the current situation, if Su Yuan were to come over, he would certainly not have a good outcome. "It's okay, we have to get through your mom's hurdle eventually." Su Yuan understood Zhao Qing's worries and gently comforted her. "Once we get through this, we can be together." However, Zhao Qing Shui wanted to say something more, but then her mother's knocking on the bathroom door interrupted her with loud bangs. "You've been in the bathroom for half an hour, why aren't you out yet? Could it be that you've fallen into the toilet?" Hearing her mother urging her, Zhao Qing Shui had no choice but to hang. Zhao Qing's mother glanced at her and coldly sneered, "I know you're hiding in the bathroom talking to that little brat. That's fine today, I just happen to want to meet that little brat. Mom. Zhao Qingxue looked up in confusion, not understanding what she meant. I've already called several of your uncles and aunts to come over. Today you must break up with that kid. If he doesn't agree, then make him agree. I don't believe his bones are that hard. Mom. Zhao Qingxue was so anxious upon hearing her mother's words that she was about to cry. It's embarrassing enough to call the relatives to discuss such matters. The main issue is that they want to hit someone. Thinking of Su Yuan's bruised face, Zhao Qingxue felt heartbroken. Mom, listen to me. Su Yuan isn't poor, and he treats me well, really. Ha treats you well. Look at these rags you're wearing. Now compare yourself to other girls. Zhao Qingxue's mother sneered, tugging at her clothes. Do you remember Lin, the girl next door? You two played together when you were kids. Didn't she go to study in the capital? She found a rich second-generation heir whose family runs a textile factory. Not only was their wedding grand, but the groom's family also gave $1 million in betrothal gifts, then bought a house and a car for the bride's family, spending at least $5 million on her family. Mom, that's someone else. Can't we not compare ourselves to others? I don't want to compare either, but I see Lin dressed beautifully every day, not having to walk even a step to go out while you work from 9 to 5, too stingy to buy even a new outfit. It pains me. Zhao Qingxue's mother pointed at her own chest with a pained expression. Do you know how much it hurts me? Zhao Qingxue held her mouth, tears streaming down her face. The doorbell interrupted their confrontation. Zhao Qingxue covered her face and went back to her room, while her mother rushed to open the door, revealing Zhao Qingxue's 2 aunts and uncle. Hurry in. Zhao Qingxue's mother welcomed the 4 and looking at them with a mournful expression. What are you doing making such a fuss? On this rare weekend, everyone was at home resting, but a phone call had them rushing over, thinking something was wrong. Zhao Qingxue's mother poured tea for the 4 and began to cry to her 2 sisters. My daughter was dating a poor. I told her to break up quickly, but she not only refused to listen, but even secretly took the household registration book to get a marriage certificate with that boy. This isn't Qingxue usually very well behaved. She wouldn't do something like this, would she? Hearing Zhao Qingxue's mother say this, the others were stunned. In their impression, Zhao Qingxue had always been clever, cute, and academically excellent, completely worry-free. Bang! Zhao Qingxue's mother directly threw the marriage certificate she had dug out from Zhao Qingxue's bag onto the table. The marriage certificate is right here. Seeing the bright red marriage certificate, everyone fell silent. Zhao Qingxue's aunt hesitated. Third sister, the rice is already cooked. Why not just let it go? After all, the 2 children are already married and their future life is their own business. We adults shouldn't interfere too much. Eldest sister, your daughter found a rich boyfriend and can enjoy a comfortable life, but I only have this one daughter. I really can't bear to see her live a hard life with that poor boy. As soon as Zhao Qingxue's aunt spoke, Zhao Qingxue's mother began to weep dramatically, making everyone feel awkward. Zhao Qingxue's uncle nudged his wife, disapproving of her choice of words, and began to comfort Zhao Qingxue's mother. Third sister, don't cry. Let's discuss this matter carefully. It's just a marriage certificate. Just let them get a divorce. After all, this is a modern era and children of second marriages can still find. Brother-in-law, you really understand me. You must help me this time. I truly don't want my daughter to jump into a pit of fire. Third sister, just how poor is that kid? Zhao Qingxue's second aunt couldn't help but ask upon seeing Zhao Qingxue's mother's distress. Once Zhao Qingxue's mother started talking about Su Yuan's poverty, she couldn't stop. Their family isn't from the local area. They don't even have a local household registration. One parent is a civil servant and the other runs a convenience store. They can't even afford a place to live in the city. I've watched my daughter live with him for several years, and it breaks my heart to see how they live. What do you think? Would you be willing to let your daughter marry into such a family? As long as the person is good, it's fine. Good? How many trustworthy men are there nowadays, especially young ones? They just have sweet mouths. I know from experience, isn't this clear enough? Zhao Qingxue's mother listed all of Su Yuan's shortcomings, belittling him completely. After hearing everything, Zhao Qingxue's aunts and uncle felt that Su Yuan was indeed unreliable, and they all expressed their support for Zhao Qingxue's mother, insisting that the 2 must get a divorce today. After unifying their strategic direction, Zhao Qingxue's mother finally called Zhao Qingxue out. Where's that brat? Zhao Qingxue with red eyes replied. He said he is at the entrance of the community. Let's go. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Zhao Qingxue's mother immediately led her 2 sisters and brother-in-law towards the community entrance, looking as if they were ready to devour someone. Zhao Qingxue was worried that Su Yuan would suffer and quickly tried to follow, but she was soon glared at by her mother. You stay at home. After saying that, she directly locked the security door. La Ferrari is truly breathtaking. Absolutely. It's a supercar after all. How could it not be dazzling? Up close, though, it only grows more astonishing. Does anyone in our neighborhood actually own a LaFerrari? Yet when Zhao Qingxue's mother arrived at the neighborhood gate with her elder sister and brother-in-law, she saw no sign of Su Yuan. Only a LaFerrari parked nearby, drawing a small crowd. Among them was a mother holding her child, a boy of 5 or 6, who clenched his tiny fist and declared, "Mommy, when I grow up, I'll buy you this car." Touched to tears, the mother nodded vigorously. "Yes, darling. When you grow up, you'll buy it from Mommy." And brother-in-law, do people in your neighborhood really drive Ferraris? At the sight of the LaFerrari, Zhao Qingshua's elder brother-in-law halted mid-step, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable envy. No man is immune to the allure of a supercar. Even one settled into middle age, bearing responsibilities for both aging parents and young children long past the fevered dreams of owning one himself, yet still unable to resist stealing a second glance at such a machine idling by the roadside. "Brother-in-law, I told you our neighborhood has its merits." And though Zhao Qingshua's mother had no idea of the LaFerrari's exact value, hearing her elder brother-in-law's stirred a quiet pride within her. Zhao Qingshua's mother was the youngest of 3 sisters. Her eldest sister's husband ran a distribution business. Her second sister's husband held a mid-level managerial post at a major corporation. Only she had married a schoolteacher. Their life was comfortable enough. But while her elder sisters had each purchased new apartments in Shanghai, she remained in their aging residential compound, a quiet source of enduring discomfort. That was precisely why she insisted Zhao Qingxua marry well. Theirs was a household of just 2, herself and her aging father. And though their Shanghai apartment was worth several million, it remained their sole asset. Selling it was out of the question. Thus her only hope lay in Zhao Qingshua's success, in securing a wealthy husband and with him a new home. Admittedly, older neighborhoods do suffer from outdated infrastructure, but they have advantages too. At least no one's constantly renovating overhead. And our newly purchased flat construction begins punctually at 8 every morning. Even weekends deny us the luxury of a lazy lien. Lost in their private reflections, the group exchanged idle chatter, unaware that the LaFerrari's door had opened and Su Yuan had already stepped out carrying shopping bags. It wasn't until Su Yuan stood directly before her that Zhao Qingshua's mother noticed him. "Mom, I've come to visit. And you, this car, is it yours?" She had been deep in gossip with her sisters, so absorbed that she hadn't even registered Su Yuan's approach. But Zhao Qingshua's elder brother-in-law had kept his gaze fixed on the LaFerrari, and seen clearly Su Yuan had descended from it. He'd just been marveling inwardly at today's affluent youth, handsome, poised, effortlessly wealthy, when that very young man walked over and addressed Zhao Qingshua's mother as Mom. Could this possibly be the penniless son-in-law she'd so often lamented? And yes, it's mine. Though Su Yuan had never met Zhao Qingshua's elder brother-in-law, he deduced his relation from his proximity to her mother, and responded with a warm, courteous smile. The moment Su Yuan confirmed it, all 4 relatives turned simultaneously toward Zhao Qingshua's mother, eyes wide with incredulous disbelief. "How dare you show your face here?" Zhao Qingshua's mother, still fuming, instinctively scowled, her voice laced with icy derision. Her reaction left the 4 bystanders utterly stunned. And here stood a tall, striking young man, driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, evidently a man of immense means. Yet she treated him with such disdain. Zhao Qingshua's elder brother-in-law snapped into action, swiftly pulling her aside. "Third sister, you've lost your senses. Look at the car he drives. That's a LaFerrari. Over 20 million yuan. Are you certain he's from an ordinary family? And truly, 20 million. You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhao Qingshua's mother eyed him skeptically, and he slapped his thigh in exasperation. "Why on earth would I lie to you? If you doubt me, snap a photo and search it online. If its price falls below 20 million, I'll come to your door bearing thorny twigs and pennants." "Impossible," Qingxua said. "He's from a modest background. How could he possibly afford such wealth?" And put away that sour expression. Get the facts straight first. Resolving to take charge, Zhao Qingshua's elder brother-in-law silenced her and approached Su Yuan directly. A seasoned businessman, he wore a practiced smile, warm, affable, and introduced each relative to Su Yuan with effortless charm. Su Yuan, deeply devoted to Zhao Qingshuo, met them all with equal warmth and respect, addressing each with proper courtesy. "Smoke." And he pulled a pack from his pocket and offered one. Su Yuan accepted it naturally. "Yes, I do." Then, producing a lighter, he lit his elder brother-in-law's cigarette. And for men, shared smoke breaks down barriers. The conversation flowed effortlessly thereafter. Noting Zhao Qingshua's mother's visible agitation, he chose his words carefully. "I heard from Qingshua's mother that you 2 secretly registered your marriage." "Yes, we've been together for 4 years and felt the time was right. So we decided to formalize our union." "You carry yourself with grace and composure. A cultivated man, clearly. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be my place to speak, but Qingshua's father takes little interest in such matters. As her elder brother-in-law, I feel compelled to say what you've done is unseemly. A marriage must never be concealed from either family." His tone was firm yet measured. Su Yuan offered no excuse. "You're absolutely right, elder brother-in-law. I admit our youth led us to act rashly. We sincerely hope for your continued guidance." In the brief time they spent smoking by the neighborhood gate, their rapport deepened meaningfully. Zhao Qingshua's elder brother-in-law came to regard Su Yuan as an exceptional young man. So exceptional, in fact, that had his own daughter not already married, he would have eagerly claimed Su Yuan as his own son-in-law. After all, Su Yuan possessed not only striking looks and impeccable manners, but also profound cultural refinement and undeniable financial stature, a rare, peerless paragon of matrimonial excellence. Let's not linger here. Please join us indoors. And he extended the invitation warmly, and with unanimous agreement, Zhao Qingshua's mother had no choice but to acquiesce. Of course, and Su Yuan smiled, and retrieved several boxes of premium bird's nest and bottles of matai from the car. He set aside the gifts intended for Zhao Qingshua's parents, then presented the bird's nest and matai to her elder and second brothers and sisters-in-law alike. I wasn't aware you'd be visiting today, so these are merely humble tokens of my sincere appreciation. Isn't this too precious? When Zhao Qingshua's aunt received it, she hadn't clearly seen what Su Yuan had given her, thinking it was merely a small token of appreciation. However, when she looked closely at the words on the packaging, she was instantly dumbfounded. This is a box of premium golden bird's nest from Zhangji. Originally, Zhao Qingshua's aunt didn't know what it was, but bird's nest has always been a particularly nourishing delicacy for women since ancient times, especially favored by those wealthy ladies. Because Zhao Qingshua's uncle was in business, she would occasionally try to win over those wealthy ladies to help him attract customers. She had seen this Zhangji bird's nest at a wealthy lattice house before, and it was said to cost over 1,000 per tael. This box weighs 1 jin, so it must be worth at least 10,000. A casual small token is valued at over 10,000. What kind of family is this? It wasn't just Zhao Qingshua's two aunts who were surprised. Her two uncles were also amazed by the maotai that Su Yuan gifted them. Although they were all maotai, there are indeed different grades. The younger ones only sell for 3,000 to 5,000. They hadn't drunk it before since they all had social engagements. However, the bottle Su Yuan gave them was a 50-year maotai, which is currently valued at nearly 20,000 per bottle. Such an expensive small token was given to them, so the few of them couldn't help but look at Su Yuan, wondering about the gifts he planned to give Zhao Qingshua's mother and father. Surely those would not be less than 100,000, right? He truly is a diamond bachelor son-in-law. Third brother, why hasn't the brother-in-law come back yet? Doesn't he know your son-in-law is here today? After spending some time together, Zhao Qingshua's aunt and uncle completely overturned their previous views of Su Yuan and were exceedingly warm towards him, even blaming Zhao Qingshua's mother for not calling Zhao Qingshua's father back. Zhao Qingshua's mother was also utterly bewildered, having long lost her initial domineering demeanor. Qingshua's father went to tutor students this weekend. He won't be back until evening. Evening? Then there's no rush. Zhao Qingshua's uncle looked at Su Yuan warmly. You're not in a hurry to leave, are you? If you're not in a hurry to leave, then stay for dinner today. We are all family now, and it's only right to have a meal together. Of course. Laughing and chatting, they arrived at Zhao Qingshua's house. Upon opening the door, Zhao Qingxue was directly stunned by the scene before her. She first nervously glanced at Su Yuan, relieved to see he was unharmed, then cautiously looked at her mother. Mom, let's talk inside. Seeing Zhao Qingshua's cautious demeanor, her mother did not make it difficult for her, but instead not knowing what had happened, Zhao Qingxue anxiously invited everyone and running around to cut fruits and pour tea. Then she discovered that things seemed to be different from what she had imagined. Why did everyone seem so warm towards Su Yuan? She discreetly glanced at Su Yuan, who gave her an okay hand gesture. Although Zhao Qingxue still didn't know what had happened, seeing that gesture made her feel at ease. Third brother, this child Su Yuan is truly great. I see that he and Qingxue are a perfect match. I know as a mother you tend to favor your daughter, thinking she's wonderful, but you shouldn't be too picky when choosing a son-in-law. After sitting down, all the guests Zhao Qingshua's mother had invited began to speak out, persuading her. This made Zhao Qingshua's mother feel embarrassed. I'm not being picky, it's just what? She never expected Su Yuan to be so wealthy. She truly thought his family was struggling. Of course, Zhao Qingshua's mother couldn't say this in front of Su Yuan, and she could only awkwardly find an excuse. I just wanted to test him a bit more. Oh dear third brother, look at what you've done. Such a great kid doesn't need to be tested. Upon hearing Zhao Qingshua's mother's words, the others began to scold her. Finally, it was Zhao Qingshua's second aunt who couldn't stand it anymore. Smiling, she looked at the gift Su Yuan had given Zhao Qingshua's mother. Yuan, the gift you gave third aunt must have been carefully chosen, right? What did you give? Just a few small gifts, nothing particularly valuable. In addition to a box of premium Zhangji golden bird's nest, there's also a beautiful handbag with the Fengxiang logo on it. Seeing someone giving her a way out, Zhao Qingshua's mother quickly took the opportunity and brought the gift over, eagerly opening it to show everyone. Initially, she didn't think much of it, but when she opened it, she discovered it was actually a set of pure gold jewelry. Not only was it beautifully designed, but the weight was also apparent just by its shape. Together they weighed at least half a jin. Yuan, you are too honest. I see the design of this jewelry is unique. It must have been designed by a renowned designer, right? Third brother, I'm so envious of you. Look at the gift your son-in-law gave you. It's worth at least over 100,000. When my son-in-law bought things for my daughter, he didn't even spend this much. The others also gathered around in amazement upon seeing the jewelry set. You are too polite. The envious words from her two sisters and brothers-in-law greatly satisfied Zhao Qingsu's mother's vanity, and at this moment, she could no longer maintain her imposing demeanor in front of Su Yuan, feeling both reproachful and joyful. Mom, as long as you like it, I told the people at the store that if you don't like this style, you can directly call the designer to have her redesign it according to your preferences. Su Yuan took the opportunity to sit next to Zhao Qingsu's mother and picked up a pair of bracelets for her to try on. Wearing the gold bracelet that weighed 100 grams, Zhao Qingsu's mother asked happily, "Does it look good?" "Of course it looks good, otherwise how could Qingxue be so beautiful? It's all thanks to your good genes." Under Su Yuan's financial backing and sweet words, Zhao Qingsu's mother completely surrendered, no longer mentioning the matter of wanting them to divorce, and instead walked over to hand the marriage certificate to Zhao Qingxue for safekeeping. "Mom, you're not opposed anymore." Seeing that Su Yuan had completely won over her mother, Zhao Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Not opposed as long as he treats you well." Zhao Qingsu's mother sighed while patting her hand. "With his conditions being so good, you should have clarified things with me." "What do you mean by not clarifying?" Mainly she herself was also unclear. With an inward wry smile, Zhao Qingxue still said with a smile, "It's just that Yuan is a more low-key person and wants me to avoid being too ostentatious." After spending the afternoon at home, it was time for Zhao Qingsu's father to return. As he entered the neighborhood, a familiar face called out to him from a distance, infused with a hint of envy. This neighborhood mostly consists of elderly residents who often gather in the garden downstairs to exercise or play cards, so any news spreads quickly. Not long after Su Yuan drove in with a Lamborghini, everyone learned that he was Zhao Qingsu's husband. However, Zhao Qingsu's father was unaware of this and forced a smile. He was secretly wondering if Qingxue had really been so affected that she found a wealthy heir out of nowhere. In fact, Zhao Qingxue being with Su Yuan seemed quite good to her father. In his view, Su Yuan's family wasn't too bad. His father worked in the system and had a pension, while his mother also had an income. Both were in good health and wouldn't be a burden to the young couple after marriage. Although he couldn't provide much support in terms of cars or houses, he thought it was better for the young couple to strive for these things on their own. However, Zhao Qingsu's mother always felt Su Yuan was inadequate, constantly nagging her husband that Su Yuan was just a poor boy. Zhao Qingsu's mother was also beautiful in her youth and had many suitors marrying him only under her parents' arrangement. He felt that he was not as good as Zhao Qingsu's mother's suitors and couldn't compare to her two brothers-in-law, so he often yielded to her in many matters, big or small, letting her have the final say. Thus, when Zhao Qingsu's mother thought poorly of Su Yuan, her father didn't dare voice any objections. However, he feared that Zhao Qingsu's mother might press her too hard, pushing their daughter down the wrong path. So upon hearing people in the neighborhood say that his daughter had found a wealthy husband, he not only didn't feel happy, but hurried home with a troubled heart. "Oh, you finally know to come back. You spend every weekend not knowing what classes you're attending. Hurry, we are going out for dinner as a family." Upon entering, he was startled by the atmosphere at home. His son-in-law was still Su Yuan. Yet the entire family, including Zhao Qingsu's mother, had drastically changed their attitude towards Su Yuan, showering him with praise. "Brother-in-law, you are truly lucky. Your daughter has found such a good husband. I'm even feeling jealous." Zhao Qingsu's father hadn't even figured out what was happening when he was pulled out for dinner. The dinner venue was a mid-range hotel nearby, hosted by Zhao Qingsu's uncle. After getting a private room, everyone took their seats. "Now that you two are married, when do you plan to buy a house?" Although Su Yuan had demonstrated his financial capability to Zhao Qingsu's family earlier, certain expectations still needed to be met. Everyone's gaze fell on Su Yuan, filled with anticipation, except for Zhao Qingxue, who sat beside him, her face etched with worry. Zhao Qingxue was well aware of Su Yuan's financial situation. This time, to satisfy her family, he not only spent money to rent the Lamborghini, but also bought numerous expensive gifts. He probably had only his underwear left now. How could he afford a house? "I plan to carefully plan the wedding, so there's no rush. As for the house, I intend to take Qingxue to look at it tomorrow." Just as Zhao Qingxue was worried about how Su Yuan would respond, he smiled slightly and answered calmly, "What kind of house are you planning to buy? Even though you don't have children yet, at the very least you need a 2-bedroom apartment to live comfortably. A 1-bedroom is right. I previously saw a community called Huaitsue Garden, which is over 5,000 per square meter. To buy a 2-bedroom apartment would cost about 4 to 5 million. 4 to 5 million is too expensive, isn't it?" As soon as the topic of houses was brought up, everyone engaged in an animated discussion, leaving Zhao Qingxue feeling alarmed. "Thank you all for your kindness, but Qingxue prefers a quieter place, so I'm not considering those houses. I plan to buy her a large flat." Su Yuan held Zhao Qingxue and smiled, his eyes filled with affection. Yet his words left everyone stunned. A large flat. The prices for large flats are quite high now. A large flat typically refers to a villa-style residence, usually 1 unit per floor, spacious and fully functional, often with a scenic view. To buy a large flat in a place like Shanghai where every inch is precious would not be cheap. They certainly didn't have that kind of financial capability. A large flat. I was just mentioning it casually, are you really going to buy it? Zhao Qingxue was left dumbfounded by Su Yuan's words. Although she had indeed mentioned wanting a larger place, she never imagined a large flat. With Su Yuan mentioning buying a large flat in front of her family, it seemed he was serious about it. But it was too expensive, how could they afford it? If it's what you like, of course I will buy it for you. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue's worried eyes and gently patted her head. What's wrong? Don't you like a large flat? Then I'll just buy you a villa. No, a large flat is just fine. Then tomorrow we'll go house hunting, and the title deed will have your name. Their conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, left the other couples nearby feeling a mix of everyone had been through it. Although life now was a mess due to daily struggles, they had all come from sweet and loving relationships. When it comes to dating, everything sounds sweet during the romance. But when it comes to marriage, conflicts over money. However, for Su Yuan, none of that mattered. Buying a large flat and putting the woman's name on the deed was tantamount to gifting her the house. This was absolute trust in the woman. Look at him, then look at you. Zhao Qingxue's second aunt couldn't help but sneer at her husband with a hint of disdain. When they got married back, then they had quarreled for a month over whose name should be on the house. Zhao Qingxue's second aunt felt that since she had paid for the renovations and given a dowry of 200,000, her name had to be added to the house, but her husband thought it didn't matter since they were a couple. Although they eventually got married, this issue remained a sore point between them. Seeing Su Yuan directly buying a large flat with only Zhao Qingxue's name on it made Zhao Qingxue's second aunt envious. If she were 20 or 30 years younger and met someone like Su Yuan, she would definitely pursue him. After a lively meal, it was getting late, and everyone decided to part ways and head home. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan sent off several elders and finally relaxed as they settled into the car. Zhao Qingxue gently wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, saying, "Husband, you are amazing. You managed to win over my parents just with a rented car." Although Su Yuan had arrived in a luxury car today and had mentioned wanting to buy her a spacious apartment, Zhao Qingxue didn't take it seriously. Having lived with Su Yuan for a year, she was quite aware of his financial situation. He certainly couldn't afford luxury cars and apartments. Today, when Su Yuan drove the luxury car, she simply assumed it was rented. "Do you think I'm renting?" Su Yuan looked into Zhao Qingxue's bright and innocent eyes, feeling both amused and helpless. "Do you think I'm lying about wanting to buy you a spacious apartment? Although your acting is quite good, do you know who I am?" After glancing at Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue began to survey the car's interior. "Stop pretending, it's just the two of us here." "All right, fine." Seeing that Zhao Qingxue didn't believe him, Su Yuan didn't press the issue. He smiled and fastened her seatbelt, pressing the accelerator. "Let's go home." "Congratulations, Qingxue. You and your boyfriend have finally reached a happy conclusion. Quick, show us your ring. When are you planning to have the wedding? We want to chip in for the gift." The next day, as soon as Zhao Qingxue walked into the office, she was surrounded by several colleagues. Zhao Qingxue smiled generously, saying, "We don't have any plans for a wedding yet." "Well, wait a while. After all, we haven't bought a house yet." "Yes, right, you need to buy a house and a car before getting married." Several nodded in agreement and returned to their seats, chatting casually while working, creating a pleasant atmosphere in the office. As they chatted, the topic somehow shifted to cars. Everyone was envious of one colleague's wavy hair, asking Ying, "I heard your boyfriend got a new car again. The car that brought you here this morning wasn't the last BMW, but a Land Rover instead." "That's right, my boyfriend loves cars. We have 3 at home, so he often switches them up." Ying looked at the envious expressions of her colleagues and tossed her wavy hair. "What are you, jealous?" "Of course we're jealous. You have no idea how hard it is for me to squeeze into the subway every day. I've been late several times just because I couldn't get on. Sigh, when will I find such a wealthy boyfriend too?" Several sighed, and one even stepped forward to pinch Ying's cheek, saying, "You're so lucky. Not only are you beautiful, but your boyfriend is also so great. For us, the future is uncertain." "Haha, that tickles." Escaping from her colleague's grasp, Ying smiled and turned her attention to Zhao Qingxue. "Qingxue, if you're not buying a house for now, you could at least get a car for transportation. My boyfriend's family works in car sales, so if you decide to buy, just let me know. I can have him help you find some internal discounts. It could save a lot." "Ying, you're so kind. I want discounts when I buy a car too." "So your boyfriend's family is in car sales. No wonder you have so much money." "Ying, does your boyfriend have any single friends?" Her words made the office girls lose focus on work, their minds entirely on finding a wealthy bachelor. Zhao Qingxue, however, smiled slightly. "Thank you, Ying, but my boyfriend has already bought me a car. It's just that my driver's license hasn't come through yet. Once it does, I can drive to work." Although Zhao Qingxue spoke calmly, she couldn't help but feel a bit proud inside. The girls immediately shifted their attention to her, asking, "Is that true? What car is it?" Taking out her phone, Zhao Qingxue found a picture to show them, smiling. "It's a Porsche Cayenne." What? Since Zhao Qingxue hadn't posted about buying a car on social media, everyone naturally assumed that even if she had bought a car, it was just a regular one worth a few thousand. After all, she had mentioned several times that her boyfriend was quite ordinary. How could he afford a luxury car? But who would have thought that she actually bought a Porsche Cayenne? This model was quite popular, and its recognition was high. Even this group of women in the office knew that it wasn't cheap, costing at least over $2 million. That's more expensive than the combined value of the BMW and Land Rover driven by Ying's boyfriend. Let me see. Oh my gosh, it really is a Porsche Cayenne. Excited, the girls crowded around Zhao Qingxue, eagerly huddling to look at her phone. However, the commotion they caused caught the manager's attention, who scolded them. The girls obediently returned to their seats to work, but couldn't resist creating a small group chat to continue to. "Do you think Zhao Qing's Porsche Cayenne is real? I think it looks fake. If her boyfriend is that rich, why would she still be so frugal? I also don't think it's real. She must be bragging. She's definitely bragging. Let me tell you, I just checked that model. It's this year's latest top configuration with a starting price of at least over $2 million. Even a typical family would have to sell 2 kidneys to afford it." Wow, I didn't know Qingxue was so materialistic. As the discussion heated up in the group, Ying, who had been silent, said, "You're wrong, that car really is hers." Although Ying herself didn't believe that Zhao Qing's boyfriend had bought her such an expensive car, thinking she was just bragging. However, her boyfriend's family worked in car sales, and they had connections at the vehicle registration office. When she saw the picture of the Porsche Cayenne with Zhao Qingxue, she secretly noted down the license plate and sent it to her boyfriend to help check the owner's information. The feedback she received confirmed that the car indeed belonged to Zhao Qingxue. Even if Zhao Qingxue was bragging, she couldn't have changed the information at the registration office, could she? So the car truly was hers. Upon hearing Ying's words, the group fell silent for a few seconds. After a long pause, one person finally spoke up, asking, "Are you saying the car is registered in Zhao Qing's name?" Her asking whether the car is registered in Zhao Qing's name caused an uproar among them. The difference between a car registered in Zhao Qing's name and one in her boyfriend's name was significant. After all, for someone like Ying, no matter how many cars her boyfriend had, they were still his, and if they broke up, she would get nothing. But if the car was in Zhao Qing's name, even if they broke up, the car would still belong to her. What kind of godly boyfriend has she found? But if her boyfriend is so wealthy, why is she still so frugal? She is low-key not like you, who has to let the whole world know when you buy a dress that costs over $1,000. In the heated discussion within the group, Zhao Qingxue, who was diligently working, remained unaware that she had become the topic of conversation, continuing to sketch. However, it wasn't long before she received a message from Su Yuan. "Qingxue, I've lost my job, and I'm so sad. Can you accompany me for lunch?" Upon seeing Su Yuan's message, Zhao Qingxue immediately became anxious and asked, "Why did you lose your job? You usually work so diligently, why would they fire you?" "I'm packing my things, and will explain more during lunch." After sending the message, Su Yuan quickly stuffed all the messy items on his desk into a cardboard box. Seeing that he was really leaving, 2 colleagues hurried over to pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. "Su Yuan, the manager, has been in a bad mood lately. If you just apologize, this matter will blow over." "That's right, jobs are hard to come by now. If you resign, it will be difficult to find a position with better benefits. One must bow their head when under a roof." Because Su Yuan was kind and had exceptional work abilities, he had been doing well in the office. Previously, many young women had shown him extra favor. If he hadn't already declared that he had a beloved girlfriend, there would have been a queue of girls chasing after him in the office. The manager had valued Su Yuan before, but who knows what madness struck the manager today, as he immediately started picking on Su Yuan upon entering. At first, everyone genuinely thought Su Yuan had done something wrong, but upon listening closely, they realized the manager was nitpicking, deliberately making things difficult for Su Yuan. The manager usually looked amiable, but when he set out to target someone, it could be quite distressing. While everyone secretly sympathized with Su Yuan for being scolded, he abruptly threw down his things and declared, "I resign." Faced with Su Yuan's resolute stance, everyone initially thought the manager would at least try to persuade him to stay, but to their surprise, he was even more straightforward, urging Su Yuan to leave quickly. Thus, Su Yuan submitted his resignation. However, seeing him leave just like that, the few colleagues who interacted with him the most were reluctant and rushed over to persuade him. Su Yuan was indifferent, saying, "It's just right that I need to go house hunting with my wife recently and won't have time to work. Resigning is fine. House hunting is one thing, but you can't lose your job." The colleagues continued to plead with Su Yuan. "If you just apologize to the manager, we can help plead your case. The manager surely won't insist on firing you. Or I am not welcome, there will be another place for me." Su Yuan, facing the pleas of his colleagues, left resolutely, holding the cardboard box as he took the elevator down. Seeing that he was determined, his colleagues had no choice but to see him off. I didn't expect you to leave so suddenly. Oh, we didn't even get to have a meal together. How about we gather this weekend? That sounds good. Oh, let's have a few drinks together. As they talked, they didn't notice Su Yuan pressed the button for the basement level. By the time they realized, he had already reached the basement. The basement was a parking lot, and typically only car owners came down there. Those without cars would head directly out from the first floor and take a turn to catch the subway. Everyone thought Su Yuan had pressed the wrong button and intended to close the elevator doors on the first floor, but instead they watched as Su Yuan stepped out of the elevator, pulled out his car keys, and waved them, saying, "Well, I'm off." After saying this, he opened the door to a nearby Ferrari LaFerrari. Several colleagues stared blankly as Su Yuan got into the LaFerrari before one of them finally exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this your car, Su Yuan?" "Yes." Su Yuan nodded calmly, waving goodbye to the group. "Until we meet again." With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. So it turns out the fool was me all along. As several colleagues watched Su Yuan drive off in the LaFerrari, they all smiled bitterly. Their reluctance to part with Su Yuan wasn't due to any deep feelings. They were colleagues with competitive relationships. Despite frequent interactions, conflicts over interests were inevitable, so it was impossible to truly connect. The reason they pleaded for and sympathized with Su Yuan's departure was more a sense of shared sorrow, as they were all struggling in the bustling city, occasionally needing to cluster for warmth. However, they never expected that Su Yuan would be someone who could afford a Ferrari LaFerrari. That was worth tens of millions. After all this time, it turned out he was from a wealthy family. No wonder he could resign without a second thought. While they were here working to make a living, he was merely passing time. If he wasn't happy, he could just leave. Damn, everyone else is a rich second generation, and I'm the only true loser. One colleague glanced at the other two companions. "You guys don't have family wealth too, do you?" The other two rolled their eyes. "What are you dreaming about? How could that be possible?" "Exactly. If I were a rich second generation, would I still be here? I'd have been enjoying a lavish feast in Sanya already. Alright. I'm really damn jealous of Su Yuan. He looks good, and is especially popular with the young women in the office. Now it turns out his family is wealthy. This is a life on easy mode." From the crack of the office door, they saw Su Yuan's seat empty and assumed he had already left. Manager's son, sitting inside the office, leisurely brewed a cup of tea and called Jin Jiwen. "Jin, I've taken care of the matter." Jin Jiwen was taken aback by Manager Son's efficiency. "So fast?" "Of course." Manager Son scoffed. "It's just a bug. Getting him out of the company was a matter of minutes." "You really are impressive, Manager Son. They'll treat you to a meal when I have time." Hearing that the matter had been resolved, Jin Jiwen couldn't help but smile broadly. "They'll bring my girl along then. I look forward to good news." Manager Son also revealed a somewhat lewd smile. He had heard that Su Yuan had a particularly beautiful girlfriend, but had never had the chance to meet her. Now that Jin Jiwen had secured her, he was curious. However, thinking that Su Yuan lost his job just because Jin Jiwen had his eyes on his girlfriend, Manager Son couldn't help but sigh. Beauty brings disaster. Su Yuan was not foolish. His work capability was commendable, and he had not offended anyone. His superior's sudden trouble with him must have a reason behind it. However, he was too lazy to delve into the specifics, as it boiled down to trivial matters. Just as well, he didn't want to continue working, and Manager Son's actions provided him a reason to resign. Why bother with a job? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to take his wife out for a meal and buy a house? As time passed, Su Yuan drove directly towards Zhao Qing's company. "I'm out now." After finishing her work, Zhao Qingxue hurriedly exited the company, intending to have a meal with Su Yuan. "Hi." However, before she could see Su Yuan's car, she spotted Jin Jiwen dressed in a pink suit, holding a large bouquet of roses, leaning against a McLaren 600 LT, and greeting her. Although Jin Jiwen was not particularly handsome, he put effort into his styling and drove a sports car worth over 3 million, giving off a somewhat charming vibe. At least many white-collar workers gazed at him with admiration. "Ah, this is the diamond bachelor I've been looking for. Let's go." Their target is definitely not you. Several passing white-collar workers cast envious glances at Zhao Qingxue and walked away reluctantly. However, Zhao Qingxue felt completely annoyed by the sudden appearance of Jin Jiwen. While others saw him as charming, Zhao Qingxue found him utterly disgusting. Thus, she simply pretended, "Baby." But Jin Jiwen had no intention of letting her go, directly blocking her path. "I have a boyfriend, please show some respect." Even though he was a client of the company, Zhao Qingxue could not tolerate it anymore, her face turning icy. "Don't be so heartless." Self-assuredly flipping his hair, Jin Jiwen stepped forward, offering the roses to Zhao Qingxue. "Baby, how about having lunch with me?" Zhao Qing's expression grew even colder. "First of all, I'm going out to eat with my husband, and don't have time. Secondly, I won't dine alone with any male other than my husband, okay?" "Oh, I see. That's fine. Let's do it another time, but you must accept my roses." Having navigated the dating scene for years, Jin Jiwen knew well that haste makes waste. After Zhao Qingxue declined his lunch invitation, he didn't press the issue, but instead insisted she take his roses. In his mind, he was calculating his chances. After all, Zhao Qingxue was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. On one hand was her useless husband who was unemployed and sulking at home. On the other was a suave and charming second-generation rich kid. Over time, even if her feelings for her husband were as deep as the sea, there would be limits. He didn't believe that under his gentle assault, Zhao Qingxue wouldn't be swayed. Smack! Just as Jin Jiwen was momentarily stunned, the roses in his hand were suddenly snatched away and thrown into a trash can in an arc. Before he could grasp what had happened, a tall and handsome figure stood beside Zhao Qingxue, unceremoniously wrapping an arm around her slim waist. "I'll buy roses for my woman. Do you need to fawn over her here? Yuan, you're here." Upon seeing Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she proudly glanced at Jin Jiwen. "My husband is here, so you should stop blocking the way." Zhao Qingxue looked at Su Yuan with eyes full of affection. "You're simply not worthy of Qingxue." Jin Jiwen felt stung by that gaze. Remembering Su Yuan's earlier actions, he clenched his fists and sneered. "You might afford her roses, but can you provide the life she desires?" "Oh, sorry, I can't." Su Yuan couldn't be bothered with Jin Jiwen wrapping his arms around Zhao Qingxue as they headed towards the parked LaFerrari nearby. Jin Jiwen initially intended to mock Su Yuan again, but upon seeing Su Yuan's LaFerrari, his mouth dropped open in shock, and the words were caught in his throat. How could this be possible? How could he afford a LaFerrari? Jin Jiwen's family wasn't particularly wealthy, with assets just over 100 million. Even so, his father could only buy him a McLaren 800 LT worth over 3 million. However, he had investigated Su Yuan. His father was a civil servant, and his mother ran a convenience store. How could someone from such a normal family afford a LaFerrari worth over 20 million? What a ridiculous joke. Yet the facts were laid bare, as Su Yuan was indeed driving a LaFerrari, and not just any LaFerrari, but one of only 4 soft-top LaFerraris in all of Huagua. While the car might sound like it costs just over 20 million, without connections, even the wealthy wouldn't be able to buy it. Who exactly was Su Yuan? What kind of diamond bachelor is that guy in the pink suit? At most, he's just a toad with gold plating. The real catch is the one driving the LaFerrari. The girl in the LaFerrari seems to be called Zhao Qingxue. She's from the design company upstairs. I envy her so much. Who doesn't? If I had 2 rich second-generation guys fighting over me, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. You don't even need to dream, you're already drooling. After witnessing this farce, many curious onlookers began to indulge in pink bubble dreams. Of course, they all imagined themselves in Zhao Qingxue's shoes. However, as the leading lady of this drama, Zhao Qingxue, sitting inside the LaFerrari, was not particularly joyful. Instead, she felt a bit nauseous. Honestly, is Jin Jiwen's brain filled with water? I already have such a handsome husband, yet he still wants to pursue me, and speaks so nauseatingly. Ugh, it's too off-putting. After mumbling this, she rubbed her stomach. "Honey, what should we eat? What's the rush? We're going to look at houses first." Su Yuan's next sentence left Zhao Qingxue widened her beautiful eyes. "What kind of international joke is this? Didn't you just lose your job? How can we buy a house?" "Of course I'll sell you off to buy a house. My wife is so beautiful, I can easily trade her for a space." "Go away, I'm being serious." "I am serious too," Su Yuan said as he contacted his college classmate, Qi Jingshun. Qi Jingshun lived in the dorm next to his. They often played games together and remained close even after graduation, despite not having much time to play. He knew from social media that Qi Jingshun was in real estate sales with many quality listings. Rather than searching aimlessly, it would be better for him to take a look. On the other end, Qi Jingshun quickly replied to Su Yuan's message. "What's up, Yuan? Go. I want to buy a house. Aren't you in this line of work? Can you recommend a few good ones?" "Buy a house? You're impressive, Yuan. Go. You've just graduated for a year and you want to buy a house. I haven't even saved enough for the down payment." When Qi Jingshun heard that Su Yuan wanted to buy a house, she was quite surprised and loyally said, "All right, Yuan, good. Tell me what kind of house you want and your budget, and I'll see if I have something suitable for you." "I don't have many requirements, just want a large flat, preferably one with a nice view." Qi Jingshun was initially waiting for him to specify the layout, but she didn't expect Su Yuan to mention a large flat with a nice view right away. After some consideration, Qi Jingshun didn't want to discourage Su Yuan, so she said, "I do have a few decent large flats, but they are in relatively remote areas and quite expensive. I think the cost-performance ratio is too low. How about you suggest something else? I just want a large flat. Take me to see the best one you think is available." Seeing Su Yuan's determination, Qi Jingshun had no choice but to agree. After arranging to meet in Pudong, Su Yuan pressed the gas pedal and directly brought Zhao Qingxue to the Pudong area. Due to its favorable environment, many developments and upscale residences have been established in Pudong. Any property located here is bound to have a good environment, though the prices are not cheap. The current housing prices here have already reached 70 to 80,000 per square meter. What does 70 to 80,000 even mean? Together Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan can barely save that much in a year. By the time Zhao Qingxue realized they had arrived in Pudong, it was already too late. She looked at Su Yuan confused as he parked the car and took her to meet Qi Jingshun. She foolishly asked Su Yuan, "You're not really thinking of selling me, are you?" Looking at her bewildered and innocent eyes, Su Yuan found her adorable and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "How could I bear to sell you? Then why did you bring me here?" "To pamper you." While Zhao Qingxue wasn't paying attention, Su Yuan quickly. As soon as Qi Jingshun arrived, she saw the two being affectionate and exclaimed, "Yuan-ge, sister-in-law, could you two be a little more considerate? Life as a singleton is tough. Stop talking nonsense. Where is that large flat you mentioned?" Zhao Qingxue blushed at Qi Jingshun's words and kept burrowing into Su Yuan's arms, wishing to hide inside him. Su Yuan laughed as he held Zhao Qingxue, and he had already brought up the topic of the house. Regardless of what Su Yuan was thinking, he had already spoken up. Qi Jingshun shook the keys in her hand and led them towards Dilan Mansion. "The large flat I mentioned is at Dilan Mansion. There are two left. Let's go take a look." The large flats at Dilan Mansion are popular because of their well-designed layouts and tranquil environments. Qi Jingshun had brought many people to view them, but none had been able to finalize a deal due to the price. "This place is really beautiful." Zhao Qingxue cautiously stepped into the Dilan Mansion community. The environment felt like a large park. Taking a deep breath, she said, "The air is great too. Do you like it here?" Su Yuan, also satisfied with the environment, looked down at Zhao Qingxue. She nodded, hesitating. "I do like it, but let's check out the house first, and then talk." The large flat Qi Jingshun mentioned is on the 5th and 6th floors of Dilan Mansion, fully renovated, with a usable area of up to 300 square meters. Besides a master bedroom and two secondary bedrooms, it also includes a study gym and a scenic kitchen. What Zhao Qingxue liked most was the spacious living room in the large flat. The south side features a full wall of transparent glass windows with a heavy snowflake-patterned cashmere rug by the window and beautiful green plants nearby. If she could sip a cup of coffee while reading on the rug during a sunny weekend, it would be the ultimate enjoyment. "You really like it, don't you?" Seeing Zhao Qingxue's expression, Su Yuan knew she was quite fond of it and quietly asked her in her ear, "Yes. If I lived here in the future, it would be nice. As long as you like it." Seeing Zhao Qingxue was satisfied, Su Yuan planned to quickly finalize the purchase of this house. However, before he could speak to Qi Jingshun, he heard footsteps coming from the entrance. Another real estate agent brought a couple to view the house. Although the man wasn't particularly good-looking, he wore a well-fitted suit and expensive imported shoes. The woman was also dressed in an upscale silk outfit, wearing red Tiffany high heels and carrying a classic Chanel bag. Since they all happened to be looking at the same property, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan initially didn't pay much attention. However, as soon as the woman entered with the agent and saw Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, she rolled her eyes and said, "What kind of house are you showing us? How come anyone can come to view a house? Your company's management is too lax, isn't it?" I'm sorry, I didn't expect someone else to be here. How about I take you to see the unit upstairs instead?" The agent was embarrassed by the two of them and kept apologizing while also giving Qi Jingshun a reproachful glance. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you give a heads up before bringing someone to view a house?" It was clear that Qi Jingshun knew the agent and they didn't get along. Upon hearing the agent's words, Qi Jingshun let out a cold laugh. "I brought people to view the house first. If you want to show yours, you can wait in line." "You?" The agent, hearing Qi Jingshun's words, maliciously scrutinized Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan. "I find you quite amusing. You brought these two poor dogs to view a house. Can they even afford it? Who are you calling poor dogs?" Before Qi Jingshun could respond, Su Yuan suddenly spoke up, his gaze icy and voice low, drawing the attention of several people. The woman was startled by Su Yuan's words and sneered while clutching her chest. "Whoever is poor should be called poor. Just look at what ragged cloth you're wearing. How dare you come here to view houses? Do you even know how much these houses cost? You probably can't even afford a toilet." After saying that, she instructed the agent beside her, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and drive them away. They're polluting the air here." Yes. The agent, probably considering them as his major clients, was excessively flattering. Hearing the woman's words, he quickly nodded and frowned at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. "If you can't afford it, just scram. If you don't leave soon, I'll call security. How about we just give up? We've seen enough, let's go." Looking at the salesman's condescending attitude, Zhao Qingxue bit her lip and lowered her head in self-doubt. Anyone with even a shred of self-respect would feel uncomfortable after hearing the salesman's words, let alone a girl like Zhao Qingxue. Consequently, she felt extremely hurt, with tears welling up in her eyes. "Sweetheart, don't cry." Having been with Zhao Qingxue for 4 years, Su Yuan had never let her shed a tear. Now, seeing her being upset by two strangers, he felt a surge of pain in his heart. At the same time, a furious blaze ignited in his chest. He stood up without hesitation, grabbing the woman's wrist and pushing her out, saying, "Get out. From now on, this is my home. Hey, how can you be so rude? Can you afford this apartment? You're just standing there talking. If you touch me again, I'll really call security." The woman was no match for Su Yuan's strength and was easily pushed out, stumbling and almost falling to the ground. Her boyfriend and the salesman initially wanted to help, but upon seeing Su Yuan's frightening demeanor, they dared not approach and could only mock him from a distance. "Chun-gu, I'll buy this apartment. Please help me with the paperwork. Here's my bank card, just swipe it." Su Yuan coldly stared at the three of them, pulling out his bank card and handing it to Qi Jingshun. Oh, okay. Qi Jingshun was originally pondering how to deal with the three, but was astonished when Su Yuan decisively kicked them out. In a daze, he then saw the bank card being handed to him. He was even more stunned. Did Su Yuan really intend to buy this spacious apartment? But the problem was that this apartment cost over 20 million. Even with a mortgage, the down payment would be at least 4 to 5 million. Did he have that much money? "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." Seeing Qi Jingshun in a daze, Su Yuan added another remark. Only then did Qi Jingshun react and turn to handle the paperwork for Su Yuan. "You." The woman over there clearly hadn't expected that a scruffy-looking poor guy could be so wealthy, buying a 20 million apartment without hesitation, leaving her a little dumbfounded. She had intended to say something, but ultimately just stomped her foot in frustration, straightened her clothes, and instructed the salesman, "Let's go, we can at least look at another one." "Sorry, I want the upstairs unit as well." Su Yuan turned to Qi Jingshun and said, "Buy the upstairs unit for me too." This was clearly an act of defiance. The woman was infuriated by Su Yuan's words, but she didn't know what to say as he was the one with the money. She had misjudged the situation, thinking they were just two poor people trying to show off, but it turned out they were hidden wealthy individuals. "Don't stand at my doorstep, you're making a mess. If you're not bothered, I am." Seeing the woman trembling with anger, Su Yuan showed no sympathy and coldly uttered this statement before promptly slamming the door shut. I'm so furious. One can say a woman is morally corrupt or cheap, but it is absolutely impossible to call a woman ugly. Thus Su Yuan's words struck a nerve with the woman, making her so angry she nearly spat blood, stomping and screaming at the door. The salesman nearby also hadn't expected such a situation, momentarily stunned, then said, "How about we look at another apartment? Nearby there are some good listings." "Haha, brother Yuan, you're too awesome." You should have seen the looks on their faces. They were like they'd seen a rainbow. Their expressions were priceless. After closing the door, the happiest person was not Su Yuan or Zhao Qingxue, but Qi Jingshun. Previously, he had often been ordered around by top sales in the company serving tea and water due to poor performance. A slight resistance would lead to ostracism, making him feel quite depressed for a while. Although he later came to terms with it, he still couldn't swallow this resentment and had been silently thinking about reclaiming it. Today, Su Yuan's bold move not only drove away the condescending couple, but also restored a lot of his lost face. However, after laughing, he realized, "Brother Yuan, do you really want to buy this apartment? Of course the bank card is in your hand. Do you think I'm joking? Awesome, brother Yuan." Qi Jingshun looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. "I never imagined that you, brother Yuan, were actually a hidden rich second generation beside me." He couldn't quite believe that this money was earned by Su Yuan himself. After all, he occasionally chatted with Su Yuan on WeChat, but never heard about him making a fortune. Most likely this money was from his family. Su Yuan smiled non-committally and said, "Stop with the nonsense, hurry up and handle the paperwork." "At your ding. Congratulations, the host has spent 21 million to buy a house for his wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a tenfold rebate of 210 million, which has been credited to your account balance. Please check host." Ding. Congratulations, the host has spent 21 million to buy a house for his wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a lucky tenfold rebate of 10 school district apartments. Please be aware, host. Qi Jingshun swiftly handled the housing paperwork, and on Su Yuan's side, he also received the system. Not only did over 200 million cash arrive, but he also received 10 school district apartments in Modu. Currently, the most expensive properties are school district apartments, with prices skyrocketing like a rocket, each worth at least 10 million. Here you go, brother Yuan, the property certificate. After the paperwork was completed, Qi Jingshun handed the property certificate to Su Yuan with a conflicted expression. As the person handling the property certificate, he naturally knew that it was in Zhao Qingxue's name. This left him utterly perplexed. Although Zhao Qingxue was his wife, and they were indeed affectionate, a property worth over 20 million could just be registered in Zhao Qingxue's name without any concern. What if his wife took the house and ran off with someone else? From now on, you can live in the spacious apartment. Su Yuan handed the property certificate directly to Zhao Qingxue, who was right beside him. At this moment, Zhao Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. To be honest, although Su Yuan had been saying he wanted to buy her a spacious apartment and had mentioned it several times, she never really took it to heart, because she thought Su Yuan didn't have any money. Yet Su Yuan not only bought her a ring worth over 200,000 and a Porsche Cayenne worth over 2 million, But he also bought her a spacious apartment worth over 20 million. That added up to nearly 25 million. While she was surprised, what puzzled her was where Su Yuan had gotten the money. Yuan. Although she had received the property deed for the spacious apartment, Zhao Qingxue felt dazed at work this afternoon, her efficiency plummeting significantly. Upon returning home, Zhao Qingxue suddenly grabbed Su Yuan, who was about to tidy up, her small face serious. As she looked at him, her lips pressed into a line. Noticing Zhao Qingxue's troubled expression, Su Yuan curiously asked, "Qingxue, what's wrong? I need to ask you something, and you must tell me the truth." Zhao Qingxue tightly grasped Su Yuan's sleeve, her big eyes fixed on his, glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her serious demeanor, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, though he maintained a straight face, saying, "Yes, I will answer whatever you ask truthfully. If I lie, then you can eat me tonight. I'm not joking. Yes, I know. You?" Zhao Qingxue clenched her small fist and finally asked, "Did you go into that line of work?" "My." Su Yuan was momentarily confused by her question. "What line of work? Duck. I mean, did you do something bad?" "My." "Su Yuan, to be honest, I suspect you have been dealing drugs. Now tell me, is that true?" "Don't be afraid. Even if you did, I wouldn't blame you. At worst, I would accompany you to turn yourself in. You would get a few decades sentence, and I would wait for you." As Zhao Qingxue spoke, her eyes shimmered brighter with tears on the verge of spilling over. Su Yuan looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. He then embraced her and kissed her lips passionately. After savoring the sweetness, he said, "Look where your thoughts have wandered. How could I possibly do such things? Then where did your money come from?" Zhao Qingxue looked at him with a wronged expression. After receiving the property deed today, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She couldn't understand how Su Yuan had suddenly become so wealthy overnight. Where did the money come from? It was clear that his family could not provide him with such a large sum. He only earned 8,000 a month from his job and hadn't seen him doing any side gigs. Could the money have fallen from the sky? Surely there was no such thing as money falling from the sky. All the fast money methods were written in the criminal law. Zhao Qingxue then felt certain that Su Yuan had done something wrong. This thought lingered in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Su Yuan had done too much for her. Therefore, she decided that if something happened to him, she would always wait for him. "Do you know about Bitcoin?" Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head, saying, "Back in high school, I was bored, and I saw online that Bitcoin was worth a lot, so I spent my New Year's money to buy 200 of them. I just remembered this a few days ago." Of course, he couldn't tell Zhao Qingxue about the system, but she wasn't so easily fooled, and it took Su Yuan a while to come up with this excuse. Bitcoin. Zhao Qingxue blinked. Now that Bitcoin was so popular, she certainly knew what it was. But she hadn't expected it to be so valuable. Can Bitcoin buy a house? Buy a car? Of course. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue looked a bit skeptical, Su Yuan took out his phone and showed her the current market price of Bitcoin, saying, "See, currently Bitcoin is 35000 each. I bought 200, so if I sold them, I'd make a net profit of 70 million. 70 million. Zhao Qingxue counted on her fingers. That amount of money was no small sum. Even in her dreams, she couldn't imagine having that much. "That's great." She hugged Su Yuan's neck, nearly crying from joy, but her words left Su Yuan speechless. "That's great. You didn't do anything bad. Shouldn't the focus be that they have money?" "Silly girl." Su Yuan felt his heart soften at Zhao Qingxue's words. Just as he was about to cherish the moment with her, his phone rang loudly. Zhao Qingxue quickly pushed Su Yuan away and answered the phone. It was a call from the package collection point. "Miss Zhao, your package collection point is nearly overflowing with your deliveries. Please come pick them up quickly." "My package?" "Yes, they are all yours. Hurry and come get them." The caller was Sister Lin from the convenience store downstairs, where all her online purchases were sent. She was puzzled after hearing Sister Lin's words, since she hadn't bought anything recently. All right. If she remembered correctly, every time the delivery person dropped her package at the collection point, they would send her a text message. This afternoon she had indeed received quite a few messages on her phone, but since she had spent the entire afternoon thinking about Su Yuan, she hadn't paid attention to what those messages were. Now reflecting on it, those messages seemed to be from the delivery service. She quickly opened her messages, and sure enough, there were at least 50 to 60 messages from various deliveries. "Wife, that night I saw you were asleep, so I helped you clear the shopping cart." Su Yuan smiled at Zhao Qingxue. "Aren't you going to get it?" "Clearing the shopping cart." Although clearing the shopping cart is a very happy thing, Zhao Qingxue now felt a bit dizzy. She habitually added her favorite items to the shopping cart, but sometimes it was merely to bookmark them without any intention of purchasing. Especially since there were many luxury items in her shopping cart that she couldn't afford. Su Yuan wouldn't have bought them all, would he? No way. No way. No way. Hurriedly, she opened her mobile app and checked her shopping cart, only to find it completely empty. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Having money doesn't mean you can spend it recklessly. She pinched Su Yuan's arm playfully. "Come on, let's go get my pack." Hand in hand, they arrived at the convenience store's package collection point downstairs. Inside, Sister Lin was sorting through today's deliveries. Upon seeing Zhao Qingshue's, she pointed without turning her head to the pile at the back. All of these are yours. The downstairs convenience store was just a small package collection point, usually only handling the deliveries for their building, so there weren't many packages. However, today Zhao Qingshue's packages nearly occupied half of the convenience store, leaving hardly any space. Sister Lin, your express delivery collection business seems to be quite good. You must be making a decent amount from it every day, right? Someone came to the convenience store to buy something, looking at the piles of packages inside Sister Lin's store with envy, and said. Sister Lin shook her head. In this small convenience store of mine, how much business can I really have? I see you have quite a lot of packages in your store. There must be at least 100, right? The delivery collection service certainly cannot be free. In private convenience stores like this, they usually charge 1 yuan for each package collected. Don't be fooled by the fact that each package only costs 1 yuan. A many can add up over time, and in the long run it can indeed yield a considerable profit. Out of those 100 packages, 70 are this girl's. Sister Lin glanced at Zhao Qingshu helplessly and curiously asked, have you struck it rich? How did you buy so many things? Since Sister Lin was the one sorting and organizing all these packages, she inevitably saw some information on the package bags. Among these packages, besides various high-end clothes, shoes, and bags, there were also numerous cosmetics and makeup. These cosmetics and makeup products are from internationally renowned brands, and each piece is not cheap. To buy them all would cost at least several tens of thousands. Buying tens of thousands of goods in one go, what kind of family is that? My husband bought them for me. Zhao Qingshu glanced at Su Yuan with a hint of helplessness, feeling a bit embarrassed. Buying things should be done gradually, right? Buying so much all at once, what does that even mean? Sister Lin was taken aback by Zhao Qingshu's words, and the envy in her eyes was almost overflowing. Zhao Qingshu and Su Yuan had lived here for a year, and she knew very well that they were just ordinary office workers who rarely bought things. When she suddenly saw so many packages for Zhao Qingshu, she initially thought they were her own, but after thinking for a while she felt it was unlikely. Because there were simply too many packages. Who would buy so many things for no reason? Most likely Zhao Qingshu was involved in some small business reselling online, or maybe she was a micro-business seller, which is very trendy nowadays. But she never expected that these items were indeed Zhao Qingshu's own. Were there really that many? And they were all bought by Su Yuan for her. You young people really know how to pamper your wives. Sister Lin sighed and shook her head again. Not necessarily. Well, I have several nieces around your age, and their husbands aren't that great. You're such a lucky girl. Thank you, Sister Lin. Being envied certainly made Zhao Qingshu very happy as she checked her packages while secretly glancing back at Su Yuan. Just then their gazes met. Ahem, how am I supposed to carry all these packages back? Hurry up and come help me. However, after the initial joy, the next issue was giving Zhao Qingshu a headache. With so many packages, it was impossible to carry them all upstairs at once. At least 10 trips would be needed. They had already decided to move to a large apartment in Pudong tomorrow, and now moving the packages upstairs only to move them back down tomorrow was really too troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Qingshu decided to only take a few of her favorite packages, planning to move the rest directly to the car tomorrow. Being young is so great. Watching Zhao Qingshu and Su Yuan leave, Sister Lin was filled with envy and turned to take a photo of the mountain of packages to send to her recent life group. Did you see that? If you're going to marry someone who will clear your shopping cart for you. At first, when everyone saw the picture sent by Sister Lin, they didn't think much of it. After all, Sister Lin deals with express deliveries, and it's normal for a convenience store to have dozens of packages piled up. But once they realized that all these packages belonged to the same person, they were instantly envious. Sister Lin, are there really men who clear shopping carts for women nowadays? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? So there really are such good men. If I ever meet someone so thoughtful, I definitely want to keep him in a zoo to protect him. Looking at this photo in the group, many were filled with envy and sighed about their own pig-footed partners. All right, everyone disperse. Such a wonderful man is clearly not meant for us. Qingshu, this might be the most liked post of mine recently, even more than my 9 square selfies. Indeed, in this era, beauty has no competitive edge against money. Back at home, Zhao Qingshu was packing things with Su Yuan while chatting with Chi Han, who also complained about the incident where she posted a photo of a Porsche Cayenne on her moments yesterday. What a pity that car isn't mine. If that Porsche Cayenne were mine, I'd definitely post 9 squares. Qingshu, why are you so slow to reply? Have you stopped loving me? Looking at the message sent by Chi Han, Zhao Qingshu helplessly smiled. I'm just tidying up. We're moving tomorrow. Moving? Alright, you've been living there for a year. Your lease must be up. As soon as Chi Han heard this, she immediately offered. Where are you moving to? Just in time. I'll take a day off tomorrow to help you move. I feel so sorry asking you to take a day off. It's no problem. Who told you you're my best friend? How could I bear to let you tire yourself out? Zhao Qingshu paused for a moment and helplessly said, If you want to take a day off, just say so. Why do you have to come help me move? Wu Qingxue, how can you say that about me? My love for you is why I want to help you move, so I took a day off. If it's too much, I won't let you treat me to a meal. Ooh, just let me help you move. Under Qi Han's persistent persuasion, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to agree to let her come over the next day. The next day, Qi Han indeed showed up downstairs in her little car. I'm here to help you move, haha. Today, I'm all in sportswear. See, I can transform into a strongman in no time. Actually, Qi Han is quite sincere. Although she insisted on helping move, she also wanted to avoid going to work. However, she wasn't just coming to slack off. Dressed in simple, easy-to-move sports clothes and sneakers, she really did come to help with the moving. This time, they didn't need her help with anything. Su Yuan didn't hold back, as they had basically packed everything last night. As for moving things downstairs, he had hired a moving company to handle it, so there was no need for him to worry. There's nothing you need to help with at home. But there is something here. Zhao Qingxue pointed to the convenience store run by Sister Lin downstairs. Qi Han didn't understand her meaning for a moment. What? Are you planning to move the convenience store downstairs as well when you leave? Did you see those packages? They're all mine. Zhao Qingxue pulled Qi Han into the convenience store to show her the packages, then began to hug them one by one to load them into the car. Qi Han was utterly dumbfounded. Divine Water YSL Starry set Dior $9.99. And there's even a Chanel set. After regaining her composure, she squatted down to start rummaging through the packages, her eyes widening with each one she saw. These were all things that women dream of. Although she bought things every month with her meager salary, she could only reward herself with a lipstick or a pair of shoes, and she wouldn't dare to buy anything this expensive. This pile of packages was simply her dream. Her greatest pursuit in life was to be able to buy everything she liked all at once without worrying about the price. However, she felt that she would never be able to fulfill this wish in her lifetime. After all, her favorite LV handbag in the shopping cart cost over $80,000. $80,000. How long would she have to endure hardship for that? But little did she know Zhao Qingxue had already realized her dream ahead of time. Qingxue, I can handle the heavy lifting. Just stand by and drink some water while you watch me move. Don't tire yourself. After arranging for the moving company, Su Yuan hurried over when he saw Zhao Qingxue personally moving the packages and snatched them from her hands. Looking at the fine beads of sweat on Zhao Qingxue's forehead, Su Yuan recalled the first time they moved here together. It just so happened that he was in an interview that day. The interview process was extremely tedious, lasting from morning until 6 in the evening with round after round of screenings. He had intended to help with the move after the interview, but when he returned home exhausted, he found that Zhao Qingxue had already taken care of everything. All the heavy items were moved upstairs and the house was tidied up neatly while she stood behind the stove in a dirty t-shirt, awkwardly trying to cook noodles. In fact, Zhao Qingxue's background was really good. Her parents were locals from Shanghai, and they owned property there. She was also a native Shanghai girl, beautiful and gentle in character. In the dating market, she was quite eye-catching. If she weren't with him, it wouldn't be hard for her to find a man who owned property in Shanghai. Although her parents were strict with her, they had always cherished her like a treasure, never allowing her to do any heavy work. The most embarrassing moment in her life was probably when she moved alone. At that time, Su Yuan couldn't quite describe his feelings. It was a mix of sadness and deep emotion. He vowed then that even if he let himself down in life, he could never let down this silly girl who trusted. Now he finally had the ability to provide her with a good life, and he certainly couldn't bear to let her exert even a little effort. Oh, these packages are all small items. Moving them is a piece of cake for me. Zhao Qingxue, unaware of Su Yuan's thoughts at that moment, was eager to help. She complained, "We don't have that much stuff, there's no need for such a big truck, and we don't need so many people to help us move. It's such a waste of money." In truth, Zhao Qingxue used to have plenty of pocket money in school and didn't need to live so frugally. These habits of being calculative were developed only in the past year with Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled, but forcibly took all the small packages from her hands, saying, "Even if they're small packages, you can't lift a finger. The little hands of my goddess are not meant for moving. I can't take it anymore." Qi Han, holding a pile of messy packages, overheard their conversation at the convenience store entrance and immediately felt a toothache. She looked at Su Yuan with a distressed expression. "Can you please be more reasonable? It's just moving some stuff. Is it necessary to be so overdramatic? Besides, do you understand that moving each package onto the car is happiness for every woman?" For Qi Han, if these packages were hers, she would willingly move 10 mountains of packages. Isn't it even more blissful for a woman to watch her husband move all the packages onto the car while she sips a drink and chats beside him? Ignoring what Qi Han said, Su Yuan held Zhao Qingxue's hand and kissed her palm, saying, "I just can't bear to let my treasure exert even a little effort." Qi Han took a deep breath and asked Lin Jie beside her, "Sister, do you have any sunglasses for sale? I want to wear a pair and not see this dog couple anymore." Lin Jie laughed heartily and looked at Qi Han with concern. "Little girl, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Once you have one, you'll understand. I think being single is pretty good. Who needs a boyfriend? I'm an independent woman of the new era. Chi-Han said this, but secretly she shed a tear of bitterness. Nowadays men are all big pig's feet, and even ordinary-looking guys could very well be players. Finding a suitable boyfriend isn't that easy. If she had known, she should have learned from Zhao Qingxue and found a handsome guy in school early on. Look, Zhao Qingxue had practically demonstrated what a potential stock looks like. The independent women of the new era still need boyfriends. Sister, no, I'm telling you, one shouldn't be too narrow-minded. Frustrated, Chi-Han decided to stand at the door and argue with Lin Jie. Despite their differing views, they surprisingly had a very pleasant chat. After about an hour of moving, everything was packed up. Originally, Chi-Han planned for Su Yuan to drive her car, while she hitched a ride in Zhao Qingxu's Porsche Cayenne. However, when she asked Su Yuan to use her car, she watched as he turned the LaFerrari car keys in his hand and said, "I'm going to drive my own car." What car? Seeing the LaFerrari car keys in Su Yuan's hand, Chi-Han wasn't very sure. It wouldn't be a LaFerrari, would it? Bingo. Su Yuan snapped his fingers, took Zhao Qingxu's hand to open the LaFerrari, and tossed the keys to Chi-Han, saying, "Don't you want to drive the Porsche Cayenne? Then you can take our car and just have a driver take yours back." Looking at the Porsche Cayenne keys in her hand, Chi-Han felt a mix of emotions and confusion. What on earth is going on? Didn't Zhao Qingxue say that Su Yuan came from an ordinary family? An ordinary family buys her a Porsche Cayenne. An ordinary family drives a LaFerrari. Has the definition of an ordinary family changed now? Having finally accepted the reality of Su Yuan's lavish lifestyle, Chi-Han found her worldview shattered once again when she arrived at the grand flat in the Dilan mansion in Pudong following a large truck in a Porsche Cayenne. This time, even if she were to be oblivious, she couldn't help but notice something was amiss. Su Yuan was indeed very wealthy, with shopping carts filled luxury items and sprawling villas. Just one of these things would be beyond the means of an average person. Initially, she wanted to ask Su Yuan where all this money came from. But then she realized, although she was Zhao Qingxu's close friend, she had no right to pry into such matters. So she obediently kept her mouth shut, her eyes wide open to admire the beautiful scenery outside the large flat's windows. Before they moved in, Su Yuan had already hired a cleaning lady to tidy up and disinfect the place, making it extremely clean, ready for them to simply move in their belongings. What kind of fairy tale life is this? Chi-Han unreservedly threw herself onto the thick cashmere carpet beside the bay window, rubbing her face against it, filled with bliss. Just let me die on this mat. I am already a useless waste of space. Hey, I asked you to come here to work, not to lie on the floor. Su Yuan, who was busy helping with the moving, glanced at Chi-Han and smirked. You won't find a boyfriend being this lazy. Qingxue hasn't done anything either. Chi-Han turned to Zhao Qingxue, who was sitting beside her playing games. Quick, say something for me. Are you still my good friend? Qingxue has already found a husband as great as me. How can you compare? Chi-Han was infuriated by Su Yuan's words. She turned to hug Zhao Qingxue's arm. Qingxue, I'm serious. If there isn't a hot pot meal today, don't expect me to forgive you. All right, hot pot it is. After a bit of tidying up, the entire morning passed like this, with Chi-Han enthusiastically clamoring to go eat hot pot, leading the two to the brink of bankruptcy. However, before they could head out, Zhao Qingxue was urgently called back to the company by a phone call. Originally, Su Yuan was reluctant for her to return. After all, he had finally managed to get her to take a day off, and he wanted to take Zhao Qingxue out for some fun. But seeing that they were nearly done packing and the company was pressing her to return, Zhao Qingxue felt obligated to go back, no matter how much he tried to persuade her otherwise. Su Yuan had no choice but to let her go. Chi-Han, understanding the situation, took her leave, saying, "All right, I knew you would ditch me for my meal. Well, I'll take this as my compensation." She then picked a bullet-shaped lipstick from Zhao Qingxu's pile of deliveries. This time, Su Yuan had bought her dozens of lipsticks in one go, and Zhao Qingxue didn't mind at all when Chi-Han took one. "Are there any other colors you like? Just take them." "Oh, I can't use them all. If you can't take all the wool at once, it has to be taken slowly. Be careful, Qingxue. Today the manager might be on her period. Her temper is particularly bad. If you go, she'll definitely scold you." As soon as Zhao Qingxue entered the company, she sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Sitting quietly at her desk, Ying, who didn't dare speak, secretly warned Zhao Qingxue as she approached. Zhao Qingxue gave her an okay gesture and cautiously knocked on the office door. "Come in." Zhao Qingxue worked at a small clothing design company that specialized in custom-made garments. The boss was a playboy from a wealthy family who spent every day wandering around, showing little concern for the company's operations. Thus, the true power within the company lay with the manager. She was somewhat petty and generally friendly, but if you made a mistake, be prepared to endure her stormy wrath. This was also the reason why she insisted on returning when the manager called, as she didn't want to face difficulties later on for skipping work, so she thought it better to endure a little hardship now. "Manager, did you call me for a new task?" Smack. Upon hearing Zhao Qingsu's question, the manager threw the items in her hand onto the table, sneering, "Don't you know what you've done?" "What? What's wrong with me?" Zhao Qingxue clenched her fingers. Deep down she knew she hadn't made any major mistakes at work recently, and the clothes she designed had satisfied the customers. The only person she had offended was Jin Jiwen. Jin Jiwen's sister was a major client of the company, ordering clothes every month. She had only met Zhao Qingxue because Jin Jiwen had come to the company to pick up clothes for his sister. "Stop pretending. Jin Xiao has already made it clear that if you don't apologize, he won't order clothes from our company." The manager stood up, glaring at Zhao Qingxue. "You know Jin Xiao's sister is a big client for us. If we lose this long-term business, you might as well not work here anymore." "Manager, Zhao Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to the manager's words. She had no way to deal with the situation regarding Jin Jiwen. "What do you mean I? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. To put it bluntly, you just look down on Jin Xiao, right? Enough with the pretense. Someone like you who knows nothing only likes to act aloof." The manager poked Zhao Qingsu's shoulder and lowered her voice. "Do you know that someone of Jin Xiao's wealth can casually drop a handful of sand that your boyfriend would never earn in a lifetime?" "Manager, you can say what you want, but please don't involve my boyfriend, okay?" Originally, Zhao Qingxue obediently stood there taking the scolding. She had a good temperament, so being scolded didn't bother her much, as she would just feel sad for a while. But upon hearing the manager's derogatory remarks about Su Yuan, she couldn't hold back. Her bottom line was Su Yuan. Aside from her parents, she could handle anything, but no one could slander Su Yuan. "Oh, you dare to talk back." When Zhao Qingxue first joined the company, she was a complete novice and had often been scolded by the manager. In the past, Zhao Qingxue only listened silently to the scoldings, never arguing or defending herself, but unexpectedly, after she merely mentioned her boyfriend, Zhao Qingxue dared to retort, which surprised the manager immensely. But more than that, she felt anger and disdain. "Have you heard the saying that poor couples have endless woes? Let me tell you, Zhao Qingxue, the foolishness you exhibit now will only lead to tears in your future. Jin Xiao is such a good benefactor. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it later. Think carefully." Hearing the manager's words, Zhao Qingxue clenched her fists. "I have thought this through, manager." "Oh." Seeing Zhao Qingxue's expression, the manager felt it was about time. She took out a room card from the table and slipped it into Zhao Qingxue's pocket. "Since you have made up your mind, here is the room card. You know what to do. Don't put on that unwilling expression, and don't worry about your boyfriend. Who knows, maybe when you earn money, your boyfriend will be happy to take the easy route." Before the manager could finish her sentence, Zhao Qingxue took the room card from her pocket and threw it at her face. "You?" The manager did not expect Zhao Qingxue to be so bold. At first she was taken aback, but when she fully understood what had happened, she immediately trembled with anger. "Zhao Qingxue." Her voice was sharp, and the soundproofing in the office was poor, so people outside could hear her furious voice. "What happened? Why is the manager so angry? Oh my, I hope Qingxue is okay." Usually Zhao Qingxue had a good reputation in the office, and everyone knew she had been called in by the manager. Hearing the manager's roar, they all worried about her. However, Ying approached with a coffee cup and said, "I'm telling you, Qingxue is finished. Just now when I was making coffee, I passed by the office door and caught a glimpse of the manager throwing something at Qingxue's face." "Ying, you must be mistaken. There's no way Qingxue would do something like that." In everyone's eyes, Zhao Qingxue was just a soft and innocent little bunny. Nobody could believe she would do something. Ying saw that everyone was skeptical and quickly animatedly described the scene she had just witnessed. Everyone listened intently. However, before Ying could finish her words, the door to the manager's office was pushed open, and Zhao Qingxue walked out with red eyes. "I'm sorry, everyone, I have to go." "Ah." Seeing Zhao Qingxue's appearance, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words, their faces awkward. Fortunately, Zhao Qingxue did not say anything to them and rubbed her eyes before running out. "What are you looking at? I told you this is what happens when you don't know your place." Just as Zhao Qingxue's figure vanished at the company entrance, the manager followed out with a dark expression. The crowd hurried back to their seats, pretending to work. However, the manager did not leave. Clearly she was furious, still cursing angrily in the direction Zhao Qingxue had gone. "If you want to be a prostitute, at least don't put up a front. You dress up beautifully every day just to attract men, don't you? Now pretending to be pure for whom? I'm the one stuck cleaning up the mess in this company, and you're leaving thinking you're the victim, huh? Such a wretched person deserves to be poor for a lifetime." The manager's words were exceedingly vicious, and some people in the office could not bear to listen and simply fled to the corridor for peace. There was a window in the corridor that offered a view of the company entrance. When there was nothing to do, they would gather by the window. What did Qingxue do to make the manager so angry? The things the manager said were so vicious. Who knows? Qingxue was too impulsive. To be fair, our company's benefits are pretty good. If it were me, I wouldn't want to leave. But I think Qingxue might not care about that, right? After all, her boyfriend bought her a Porsche Cayenne. A few people chatted while their eyes fell on the company entrance. Unbeknownst to them, a LaFerrari had parked at the entrance. What does a Porsche Cayenne even count as? Perhaps to us ordinary folks that car is considered luxury, but to true wealthy individuals, it's just a pile. Look at that LaFerrari down there. Now that's a real luxury car. That's true, maybe our perspective is just too narrow. Sigh, if only that LaFerrari would come to pick me up. A few people joked, eager to see what kind of man would drive the La. This is too perfect, right? Broad shoulders, slim waist, long legs. He's simply a male god. With a physique like that, he must definitely have an 8-pack. He's also my ideal type. Initially, they thought the rich second generation driving the LaFerrari could be short and unattractive, but unexpectedly, he was a complete male god. The group instantly became infatuated, fantasizing about encountering their male god, almost fainting from excitement. However, before they could finish their fantasies, their eyes widened in shock. Because they saw Zhao Qingxue, who had just walked out of the company, abruptly leap into the arms of the male god. The very male god they had just been swooning over was gently holding her, coaxing her, and even from several floors up, they could feel his tenderness that was impossible to resist. Who is he? He seems to be Qingxue's boyfriend. No wonder Qingxue dared to throw something at the manager's face. I didn't expect her boyfriend to be so impressive. How come we didn't know at all? The group exchanged glances, each face filled with shock. What are you all doing? I was wondering why none of you were around. Turns out you were hiding in the corridor to enjoy the scenery. Is the view really that great? Unbeknownst to them, the manager appeared behind them, coldly questioning. The group jumped in surprise, about to say something, but the manager had already turned her gaze outside the window. At that moment, her previously intimidating face froze. It was clear she had also seen Zhao Qingxue being embraced by Su Yuan below. Manager, we should get back to work. Noticing the manager's face growing darker, the group hurriedly excused themselves. The manager could only stand there, her face ashen, as she watched the scene below. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and said, "No wonder this little girl is so capable. Turns out she has hooked a rich man. I knew you were feeling wronged." Looking at Zhao Qingxue, who had thrown herself into his embrace, Su Yuan gently patted her head, picked her up into the car, and lovingly fastened her seatbelt. "I lost my job." Zhao Qingxue had been a bit downcast throughout the journey. She had been doing well at work, but who knew that because of a rotten peach blossom, she ended up losing her job. "They'll support you." Su Yuan chuckled softly, asking, "What do you think? I can't afford to support you." "Fine, I don't eat much anyway." Being comforted like a child by Su Yuan made Zhao Qingxue feel a bit shy, but at the same time it was very sweet. She tilted her head in confusion, looking at Su Yuan. "Hey, didn't they say that rich boys go bad? How come you've actually become better and better?" "That's boys, I'm your husband." Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head, just about to take her out for something delicious, when unexpectedly his phone rang. He looked down to see the name Li Hao displayed on the screen. As soon as he saw those two characters, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Aren't you out having fun all over the place?" "What made you think of me?" Li Hao's voice carried a hint of annoyance. "Don't mention it. I was having a great time, but my dad insisted that I'm getting older and needs to come home for blind dates and marriage. That's not happening." "Marriage? That's great. At least someone will be taking care of you. I hate those nagging women, the most, always hovering around me. Who do they think they are?" Mentioning this made Li Hao impatient. "Stop rambling. Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you for a meal. If my brother is coming, I definitely have to treat you well." "How about Tanggu?" "Sure." As a well-known Michelin 3-star Chinese restaurant in the city, Tanggu had long been famous. People came and went to eat here, and regardless of the taste, the prices were definitely not low. Last time, Su Yuan had the fortune to go with the company's big leader and had been thinking about a particular dish since. This time, he seized the opportunity to take Zhao Qingxue and Li Hao to eat. This is the place. It looks even more expensive than the last Western restaurant. As the car stopped at the entrance of Tanggu, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but whisper to Su Yuan. Su Yuan naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "With this price, it's not a big deal for your husband, is it?" Why didn't you tell me about the Bitcoin thing earlier? Last time I thought that Western restaurant was too expensive. I didn't dare to eat freely." Yes, dear wife." After tossing the car keys to the valet, Su Yuan led Zhao Qingxue up to the private room he had reserved on the second floor. After telling the waiter to wait until everyone was here before ordering, he sent the room number to Li Hao. Half an hour later, Li Hao finally arrived late. Damn, this big city is really something. Even the traffic jams are refreshingly unique. Standing at the door, Li Hao was dressed in a full Versace outfit, wearing AJ shoes with hair dyed in varying shades of brown, tousled over his forehead and sides, revealing a pair of somewhat disheartened eyes. Although he looked cool, his skin was a bit dark. Su Yuan teased, "You didn't go to a coal mine to have fun, did you? How did you get so dark?" "What do you know? I did it on purpose. Being tanned is in vogue, don't you get it?" Carelessly sitting across from Su Yuan, he originally wanted to continue joking, but the next second, he saw Zhao Qingxue sitting next to Su Yuan. His eyes lit up instantly. "Haven't we met somewhere, sister?" "Get lost, this is my sister-in-law." Seeing the glint in Li Hao's eyes, Su Yuan immediately knew he was up to his old tricks, quickly wrapping his arm around Zhao Qingsu's shoulders. Li Hao was the kind of person who felt like Jia Baoyu from Dream of the Red Chamber. He couldn't live without women. He had been messing around with relationships since elementary school. In middle school, he had his first taste of love with a girl. Fortunately, his father found out, gave him a good beating, and then sent him off to a boarding high school in the county. Su Yuan met Li Hao in high school. Although they were not of the same type, both were undeniably handsome. During high school, many girls pursued both of them, but at that time Su Yuan had no interest in dating. He was only focused on studying and playing games. All the love letters and snacks he received ended up with Li Hao, and all the girls' contact information was given to him. While Su Yuan was studying, he was busy with the girls. While Su Yuan was playing games, Li Hao was still getting close to the girls. Anyway, in a day of 24 hours, the girls around him never ceased, making him a true master of charm. Later, Su Yuan was admitted to a top university, while Li Hao's grades were only enough for a vocational college, so he simply dropped out and went on to have fun. However, he also came from a wealthy family and had that capital. During college, they didn't keep in touch much due to different circles, but after 3 years of being good buddies in high school, the bond was still there. "Hello, sister-in-law." Upon hearing Su Yuan call her sister-in-law, Li Hao immediately became obedient. Although he was a bit of a scoundrel, he had his own principles. Even if a brother's woman was as beautiful as a fairy, he wouldn't lay a finger on her. Hello. Zhao Qingxue smiled and nodded at Li Hao, acknowledging him. "Hey, sister-in-law is really beautiful." Seeing Su Yuan holding Zhao Qingxue like a treasure, Li Hao nudged Su Yuan's shoulder and whispered, "Is she prettier than the one you mentioned in college?" "What?" Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Zhao Qingxue turned to Su Yuan with a puzzled look. "Did you have a girlfriend in college?" Su Yuan felt helpless due to Li Hao's antics and pushed him lightly. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the girlfriend I had in college, and now she's my wife." Initially, Li Hao's comment was intended as a tease, but he didn't expect Su Yuan to turn it around on him like he was shocked. "Let me calculate. You told me you had a girlfriend when you were a sophomore, and now it's been almost 4 years. How did you manage to stay with the same woman for 4 years?" For Li Hao, without new girls, there was no fresh blood. Even if one woman was stunning, she would only be another fish in his pond. "We are not the same as you. We truly love each other," Su Yuan said, gently pecking Zhao Qingxue's lips. "Hey, you say that as if no one else is sincere." Li Hao clutched his chest. "It's just that my heart has shattered into many pieces, each piece loving a different person." The two reminisced about their high school life and shared their experiences over the past few years, enjoying a lively conversation. The bond of friendship suddenly surged, especially after a few drinks. Zhao Qingxue had already eaten her fill. She didn't urge Su Yuan to go home, but quietly listened to the two of them talk, occasionally covering her mouth to stifle a laugh when she heard Li Hao mention Su Yuan's embarrassing moments. Having had a few drinks during the meal, Li Hao was in high spirits chatting with Su Yuan. After finishing, he was still not satisfied. Let's find another place to continue the fun," he said. By fun, Li Hao meant a nightclub or bar, although Su Yuan wasn't particularly fond of such noisy venues. He had never seen Zhao Qingxue go to such places, so he turned to her and asked, "Wife, are we going?" "No way. No way. No way." Li Hao, witnessing Su Yuan actually asking Zhao Qingxue for her opinion on such a trivial matter, exclaimed, "Your status at home must be incredibly low. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, a man cannot be controlled. The more you try to manage him, the more he will rebel. Haven't you heard that saying? Either he explodes in silence or he dies in silence." "Shut up." Listening to Li Hao's endless chatter, Su Yuan directly interrupted him, and then with a smile wrapped his arm around Zhao Qingxue, saying, "Who said my wife controls me? It's my own choice to listen to my wife." Originally, Li Hao thought Zhao Qingxue looked gentle and weak, but was actually a fierce woman who kept Su Yuan in line. But now, seeing Su Yuan's attitude, he twitched his lips, saying, "Yuan Gu, falling into depravity is the original sin. All right, you guys go ahead. I'm going home myself." Zhao Qingxue glanced at Su Yuan helplessly, a faint smile blooming on her lips, as if a mountain flower had been gently caressed by the spring breeze, the fragrance of blossoms almost palpable. "This is great. Sister-in-law is truly a straightforward person. Let me call a cab for you." Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's willingness to go home, Li Hao happily slapped his thigh and pulled out his phone to call her a cab. Although Zhao Qingxue was beautiful, bringing her to a nightclub would certainly make a statement. However, first, this was his brother's woman whom he couldn't pursue, and second, his brother had a respiratory condition, so if she went along, things might get awkward. To have fun, one must fully indulge. However, before he could finish his thought, Su Yuan had already pulled him back, and holding Zhao Qingxue, turned to leave. "Wife, how could I bear to let you go home alone? Hey, aren't you being too superficial?" This outcome left Li Hao utterly dumbfounded. He grabbed Su Yuan, still lost in their earlier high school talk, saying, "You've changed. You weren't like this before. Let me ask you, am I still your little sweetheart?" Back when he was with Su Yuan showed no interest in women at all. Why, after just 4 years apart, had he fallen into the arms of love? This is terrifying. You can take a cab back to the hotel alone. Oh, I have to accompany my wife home. Alright, I'll go with you guys. Seeing Li Hao's expression, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to change her mind. Su Yuan observed Zhao Qingxue's expression, saying, "Wife, don't feel too pressured." Li Hao struggled desperately beside them, asking, "Is going to a nightclub really that much pressure? Did I even ask you?" As they chatted, they reached the downstairs. "Sir, your total is 13600. The front desk had just printed the bill, and Li Hao swiftly paid it without giving Su Yuan a chance to pull out his bank card. Su Yuan didn't mind, just smiled and said nothing. "I booked a VIP table at Misco. Let's take a cab over and enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Huh. As a rich second-generation, Li Hao had only brought cash to the Magic City, not yet having settled down with a house or car, so he could only take a cab. He knew Su Yuan came from an ordinary background and had just graduated a year ago, likely unable to afford a car, so he thought everyone could just share a cab. However, before his cab arrived, he saw a flashy LaFerrari pull up at the entrance. He couldn't help but click his tongue, nudging Su Yuan's shoulder. "See, this is why they call it the Magic City. Luxury cars everywhere. Did you see that LaFerrari? You can't get one without a few million. It seems alright." Su Yuan nodded in response, calmly walking over to take the keys from the valet, saying, "My wife and I will head off first." "Hurry up." Li Hao never expected that LaFerrari belonged to Su Yuan. Shocked, he was momentarily speechless. Only after Su Yuan drove away did he stomp his foot and shout, "Su Yuan, you're seriously lacking in consideration. You buy a car without telling me. I want to ride in a LaFerrari too." An hour later, Su Yuan's LaFerrari stopped at the famous nightclub Misco in the Magic City. As one of the top nightclubs in the Magic City, Misco frequently hosted various collaborative events. Outside, a giant cake model was displayed in front of a huge advertisement board. The cake was exquisitely made, exuding a sense of artistry. "The top 3 spenders tonight will receive a cake." Zhao Qingxue had never been to a nightclub and only knew it as a drinking place. Thus, the cake model in front of the advertisement caught her attention. "This cake is so beautiful, no wonder they only give it to the top 3 spenders. But it's supposed to be one of the best nightclubs in the Magic City, and they're only giving away a cake for the top 3. That's way too stingy. Back where I'm from, they give out bags and phones worth much more than this." Li Hao, however, showed no interest in the event. His gaze was fixed on the beautiful women entering and exiting the nightclub. But the girls here are all stunning in their own way. The Magic City truly produces beautiful women. "Baby, let's play together later." Seemingly feeling Li Hao's intense gaze, a beauty dressed in a tight black leather skirt beckoned him with a finger. "Sure thing, baby. I'll definitely come find you later." Li Hao, being an experienced player in the dating scene, skillfully returned a sultry kiss, their gazes igniting sparks in the air before they reluctantly parted. "This cake is so pretty. Oh, I really want it. The limited edition from Millennium Cake. Last time my sister ordered from this place for her birthday, it cost over 2 million. We can't afford it, but we can at least take a photo with Avril." Soon 2 extravagantly dressed women arrived at the cake model, chatting away. "Avril can get this cake. Of course. Isn't she Ming Ge's sister? Minggu already said he'll make sure she gets the cake. Oh my god, how envious." The 2 chatted as they walked into the nightclub. After looking at the model, Su Yuan intended to follow Zhao Qingxue inside, only to find Li Hao was still standing there in a daze. "Let's go. What are you standing there for? Didn't you insist on coming?" Su Yuan slapped Li Hao on the back. Li Hao finally snapped out of his stupor and smiled. "Let's go. I booked a VIP table with a minimum consumption of 1800 yuan. I guarantee you'll have a blast." After passing through the security check at the entrance, the group arrived at the front desk and reported the reserved booth number under Li Hao's name. People who usually come to nightclubs are familiar faces, and when reserving a booth, they often communicate directly with the sales staff on WeChat in advance. Since Li Hao had booked the booth through a certain group, the sales staff immediately recognized that it was their first time here and kindly introduced them to the booth situation, saying, "The booths I manage are the best. It's still early, and there aren't many people. Feel free to choose whichever booth you like." With that, they led the group to the central booths of the nightclub for selection. These booths have a great view, being very close to the dance floor and allowing a view of the entire stage. Since it was still early, only 2 DJs were playing a slow rhythm with some light music. Originally, Li Hao wanted to choose the most eye-catching position to be the most stylish one tonight, but Zhao Qingxue wasn't fond of that, so they ultimately chose a booth against the wall, separated by screens for a bit of privacy. "What would you like to drink? Would you like some soft drinks?" With not many people around, the sales staff noticed that Li Hao seemed quite affluent and enthusiastically moved around them. "Here, darling, you order first." Handing the drink menu to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan quietly asked, "Is there anything you want to drink? These prices are too high to drink." Flipping through the drinks listed, none were below 500, which made Zhao Qingxue hesitate, as it was her first time in such an environment, and she didn't know which drinks were good. "Let's have 10 bottles of Jägermeister." As a seasoned nightclub goer, Li Hao quickly ordered 10 bottles of Jägermeister, then murmured, "We need to get a few bottles of Red Bull too." Upon hearing Li Hao's order, the sales staff couldn't help but laugh. Jägermeister with Red Bull a drink to ease 1,000 sorrows. Red Bull with Jägermeister life is not worth it. Hey, why don't you sit down and drink with us? We have a few less people today. Li Hao gave a thumbs up. Sure, I feel a connection with you. Let's drink to our heart's content today. It's quite normal for sales staff to sit down and drink with guests. If the conversation flows well, they can sell a lot of drinks throughout the night, while fostering familiarity with customers, reaping multiple benefits. You ordered 10 bottles all at once. Are we really going to finish that much? Zhao Qingxue was puzzled by Li Hao's extravagant ordering, wondering if it would be a waste if they couldn't finish it. Miss, the minimum consumption for this booth is 188 yuan, and 10 bottles of Jägermeister only cost 6,000 to 7,000, which isn't too expensive. The sales staff could tell that Zhao Qingxue was new to this place, and explained enthusiastically, also recommending, if you can't handle strong drinks, you can mix Jägermeister with Wangzai milk. It tastes quite good. Many young ladies drink it that way. Oh, you can mix drinks with Wangzai milk. I want to try that. Zhao Qingxue was surprised that drinks could be mixed with milk. The sales staff smiled and nodded. Of course, if you're interested, I can recommend other mixing methods for you to try various flavors. There's definitely something you'll like. After ordering 10 bottles of Jägermeister Red Bull and Wangzai milk, Li Hao also ordered a few bottles of whiskey beer and various snacks, along with complimentary bottled water and a fruit platter, filling the table to the brim. Where are we sitting today? As time passed, the nightclub gradually became livelier, with various beautiful girls walking by, leaving Li Hao dazzled as he liked every one of them. However, when a girl in a revealing leopard print miniskirt wrapped her arm around a man's, he suddenly stiffened, breaking his usual behavior of staring, and instead lowered his head to drink. It's Minggu. I heard he's planning to show off tonight. The sales staff clearly recognized the man with a big gold chain, and upon seeing him stood up to greet him. Minggu nodded, glancing at the 4 people at the booth, his gaze lingering on Zhao Qingxue for 2 seconds. Your new clients? Yes, these are my brothers. It's their first time here. Minggu, would you like to get acquainted? Nightclub outings are all about fun, so it's normal to introduce each other. Hearing the sales staff say that, Su Yuan nodded as a courtesy, considering it a greeting. However, when Zhao Qingxue attempted to greet, she was suddenly embraced and restricted from moving. Zhao Qingxue pushed against his chest, but couldn't budge him, so she sat quietly. The problem lay with Li. He originally didn't want to acknowledge Minggu, but since the sales staff had already spoken, ignoring it would be disrespectful. He could only lift his head and nod expressionlessly at Minggu, saying, Minggu. Oh, I wondered who looked so familiar. Turns out it's Hao Hao. Before Minggu could speak, the girl in the leopard print next to him chuckled and greeted Li Hao, clearly familiar with him. Ava, do you two know each other? Upon hearing Ava's words, Minggu raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Hao remained silent. Ava, however, cheerfully linked her arm with Minggu's and said, of course, he's the guy I mentioned who has been pursuing me. But we broke up a long time ago. I see it's quite a coincidence to meet here today. Let's drink together later. Minggu didn't think it was a big deal and sat down at a booth not far from Li Hao and the others. Bang! After Minggu and his group left, Li Hao slammed a bottle of beer down on the table. Seeing that something was off, the sales staff quickly apologized. Brother, this was my mistake. I didn't know you knew each other beforehand. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything. This is indeed my fault. Can I drink 3 bottles to make amends? Li Hao maintained a stoic face and said nothing. The sales staff didn't waste more words and directly grabbed 3 bottles of beer and downed them. After the sales staff finished drinking, Li Hao's expression softened a bit, and he waved his hand for him to leave, then sat alone to drink in silence. Even the young ladies seemed uninterested in him. Originally, Su Yuan was pouring drinks for Zhao Qingxue at the table, but seeing his demeanor, he was rather curious. Li Hao, weren't you just running into an ex-girlfriend? Is it really that serious? According to Su Yuan's knowledge, all of Li Hao's ex-girlfriends had been dumped by him. You don't understand. Feeling that beer wasn't quite satisfying, Li Hao directly opened a bottle of whiskey, drinking it straight, without mixing anything. They had just entered, and with such heavy drinking, would he not drink himself to death today? Su Yuan hurriedly snatched the bottle from his hand. Li Hao, can you just say what's on your mind? What does it mean to drink alone here? After being scolded by Su Yuan, Li Hao's mood improved a bit, and he let out a bitter smile, finally sharing the story of him and Avril. Frequently walking by the river, how could one avoid getting their shoes wet? Although Li Hao claimed to be a playboy in love and ultimate sea king, his greatest ambition in life was to raise all the fish of the world, leaving others with none to keep. But even a playboy could eventually turn back. It was because of Avril that Li Hao almost got ashore. They met at a vacation beach in Chengdu. At that time, the beach was filled with beautiful bikini-clad women, all teasing Li Hao, the muscular man. However, Li Hao, who was seriously sunbathing, was completely unmoved by these beauties, simply lying on the beach under the sun. But who would have known he hadn't sunbathed long before someone leaped into his arms, grabbing the handle of his large umbrella. He angrily opened his eyes to see Avril, panic written all over her face. To be fair, Avril wasn't tall and was very petite. She couldn't be called a great beauty. However, she had a very youthful appearance with a somewhat baby-faced cuteness that easily triggered a protective instinct. At that glance, Li Hao's anger dissipated. But awkwardly, his big umbrella was stirring, eager to begin its mission. Thus the two became acquainted, and soon Li Hao felt he had met his true love. He pursued Avril passionately, and a month later they naturally got together. 2 months later, a home run. 3 months later, he discovered Avril was in a hotel with someone else. At that time, when his friend told him this, Li Hao had just finished a call with his parents promising to bring his girlfriend home to meet them in a few days. So one can imagine how heartbroken Li Hao was. After listening to Li Hao's tale of blood and tears, Su Yuan felt this was his retribution. After all, he had also enjoyed fishing at the time. However, as his brother, he still offered some comfort. Well, Li Hao, there are plenty of fish in the sea. This fish was never meant for you, so let's not force it. Su Yuan's consolation was completely ineffective, and Li Hao continued to drink in sorrow. Seeing him like this, Su Yuan said nothing more. As time passed, the nightclub became increasingly lively with all the surrounding tables completely filled. On stage, a hot DJ had somehow taken over wildly, keeping the beat with the music, making the atmosphere more vibrant without anyone noticing. Oh, I believe everyone already has a preliminary understanding of tonight's events at our club. The top 3 spenders will receive a limited edition cake co-branded with Millennium. This cake is co-branded with us, and there are only 3 in the world. You won't be able to buy it again. Oh, it's a unique limited edition. If you love her, give her this cake. The host on stage passionately concluded, and the music suddenly became explosive. Countless women rushed to the stage, dancing to the rhythm, and the air was thick with hormones filled with flirtation and alluring glances. Brother Ming, your 10 bottles of Ace of Spades. The table was rather quiet due to Li Hao's romantic misfortunes, as several women who had initially approached him for drinks were all turned away. In contrast, Brother Ming's table was very lively with numerous women flocking towards him. Brother Ming was also very generous, opening 10 bottles of Ace of Spades one moment and 10 bottles of champagne the next, nearly bringing the atmosphere to its peak. Many salespeople gathered around to take photos and post on social media. What a waste. Watching the waitstaff continuously bring in bottles, Zhao Qingxue, sitting next to Su Yuan, obediently nibbled on snacks and drank Wangzai milk. Su Yuan gently looked at her. Wife, you are right. TCH, I don't know what Brother Ming sees in that bitch, making him so infatuated with her. 2 heavily made-up girls sat at the adjacent table, probably upset for not squeezing into Brother Ming's table, and sat there chatting discontentedly. Brother Ming just likes her for being flirtatious. By the way, have you heard? That bitch's ex-boyfriend is also in this nightclub. I heard too. That bitch, to win Brother Ming's favor, even said her ex-boyfriend wasn't good in bed. Is that true? Absolutely. I heard her say with my own ears that she wasn't with Brother Ming for money, but because Brother Ming was good in bed. Do you think a girl like her being so flirtatious wouldn't attract Brother Ming? The 2 women chatted without a care, and although it was hard to catch every word, the general meaning was still conveyed to the 3 of them. Su Yuan looked over at Li Hao. Sure enough, the originally sullen Li Hao had transformed, his face turning pale and his eyes nearly blazing with fire. It was understandable. What man wouldn't mind matters of that nature? Especially being compared to someone else by the woman he loved. Oh, anyone would likely explode upon encountering such a situation. Su Yuan's expression also darkened. After all, it was his friend who was being bullied. That Avril had indeed gone too far. You might say you cheated, but the person didn't hold it against you, not even scolding you when breaking up, yet you took the matters from bed and spread them everywhere. Isn't that just rubbing someone's face in the dirt? Where's the salesperson? Li Hao, who had been silent, directly called over the salesperson and pointed at him with a dark expression. The salesperson thought he was still angry about earlier, feeling somewhat awkward, but little did he know that his next sentence shocked him. Bring me 100 bottles of Ace of Spades. The classic Ace of Spades sells for 8 a bottle here, so 10 bottles would be 8,800, and 100 bottles would amount to 8,800. Although in such a large nightclub rich second generations and owners were numerous, it's not unusual for someone to open 10 or 8 bottles of Ace of Spades, but opening 100 bottles at once was still quite rare. After all, even the rich second generations are not fools. It's unrealistic to throw tens of thousands here every day, even if occasionally they feel generous and splash out some money. Alright, I'll arrange that for you right away. The salesperson, seeing Li Hao's generosity, immediately ran to call for arrangements. Before long, a dozen waiters formed a path, and the Ace of Spades was brought in bottle by bottle under the mesmerizing lights. Oh ho! Seeing that 100 bottles of Ace of Spades had been opened silently here, the attention of most people was instantly drawn over. Elvira, your cake tonight seems rather precarious. And your ex-boyfriend just cracked open 100 bottles of black truffle. And Elvira, exactly who is your ex-boyfriend? Li Hao's staggering cascade of 100 black truffle A bottles instantly earned him royal treatment from the nightclub, its full deference and prestige. Seeing how few people occupied that VIP booth, and how strikingly handsome the man was, several young women began eyeing it with unmistakable intrigue. Minggu and Elvira's booth stood close enough to observe every detail unfolding there. Upon learning it was Li Hao who had opened the 100 bottles, Elvira blinked in disbelief. Impossible. She had dated Li Hao for 2 months. He'd never taken her to a nightclub, and their dinners were always at cheap, gimmicky, internet-famous restaurants. He simply did not strike her as someone capable of such extravagant nightlife indulgence. Of course it's him. Why don't you go over and say hello? Rekindle some old flames, someone teased with a grin. At those words Ming Ji's expression darkened instantly. Elvira rolled her eyes, then turned and nestled into his arms, coaxing him playfully. Minggu, shall we hit the dance floor together? No. In with a dismissive wave, Minggu picked up a bottle of black truffle A from the table and slowly poured it down Elvira's chest. The sudden brazen act startled Elvira, but the crowd erupted in raucous cheers, and only then did Ming Ji's scowl soften into smug satisfaction. Minggu, remember, we're counting on that cake tonight. Give it your all. And though the club was running a special promotion, it held little allure for true elites, thus few second-generation tycoons or wealthy entrepreneurs had shown up. Minggu, however, was widely recognized within that circle. He moved effortlessly through this world, well acquainted with other heirs and business magnates who frequented the venue, often drinking side by side with them. To most he was the definition of a powerhouse, and indeed he routinely spent over 100,000 yuan in a single night. After the promotion was announced, he'd finally relented to Elvira's persistent coaxing, vowing to spoil her, no matter the cost, to ensure she claimed that coveted cake. No need to rush. I promised her the cake. I will deliver it. What's the hurry? Few high rollers had attended tonight, so 100 bottles of black truffle A would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 highest expenditures, but even first place left 2 others still unclaimed. There remained second and third, and has my spending tonight secured me a spot in the top 3. And while Minggu watched that ranking with fierce anticipation, Li Hao was equally fixated on the same prize. Truth be told, though Li Hao enjoyed nightlife, he was far less enamored with ostentatious displays. Flirting and ambiguous charm excited him more than flaunting wealth through liquor. Though affluent, he rarely spent more than 20,000 yuan in one night at a club. This time, however, his 100-bottle spree was born not of vanity, but of raw, simmering indignation, a direct challenge aimed squarely at Minggu. Yes, it's confirmed. Unless something unforeseen occurs, you'll take first place tonight. And second and third, and let me check. As of now, Mr. Li from table 99 has spent 4500 yuan, while Minggu stands at 15000. Barring surprises, it will be the 3 of you. Your club's spending threshold is absurdly low. Just over 100,000 yuan lands you in the top 3, and the mere thought of that cake reignited Li Hao's ire. Well, not every patron shares your generosity. And the sales manager found himself cornered, his dilemma palpable. Su Yuan, who had been quietly holding Zhao Qingsu beside him, suddenly spoke. Could you arrange another VIP booth for me? We're fully booked. No availability left. And the sales manager shrugged, helplessly puzzled by the request. No availability. Na faint knowing smile curved Su Yuan's lips. Then what if I order 99 bottles of black truffle A for that booth? Right away. I'll make it happen. And nightclub sales staff lived not on base salaries, but on commissions from booth bookings and premium liquor sales. Initially, he declined Su Yuan's request, not out of reluctance, but because he believed tonight's earnings were already ample, making extra effort unnecessary. Yet upon hearing the offer of 99 bottles of black truffle A, he felt galvanized, ready to scale mountains and brave infernos. Without hesitation, he rallied trusted colleagues, and within minutes, Su Yuan's new VIP booth was secured. Hold that booth for me. I'll order 99 more bottles of black truffle A. Deliver them here, but keep the expenditures strictly separate. Understood. The message was unmistakable. Su Yuan wasn't spending recklessly. He was investing in Li Hao's dick. Li Hao froze, then seized a bottle of whiskey and drained it in one fiery gulp. Brother Yuan, no more words. From this day forward, you're my sworn brother. Not bound by birth date, but by fate. May we live as one, die as one, even buried side by side in the next life. And stop. Su Yuan shuddered visibly, waving his hands frantically, then ducked his head and planted several quick affectionate kisses on Zhao Qingsu's cheek. Zhao Qingsu flushed crimson, gently pushing him away. What are you doing? And wife, did you hear what he just said? He said he wants to be buried with me. And Su Yuan thumped his chest, nuzzling his face against Zhao Qingsu's slender shoulder. Who on earth would share a grave with him? And I want to be buried with you. And Li Hao's eyes had already welled with genuine emotion, tears poised to spill, only to be abruptly reined in. Is it so hard for me to be sincerely sentimental once in a while? The last time I cried was at my grandmother's funeral. Do you really have to waste my sincerity like this? And you speak as if there's something between us. Not at all, Su Yuan retorted, cradling Zhao Qingsu tighter. Wife, I'm utterly innocent where he is concerned. And, oh, another boss just ordered 99 bottles of black truffle. And so many big spenders tonight. That boss who ordered 99 bottles looks incredibly handsome too. And already the center of attention after Li Hao's 100-bottle spectacle, Su Yuan's follow-up detonated the entire club. Dozens of stunning, captivating beauties couldn't resist glancing their way, their bold, smoldering gazes nearly suffocating in intensity. Yet soon they noticed something curious. Though the boss who'd ordered 99 bottles commanded awe, he displayed not the slightest interest in the throng of admirers surrounding him. Even the most sought-after, celebrated beauties, confident, radiant, and accustomed to effortless access, were politely but firmly barred by attendants stationed before the booth. Apologies. Master Yuan values his privacy. Who is that woman? What a bold move, monopolizing two big bosses all by herself. Doesn't she fear choking on such greed? What nonsense are you spouting? I suspect she might be the man's younger sister. Why do you say that? Tell me, how many men sit beside a stunning woman doing nothing but mixing cocktails? Su Yuan and Li Hao's booth had become a glistening slab of prime meat, luring a pack of predatory women whose sharp gazes brimmed with malice and suspicion toward Zhao Qingxue, the sole woman seated there. At first the women assumed Zhao Qingxue had cunningly seized control over both men, but closer observation soon dispelled that notion. Though seated at the booth, she exchanged almost no words with the darker-skinned boss. With the fairer, more delicate one she appeared intimately close. Yet their interactions remained utterly platonic. They simply sat side by side, playfully blending various liquors, sipping little, never indulging in coy glances or furtive touches. The women could not fathom the true nature of their bond. Mixing cocktails is so much fun. The colors are absolutely dazzling. Su Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the speculation swirling around his relationship with Zhao Qingxue. His restraint was simple. He had no desire to treat her with anything less than profound respect. Before, when few eyes were upon them, a stolen kiss now and then went unnoticed, and thus felt harmless. But now their booth drew attention like a magnet. Any physical familiarity would betray disrespect, not only toward her, but toward the quiet dignity of their bond. Nor did he wish for others to witness his wife's blushing grace. Brother Ming, shall we open another dozen bottles of Dom Perignon? As the music intensified and midnight bled into 130 m, the event would conclude at 200 m. Yet judging by Brother Ming's modest liquor order so far, victory among the top three spenders seemed increasingly unlikely. And should he fail, her promised cake would vanish, leaving Avril quietly anxious. She had already boasted in her social circle that tonight she'd treat her closest friends to cake. If she failed, her face would burn with shame. Pressed by Avril's questioning, Brother Ming grew irked. What's your hurry? We haven't even finished what we've ordered yet. Wait until then. I swore I'd secure that cake for you, and I will. Sensing his rising irritation, Avril instantly softened her tone, pouting playfully. I was just teasing, Brother Ming. Don't be cross with me, please. You know better. With that, he gave her thigh a light pat and rose. Keep drinking. I'll be right back from the— Hurry back. I'll be waiting. A restroom break after so much alcohol struck no one as unusual, though everyone remained seated reveling in the booth's electric energy. Avril meanwhile swayed her body to the rhythm while clutching a bottle of Black Label Ace, her gaze repeatedly drifting toward Li Hao's booth. Li Hao's corner remained eerily still, out of sync with the club's pulsing vitality, yet it attracted an astonishing number of glances. Recalling how he'd ordered 100 bottles of Black Label Ace, at once Avril's chest tightened. When they were together, he'd been penniless. Where had this sudden wealth sprung from? Yet those 100 bottles were undeniably real. Had she misjudged him entirely? Truth be told, Avril had once held genuine affection for Li Hao. His sculpted physique, striking features, and unwavering devotion made him the perfect companion to parade before peers. Had poverty not shadowed him, she might well have chosen him. But destitution left no room for sentiment. So she turned away, seeking surer ground. And yet, if he truly possessed wealth, had she just discarded a golden opportunity? Hey, already past 2. Where's Brother Ming? Maybe he's vomiting in the restroom from too much drink. Let's go check. As Avril brooded, the clock struck 150 m. Her panic flared, the cake contest deadline loomed, and Brother Ming had vanished without trace. Could he have fled? Avril, your cake is gone. Never imagined Brother Ming would pull a runner like this. What a revelation. When Brother Ming failed to reappear, someone dispatched a server to the restrooms, only to learn he'd slipped out through the rear exit. The implication hung heavy and unmistakable. Amused onlookers gathered around Avril, grinning with undisguised schadenfreude. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she snatched out her phone. Impossible, he promised me that cake. Something must have come up. I'll call him right now. All eyes watched, some pitying, some mocking, as she dialed. The line rang endlessly unanswered. He's probably tied up. Everyone knows he runs a business full of last-minute emergencies. Desperate Avril scrambled for an excuse. But the crowd's expressions hardened into open derision. At this hour, an emergency. Who believed this was plainly a case of defeat and retreat? Time's up for our special promotion. Let's unveil tonight's top 3 spenders. First place goes to Young Master Hao of booth 82. Second place, Young Master Yuan of booth 16. Third place, Mr. Lee of booth 99. Promptly at 2 o'clock, the host strode on stage to announce the winners. A jubilant roar erupted as shimmering ribbons burst into the air, and 3 exquisitely crafted dreamlight cakes glided forward on rolling carts. Each cake bathed in a brilliant spotlight, escorted by 7 or 8 elegantly dressed women who guided them toward the victorious booths. Stunning. No wonder it's a limited edition collaboration with Millennium Cakes. If only someone bought me one, I'd die happy. Quick, take a photo for my Moments feed. The sight of the 3 radiant cakes captivated nearly every woman present. After all, could anyone resist such ethereal beauty? Honey, the cake has arrived. Though Su Yuan's reservation was under booth 16, he sat at booth 82, so both cakes converged upon their table. The waitstaff offered warm congratulations before placing the cakes upon the table, whereupon Su Yuan immediately slid one gently toward Zhao Qingxue. Even more breathtaking up close. The craftsmanship is exquisite. It must taste divine. Blinking wide-eyed at the confection before her, Zhao Qingxue breathed out in pure delight. Indeed, its otherworldly elegance resonated perfectly with her innermost girlish dreams. If you like it, just cut and eat it. Su Yuan picked up the knife beside him, preparing to slice the cake, only to be stopped by Zhao Qingxue. Qihan also loves desserts. Let's take it home and invite her over to share. Though her mouth flooded with saliva, Zhao Qingxue restrained herself, determined to bring the cake home for Qihan. In truth, she always thought of Qihan first whenever she acquired something special, not only because their personalities naturally harmonized, but also because over the past year since graduation, Qihan had offered her tremendous support. Knowing Zhao Qingxue was frugal, Qihan would often buy double portions of things she hesitated to purchase herself, then insist she bought too much and press one portion into her hands. Isn't that simple, eh? Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Su Yuan set down the knife, and without hesitation slid the cake the waiter had placed before Li Hao directly toward her. One to eat now, one to take home. Hey, that's going too far. Li Hao, who'd been scheming to use the cake to charm someone, watched in disbelief as Su Yuan snatched it away. This was my ultimate charm weapon. You just swore you'd be buried beside me, yet now you balk at parting with a single cake. Ignoring Li Hao's protests, Su Yuan placed both cakes before Zhao Qingxue and pulled out his phone. Honey, let me take your picture. He snapped photo after photo, rapid, eager, unrelenting, while Zhao Qingxue cheerfully posed with practiced grace. Honey, this one's stunning, this one's exquisite, and this one's absolutely radiant. Enough said, let's post a perfect 9-grid collage on our Moments. Watching the two lovingly huddle over their phones, selecting photos with tender concentration, Li Hao sighed deeply and reached again for his wine bottle, wisely resolved at last never to join a couple on a night out. All right, tonight we'll draw one lucky soul to celebrate with me. Finding solo drinking dull, Li Hao seized his wine bottle, vaulted onto the table, and boomed the announcement. Already surrounded by admiring young women, the moment Li Hao shouted, the entire area erupted into feverish excitement. Hey handsome, look this way. Sizzling beauties swayed provocatively toward their table, casting smoldering glances at Li Hao's face. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, leapt down from the table, and casually swept a woman into his arms. Baby, you're the one. The moment I saw you, I knew you're my destined soulmate. The woman nestled in his embrace, gazed back, eyes laced with honeyed allure. Is that so? Absolutely. Grinning, Li Hao guided her to the booth and introduced her to Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan. My girlfriend. Huh. Zhao Qingxue stared, utterly bewildered. Just moments earlier, Li Hao had been mourning his ex-girlfriend, and now he was declaring another woman his girlfriend. She stood frozen, dumbfounded. Yet the woman beside Li Hao remained perfectly composed, smiling warmly as she nodded to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue and introduced herself. I'm Casey. Oh, I'm Zhao Qingxue. Pleased to meet you. Su Yuan barely registered her. She seemed merely a prop, but Zhao Qingxue responded with sincere, unhurried courtesy, offering her full name. Few ever shared real names at nightclubs, as such encounters were fleeting, ephemeral, dissolving at dawn. Zhao Qingxue's earnest honesty astonished Casey, who clapped a hand over her mouth, laughing softly. You don't come here often, do you? No, I've never been before. That explains it. Though leaning against Li Hao, Casey's gaze lingered curiously on Su Yuan. And who is this gentleman? My husband. Zhao Qingxue slipped her arm through Su Yuan's. He's rather reserved, quiet by nature. How truly fortunate you are. Countless others had long envied Zhao Qingxue, and Casey was no exception. Intrigued, she'd long wondered about the nature of their bond. Now, learning the truth, she felt sudden clarity, and an ache of envy mingled with deep, wistful admiration. Women like them, regulars of the nightlife circuit, were seldom short of male attention. Yet those men pursued them not for love, but for conquest, hungering only for their bodies, their heat, their temporary surrender. A man like Su Yuan, who brought his wife to a nightclub, lavished extravagant sums on champagne and cake, and whose gaze never strayed from her, was rarer than phoenix feathers. No, truly he was unparalleled. She'd never encountered anyone like him. They stayed at disco until 3 a.m. Zhao Qingxue sat drowsy in her seat. Li Hao and Casey, thoroughly intoxicated, swayed with every breath. Only then did Su Yuan begin arranging their departure. With staff assistance, Su Yuan escorted the inebriated Li Hao to the front desk to settle the bill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 879912 credits on behalf of your wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a tenfold reward of 8709120 credits, now deposited into your account balance. Please verify receipt at your convenience. Each paid separately. After settling his tab, Li Hao winced, visibly muttering under his breath, should have known better than to show off. What a loss. Though born into wealth, Li Hao contributed nothing, relying entirely on his family's allowance. To rein in his excesses, they'd slashed his monthly stipend from 3 million to 1 million credits over the past 2 years. One lavish night out, and his entire month's allowance vanished. Su Yuan, however, felt no sting. It's just 100 bottles of black truffle, after all. 100 bottles. Li Hao staggered, slurring, 100, what was it again? Seeing he'd nearly lost consciousness, Su Yuan instructed the club staff to deliver him home later, then hailed 2 cars, one for Li Hao and Casey, the other for himself and Zhao Qingxue. Within minutes they arrived at the expansive penthouse of Delan residence. Honey, rest first. I'll settle them in upstairs and be right down. Judging it unkind to abandon Li Hao at a hotel, Su Yuan decided instead to host him in the penthouse above. After all, he'd purchased an extra unit and used untouched. Here's the key. Please look after him. Once upstairs, Su Yuan confirmed Li Hao was simply asleep. No cause for alarm, and tossed the key to Casey. He's all yours to tend to. Casey's eyes widened with unrestrained delight at the sight of the multi-million credit penthouse. She nodded eagerly. I'll take excellent care of him. Good. Eager to return to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan dismissed further concern. This unit remained unoccupied anyway. I'll let them do as they pleased. Darling, my sweet, don't leave me. Just as Su Yuan turned to depart, Li Hao jolted upright, as if resurrected, shouting suddenly. Su Yuan recoiled, startled. Are you insane? You're the one who's insane, Li Hao retorted instinctively, whether lucid or not no one could say, before collapsing back into slumber. Why are you getting up so early when you don't even have to go to work, my dear? After a late night of fun, Su Yuan had fallen asleep around 4 o'clock, so he allowed himself to sleep in a little longer. When he opened his eyes, it was exactly 11 in the morning. He had initially wanted to enjoy some intimate moments with Zhao Qingxue in bed. However, to his surprise, he turned over and found the bed empty. After searching around the house, he discovered that Zhao Qingxue was already in the kitchen wearing an apron. Of course, even if I don't work, I need to maintain the good habit of getting up early. Besides, I can't just stay unemployed forever. He'll start looking for a new job in a couple of days. Although Su Yuan was now wealthy and had achieved his previous goals of owning a house and a car, Zhao Qingxue felt that she couldn't let herself become complacent. Hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Su Yuan walked behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder like a clingy big dog. He licked Zhao Qingxue's round pearl-like earlobe and whispered, how about we quit our jobs and enjoy life instead? Huh, how could we not work? What I'm suggesting is that we used to work for others because we lacked capital. Now that we have capital, we should do what we want to do. You've always wanted to be a beauty content creator, right? Now that you don't have a job, it's the perfect time to start making videos. Zhao Qingxue, while being a fashion designer, was also very interested in makeup and had always wanted to be a beauty content creator. She had even opened an account intending to occasionally share her beauty tips, but due to her busy work schedule, she never found the time to develop it. Now that she heard Su Yuan's suggestion, she felt a little tempted. But this means the income won't be stable. Then let your husband support you. Su Yuan tightened his embrace around Zhao Qingxue, saying, once you become a big content creator with millions of fans, I can just stay home and live off you. What do you mean by living off me? That sounds so unpleasant. But I love living off my wife's success. Just as they were being affectionate in the kitchen, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Qingxue pushed Su Yuan. All right, go answer the door. Su Yuan had intended to enjoy some intimate moments during the morning, but with this plan interrupted, he reluctantly walked to the door. Standing at the door were Casey and Li Hao. Casey thought Su Yuan was a wealthy second generation, so she wasn't particularly surprised. However, Li Hao was shocked. What the heck, Yuan, go, what's going on? You have a Lamborghini and a luxury apartment. It's even more extravagant than mine. They had lived together for 3 years, so Li Hao was well aware of Su Yuan's living conditions. His family was quite ordinary, living a very simple life, where the price of a single piece of clothing could cover Su Yuan's expenses for a year. Therefore, when he first saw Su Yuan inviting him to dinner at Tanggu, spending 10,000 in one go, he thought Su Yuan was just putting on a brave face, and he insisted on paying. But who would have known that as soon as they stepped out, Su Yuan drove off in a Lamborghini. Having drunk too much the previous day, he hadn't had time to think, but when he woke up in the luxury apartment today, he was utterly bewildered. It was Kaisi who informed him that this was Su Yuan's place. "I'm just being low-key," Su Yuan casually replied. "Do you think I'm like you showing off just because I have a bit of money?" Li Hao had a fiery temper. He often got into fights during high school and was a troublemaker that drove the teachers and principal crazy. Although he had matured a bit in recent years and his temper had cooled, he still retained the fiery spirit of his youth. If someone else had said he was showing off with a little money, he would have lost his temper. Yet in front of Su Yuan, Li Hao not only didn't react, but also walked in and plopped himself down on the soft sofa in the living room, grinning. "I'm broke now, I have no money, Yuan. Go, from now on I'll rely on you to support me." "You're not my wife, why would I support you?" Su Yuan sat down too. "Unless you call me Dad, I could support my son." "Dad, please accept your son's bow." As a well-off second generation who could take a joke, Li Hao didn't hesitate to bend down for benefits. "Get out of here, are you really calling me that?" Su Yuan had only been joking, but when Li Hao actually called him that, it sent shivers down his spine. "Yuan, Dad, I'm your one and only son, you can't disown me." Sometimes when Li Hao got thick-skinned, he became thicker than a city wall. He stood up and headed toward the kitchen. "Where's my incredibly beautiful fairy mom? What delicious food is she making?" Zhao Qingxue, who was making breakfast in the kitchen, of course heard what Su Yuan and Li Hao were saying in the living room, but she didn't expect Li Hao to bring the joke back to her. Her hand holding the spatula trembled slightly. She turned around and stared at Li Hao, whose face was exposed with 12 big white teeth, for 2 seconds, and said, "I don't have a son as dark as you. This is a beautiful tan. A beautiful tan." Li Hao leaped up upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words. Of this was the result of his hard-earned sunbathing for half a month. He had even shed 2 layers of skin while tanning. After Zhao Qingxue finished making breakfast, the 4 of them sat down to eat a breakfast that wasn't quite a breakfast. After eating, Su Yuan, feeling full, grabbed his keys and went upstairs to take a nap, reminding them before leaving he'll come down for dinner later. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you really planning to stay here? Don't joke around, Dad. If I don't stay at home, are you going to kick me out?" Li Hao looked at Su Yuan with innocent eyes. "By the way, you haven't transferred my allowance for this month yet. When do you have time to send it over? Love you, moi. Get lost." Seeing that Li Hao insisted on staying here, Su Yuan thought about it and found no issue since the house was empty anyway. But the problem was, what did it mean for him to come down every day and disrupt his time with Zhao Qingxue? Feeling distressed, Su Yuan took out his phone, planning to hire a nanny to prevent Li Hao from coming downstairs. "Husband, come here and do my makeup." While Su Yuan was looking for a nanny, Zhao Qingxue had already tidied up the kitchen and set out her various bottles and jars, obediently sitting in front of the vanity, waiting for Su Yuan. Su Yuan also put down his phone, walked over to Zhao Qingxue's side, took a bottle of primer, poured a little into his palm, and carefully applied it to Zhao Qingxue's face, slowly blending it with his fingertips. This was something Su Yuan often did. Initially, he didn't know how to do makeup, but when Zhao Qingxue was particularly busy for a while and came home late every day, he felt sorry for her and took it upon himself to learn how to do makeup and remove it, and now she just had to lie back and enjoy. Later, after watching some professional makeup tutorials, he surprisingly became quite good at it. Now, if he wasn't busy, he would personally do Zhao Qingxue's makeup. This time, Zhao Qingxue posted a tutorial on how to achieve a school beauty makeup look. While sitting and filming herself, she had Su Yuan apply makeup on her face, all the while providing commentary. Everyone, look, the key to the school beauty makeup is to keep the makeup clean, and also the eyebrows need to look natural. For the lips, you must choose a lively shade of lipstick. I think this vibrant orange is quite nice. Subtle, it doesn't look overly mature, yet still catches the eye. In total, the 3-minute video took Zhao Qingxue about an hour to film. Then she spent another hour editing it. After watching it several times and feeling satisfied, she solemnly posted the video on her personal account. After posting the video, Zhao Qingxue began waiting for comments while holding her phone. Her account wasn't new, she had posted a few videos before, but they received only lukewarm responses. Firstly, there were too many beautiful girls, and her video wasn't particularly outstanding. Secondly, she hadn't put much effort into managing this account. However, she now planned to earn money through this, so she naturally cared about the response to her video. "Alright, you think about new video ideas at home, I have something to do, I'll step out for a bit." Seeing Zhao Qingxue's nervous expression, Su Yuan playfully pinched her cheek. "Okay, you go ahead, the sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back." Zhao Qingxue didn't ask where he was going, waved him off, and let him leave. Su Yuan took the keys, exited his house, then went upstairs and rang the doorbell. This time it was Li Hao who was napping who grumbled as he got up to open the door. Seeing him in disarray, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you up to?" "What else could it be?" Li Hao's expression improved when he saw Su Yuan. "I was just getting started when you showed up. Do you know this could lead to impotence if it continues like this? Stop talking nonsense, come out with me, hurry, and change your clothes." "Fine." Su Yuan ignored him and picked up his phone from the table. "I'll use your phone to call a cab." If it weren't for our bond since birth, I would have knocked you out by now." Although somewhat reluctant, Li Hao still grumpily ran off to change his clothes. Seeing Kaisi standing beside him in a big shirt, Su Yuan said to her, "If you have nothing else to do, you might as well." "Sure." Earlier, when Su Yuan only invited Li Hao to go out, Kaisi wisely didn't suggest joining them. She was actually eager to go along. Now hearing Su Yuan say this, she immediately raised her eyebrows and turned to go put on makeup. After both of them changed, Su Yuan directly took them downstairs. Li Hao then asked, "Where are we going?" "You'll find out when we get there." "Oh." Since Su Yuan was unwilling to say, Li Hao didn't press the issue, either, though he felt something was off. When he saw Su Yuan arrive in a Porsche Cayenne, he finally realized, "Whoa, don't you have a car? Why were you using my phone to call a cab?" Su Yuan turned to him with a smile. "I'm calling my own car." Li Hao was shocked by Su Yuan's move. "I'm broke right now, and you're still squeezing me dry." In truth, when Li Hao said he was broke, he wasn't exaggerating, he really was. The main reason was that he had been too extravagant before. When he came over this time, he had around $1 million in his account, but last night at the bar he blew around 8 or 900,000, leaving him with only a few thousand. He still needed to stretch those few thousand over half a month. "Does that mean I'm getting a free meal? Aren't you rich now? I told you my money is for supporting my wife." As the two of them bickered, Su Yuan soon drove to Wanatian Square. Seeing the food street below the square, Li Hao was satisfied. "At least you have a conscience knowing to treat me to a meal." Rolling his eyes at him, Su Yuan ignored him and led him and Kaisi into the flagship store of Millennium Cake. As an internationally renowned cake brand, Millennium Cake specializes in luxury cakes, thus earning the title of the Hermes of cakes. Of course, the prices of the cakes here are not cheap. The lowest ones cost over $1,000 each. The store, decorated with great style, was filled with transparent display cases casting warm orange light that illuminated various beautifully styled cakes. "What's this for? Are you throwing me a birthday party?" Li Hao had no interest in these cakes and didn't want to look at them. However, Kaisi next to him started to look closely at each cake. "These cakes are really beautiful. No wonder the girls at the nightclub went crazy for that Millennium collaboration cake. Which girl do you think would like it the most?" Su Yuan glanced at Kaisi, realizing bringing her was indeed the right choice. As soon as Kaisi heard Su Yuan's question, she understood what he meant and winked at him. "Are you throwing a birthday party for your sister-in-law?" "Yes." Su Yuan nodded while looking at the cakes. "But I want to give her a surprise, so don't tell her." "That's so nice." Watching Su Yuan seriously select cakes, Kaisi let out a barely audible sigh. Su Yuan didn't catch what she said and instinctively asked, "What?" "It's nothing. I think this one is great." Kaisi pointed to a 0.5% high 6-layer golden rose cake in the middle of the store. "I think this design is very beautiful. It's just a birthday, why buy something so expensive?" Li Hao leaned over to take a look at the price and felt it was, but it's not surprising he found it expensive, as this cake was priced over $2 million. That amount could buy a house. Is it really that beautiful? In fact, Su Yuan didn't really understand what girls liked, which is why he invited Kaisi and Li Hao for help. Now Li Hao's input was zero, leaving only Kaisi's opinion. Hearing Su Yuan's question, Kaisi nodded seriously. "It's true. If my boyfriend gave me such a cake, I'd be willing to marry him on the spot." After saying that, she glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao responded directly, "Why are you looking at me? I can't afford such an expensive cake." After saying that, he pointed at a regular one nearby. "I think this one is fine for a birthday, why complicate things?" However, just as he finished speaking, Su Yuan had already approached the counter to order that cake. Ding. "Congratulations, the host has spent $2,090,000 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue, and received a tenfold rebate of $20,900,000, which has been deposited into your balance. Please check it." Buying a cake for over $2 million. Li Hao looked at Su Yuan's prompt payment and immediately clutched his chest, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. "You even charge me for sitting in your car, yet you dare to order a cake worth $2 million. To be honest, although the Millennium Cake mainly caters to high-end cakes, it's rare for individuals to purchase such expensive cakes. Usually they are ordered by companies or brands for major events. After all, the cake is meant to be displayed, and a beautiful cake reflects the brand's strength." Li Hao watched Su Yuan spend money like water, feeling heartbroken, as if it were his own money. However, Su Yuan ignored Li Hao's complaints, lost in thought. This was because after he ordered the cake for Zhao Qingxue, not only did he trigger a tenfold rebate, but he also activated a lucky rebate. This time the lucky rebate was a bunch of seeds. A bunch of fruit seeds. These seeds have various effects such as weight loss and skin whitening. Su Yuan had heard of fruits that could whiten the skin, like drinking lemon water, but the idea that fruits could help with weight loss seemed utterly absurd. After all, fruits contain so much sugar that if eating them doesn't make you gain weight, it's already impressive, let alone losing weight. But the system shouldn't be lying, right? Are you even listening to me? Seeing that his lengthy monologue was completely ignored by Su Yuan, Li Hao felt a bit frustrated. He simply sat down in the nearby rattan chair and stopped moving. Su Yuan also halted his steps. He gazed at the various dresses displayed in the shop window, recalling the expectant and shy eyes Zhao Qingxue had when she passed by the wedding dress store earlier. If he remembered correctly, the wedding dresses Zhao Qingxue had looked at were from the same brand as this store. If he bought a dress from this brand, she would surely love it, right? Originally, Su Yuan had only come to order a cake and find a birthday venue. He hadn't considered dresses at all. But seeing this dress, he suddenly had an idea. I need to go in and take a look. Li Hao had been waiting for Su Yuan to come over and cheer him up, but unexpectedly Su Yuan entered the dress store without looking back, prompting him to chase after him. You really? Can't you walk slowly? Originally, Li Hao was scolding Su Yuan, but upon seeing the sales assistant at the entrance, he suddenly turned gentle. He straightened his clothes and immediately took Kaisi out. After a while, he saw Su Yuan entering alone. Su Yuan was selecting a suitable dress for Zhao Qingxue under the guidance of the sales assistant. Not seeing Kaisi, he immediately asked, "Where is she?" "I was relying on Kaisi to help me choose a dress for Zhao Qingxue." Li Hao was flirting with the sales assistant when he was caught off guard by Su Yuan's question. "Who?" "Kaisi." "Oh, she said she had something to do and left first." Li Hao looked at Su Yuan without changing his expression. "Anyway, she's just a friend. What she does is none of my business. Didn't you want someone to help you choose a dress? I think this sales assistant is more suitable. She works here every day and must have a keen eye, so she'll definitely choose a dress that fits your wife." Now it was Su Yuan's turn to be stunned. He glanced at the sales assistant and then at Li Hao. Although he knew Li Hao had a way with women, the speed of changing targets was too fast. Just last night, he was with Kaisi, and today, he kicked her to the curb. This gentleman really knows how to talk. The sales assistant chuckled at Li Hao's smooth words. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao approached her, his gaze sincere. "Actually, I'm usually very quiet, but when I saw you, I felt compelled to say something. All right, let's pick out a dress." Su Yuan, tired of watching Li Hao flirt, quickly asked the sales assistant for help. The sales assistant was very professional. Instead of simply recommending expensive items, she asked Su Yuan for Zhao Qingxue's photo and measurements before leading him to the back. There she displayed a standalone red evening gown. The design of this red evening gown was not overly complicated. It could even be described as simple. However, the cut of the gown was exceptionally sharp, and the embroidery was done entirely by hand, exuding an elegant allure. Your wife's style leans toward purity, so this gown style and color are very suitable for her. However, it may need some alterations. Rest assured, we have dedicated designers for alterations, and if you need it, we can have it ready within 24 hours. Su Yuan was very satisfied with her recommendation. "I'll take this one. How much is it?" The sales assistant smiled. "This evening gown is the final work of the internationally renowned designer Wei Rue, priced at 9.99 million. Isn't that a bit too expensive?" Before Su Yuan could respond, Li Hao exclaimed, shocked. That amount was enough for him to spend for half a year. He glanced at Su Yuan beside him. "Hey, you just spent over 2 million on a cake for your wife. You don't have to buy such an expensive dress, do you?" In his view, with that 10 million, it would be better to buy a better car rather than waste it on a dress. The sales assistant did not interfere with their conversation, merely smiling beside them. "If you're not satisfied, we can look at other options. Our store has a very rich variety of gowns." After all, a gown priced at 10 million is already considered a luxury item, and the sales assistant had no intention of easily selling it. "No, I want this one." Su Yuan stroked the hem of the gown, a slight smile on his lips. "At least this dress has a good meaning. Ew, I want to be the last person for Qingxue, just like this gown. Sir, it's clear that you truly love your wife." The sales assistant, seeing the tenderness in Su Yuan's eyes, couldn't help but feel envious and complimented. "Men like you are rare these days." "No, that's just because you haven't seen me." Li Hao had originally wanted to persuade Su Yuan to buy a cheaper dress, but after being fed a bunch of dog food, he calmed down and turned to the sales assistant, saying affectionately, "If you look at me more, you'll know it'll also be your last person." Saying this, he emotionally took her hand. The sales assistant, likely a master in her own right, remained unfazed by Li Hao's confession. She gently pulled her hand away, smiling. "Sir, we have many customers in our store. You won't be the last one." Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 99900 on wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a tenfold rebate of 99900, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 99900 on wife, Zhao Qingxue, triggering a lucky rebate to receive a Super Galaxy Guard team. Please check it. After paying, Su Yuan planned to quickly book the venue for the birthday party since it was getting late. However, the system's prompt made him stop in his tracks. He had just received a bunch of strange seeds as a reward, and now he was rewarded with a Galaxy Guard team. He opened the information about the Galaxy Guard in his mind. Just that one glance made him shout in his heart, awesome. This Galaxy Guard team consists of 22 members with 20 ordinary Galaxy Guards whose combat power is comparable to that of elite soldiers. The other two are Silver Rose Galaxy Nurses said to be extremely fast with combat power that exceeds all limits. One of them is equivalent to an entire army equipped with advanced gear. Moreover, these Galaxy Guards share a unique characteristic: they can slip into the void. Most of the time they remain in a state of void, only appearing in the real world at Su Yuan's command. So strong. I hope they won't turn against the master. Looking at their formidable abilities, Su Yuan's first thought was concern for his safety, but he felt relieved when he continued reading. It was clearly stated that these Galaxy Guards are absolutely loyal. If they ever have even the slightest intent to rebel against their master, they will be directly destroyed by the power of the void. He couldn't help but wonder where such a powerful guard system came from. Although he was a bit puzzled, Su Yuan just let it go. After all, with the system is bugged, as this giving him a tenfold rebate was plausible. What else could it not do? The Galaxy Guards. They arrived quite timely. Although Su Yuan now had money, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. There's an ancient saying about not flaunting wealth. If you have so much money but lack the strength to back it up, you'll only be seen as a fat target by those with power, not knowing when you might be targeted. He certainly didn't want to die without knowing how. But now with such powerful Galaxy Guards, he no longer had to worry about such matters. Young Master Yuan, please add my WeChat. If you have any questions, I can communicate with you in a timely manner, and if you need anything, you can find me anytime. Su Yuan purchased a dress for 10 million with such ease that it was evident he was wealthy. Therefore, right after he paid, the salesgirl immediately informed the designer to adjust the size of the gown. Li Hao shamelessly followed along. Once the salesgirl finished communicating with the designer, she quickly came out to ask Su Yuan for his contact information. Su Yuan readily added the salesgirl's WeChat. Upon seeing her WeChat name, he realized her name was Ruan. Hurry up, give me her WeChat. As soon as they exited the clothing store, Li Hao eagerly tried to snatch the phone from Su Yuan's hands. Su Yuan tightened his grip on his phone. If you want her WeChat, why don't you ask for it yourself? I did, but she didn't. Li Hao smiled at Su Yuan. You're my good brother. You wouldn't withhold a woman's WeChat from me, right? If she didn't give you her WeChat, it means she's not interested in you. Why cling on so desperately? You wouldn't understand that. What's the fun in a girl who's easily won over? I've seen too many of those already. I prefer the ones who are indifferent to me. That really stirs my desire to conquer. While Su Yuan was distracted, Li Hao slipped his hand into Su Yuan's pocket for a quick search. However, he found Su Yuan took the phone out from behind him. No way, I can't let you harm so many good girls. If you don't give it to me today, they'll tell your sister-in-law that you have a crush on that salesgirl. Li Hao, satisfied, inputted the WeChat number. Her name is Ruan. Such a lovely name. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Seeing Su Yuan's disdainful expression, Li Hao patted his shoulder. Brother Yuan, no, Dad, you're soon going to have a beautiful daughter-in-law. I hope you can help me say a few good words in front of Ruan. Get lost. With the cake and gown ready, the only thing left was to book the venue. Su Yuan had already decided where to hold it, so he went straight over and spent 30,000 to secure the place. By the time everything was done, it was already past 7 in the evening. Li Hao had already exhausted a lot of energy shopping with Kelsey in the afternoon, and after being dragged around by Su Yuan all day, he was starving and desperately pulled Su Yuan to eat barbecue. But as Su Yuan stepped on the gas, he drove Li Hao straight back home. When they reached the doorstep, Li Hao felt, what smells so good? However, as soon as he opened the door, he instantly revived, following the aroma straight to the dining table. Wow, my favorite squirrel fish. The table was already filled with a variety of dishes. For meat, 2 vegetables plus a soup and a cold dish. You guys are back. Just in time, my dishes are ready. Come over and taste them. Zhao Qingxue smiled gently at the two while taking off her apron. She had no plans this afternoon, thinking it had been a while since she last cooked, so she went to the market to buy some ingredients. Why did you make so many dishes? Must be tiring. Li Hao, carefree, had already sat down at the table waiting to eat, while Su Yuan went over to pull out a chair for Zhao Qingxue and rubbed her shoulders. Zhao Qingxue shook her head. How could I be tired making dinner for you? Exactly. Hurry up, it's time to eat. Li Hao, nearly starving, held his rice bowl and began to eat, ignoring what the two were doing. Seeing him gobbling down his food, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit helpless and added a piece of squirrel fish meat to his bowl. Eat slowly. Sister-in-law, you are so good to me. Li Hao buried his face in the bowl, feeling touched that Zhao Qingxue took the initiative to serve him. After saying that, he smugly glanced at Su Yuan. Su Yuan also stretched his bowl toward Zhao Qingxue. Wife. Here. I want one too. Li Hao raised his bowl and leaned in. But his bowl was pushed away by Su Yuan's chopsticks. What do you want? Don't you know the fish meat is for outsiders, but the fish eyes are reserved for the one you love most? After saying that, he gave the other fish eye to Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao. After finishing their meal, Li Hao let out a loud burp and slipped away, while Su Yuan and the others tidied up the kitchen and settled down on the sofa to watch television. Haha, my video has already surpassed 10,000 likes. With plenty of time today, Zhao Qingxue put extra effort into the editing, resulting in this video garnering more than 10,000 likes. The school beauty is indeed stunning. I think even without makeup you'd still be a school beauty. Sister, is your makeup artist a guy? Your hands look so beautiful. Most of the comments below the video praised Zhao Qingxue's beauty, while another portion of the attention was focused on Su Yuan. Although only one of his hands was visible, his long fingers and distinct knuckles made the hand look like a piece of art when holding an eyebrow pencil. Seeing Su Yuan being complimented made Zhao Qingxue very happy, and she eagerly replied to each comment saying, "This isn't my makeup artist, this is my husband." The comment thread Zhao Qingxue had replied to quickly went viral. "Oh my god, what an amazing husband, who even helps his wife with makeup. My big pig trotter always says I look like an old sow. Thanks, I'm going to go home and change my husband. Are there any more makeup videos we can see?" Seeing the replies below, Zhao Qingxue had a sudden idea. "We should make a compilation of your makeup sessions." Now when filming videos, it's all about what the fans want to see. With Su Yuan's rising popularity, Zhao Qingxue also wanted to create a compilation. Previously, she had quite a few videos of Su Yuan doing her makeup, but they were rather chaotic, so they needed editing. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingxue quickly got up to find materials and boot up her computer for post-production. Su Yuan, feeling a bit forlorn, lay beside her without daring to disturb her, instead taking out his phone to explore the seeds gifted by the system. If even the powerful Galaxy Guardian system could reward him, then these seeds must certainly be impressive. But the problem is these seeds need to be planted to be effective. However, given the limited space at home, it was clearly impractical to plant those things. Perhaps he should buy a farm. With that thought, Su Yuan began searching for information about farms in Magic City. Yet information on this topic was scant. He stumbled upon a farm restaurant that was urgently looking for a buyer. This farm restaurant was located in the suburbs of Magic City, about an hour's drive from Pudong. After looking at the pictures of the farm restaurant, to be honest, it had no distinct features. The pictures looked average, lacking any allure to draw visitors. He searched for reviews about this farm restaurant on other popular review platforms, and basically all he found were negative comments. Buying this place to grow fruits wouldn't be bad. After considering it, Su Yuan was also tempted and added the farm owner's contact information. The farm restaurant covers about 10 acres with all entertainment facilities available, and the transfer fee is 35 million. The owner, likely tired of being asked questions, quickly sent over a string of messages regarding the farm restaurant before falling silent. Su Yuan took a quick look and said, "I'll come by tomorrow to check it out. Please prepare the contract. And if all goes well, we can sign it tomorrow." "All right." After confirming this matter, Su Yuan unknowingly waited for Zhao Qingxue to fall asleep. The next morning, he set off early with Zhao Qingxue for the farm restaurant. He initially wanted to bring Li Hao along, but Li Hao said he was going out for a meal with Wan, so he directly declined the invitation. Driving his Porsche Cayenne, they arrived at the farm restaurant after an hour. Zhao Qingxue still looked a bit confused. "Why did you bring me here? Are we going to have some fun at the farm restaurant? Let me call Hanan too. I'm not here to play. I want to see what this place is like, and then buy it." Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head and led her inside. The farm restaurant was quite deserted, and as soon as the two entered, a couple walked out from around the corner. Their faces were cold, and the atmosphere was a bit off, suggesting they had just had an argument. The woman remained silent with a cold expression, while the man took the initiative to speak. "Are you here too? I had an appointment yesterday. Oh, I'm here to check it out today." Su Yuan hugged Zhao Qingxue around the waist and nodded to the couple. "May I take a look around?" "Sure." The man gestured around, saying, "You can go this way." Seeing that the man and woman had no intention of following Su Yuan, and Zhao Qingxue were delighted to enjoy some peace, holding hands as they strolled through the farm restaurant. As the man had said, the farm restaurant indeed had all the entertainment facilities, including a game room, billiard room, and KTV, but the biggest issue was the lack of rustic charm. People come to a farm restaurant looking for a rustic experience. Having so many entertainment facilities is fine, but the theme needs to be right. Looking at the pitiful little pond in the center with foul-smelling water, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder nobody comes here. I think the environment here isn't great. Maybe we shouldn't buy this place." Zhao Qingxue didn't understand Su Yuan's intentions, thinking he was just whimsically interested in buying a farm restaurant. "No, this place is just right." Su Yuan didn't actually want to run a farm restaurant. He just needed it for the convenience of planting fruit trees. There was plenty of open space here, and if he cleared out everything useless inside, he could probably free up about 5 acres to plant trees. He still didn't know the specific yield of those fruit trees, but for now he just wanted to plant this many as a trial, and later on he could expand if the results were good. "I'm so tired." After wandering around, Zhao Qingxue playfully held onto Su Yuan's hand. "Come on, jump on. You're the best husband." With no one around, Zhao Qingxue jumped onto Su Yuan's back, without hesitation asking, "Am I heavy?" "Of course you are." Su Yuan paused, who wouldn't feel the weight of their entire world on their back. Only you can say such sweet words. Though this line had become cliché, Zhao Qingxue still felt sweet hearing it, her smile blooming in the wind, full of happiness. Are you two done looking around? Su Yuan was slowly walking along the path with Zhao Qingxue on his back, when suddenly the woman from the farm restaurant's entrance appeared. The woman paused upon seeing Su Yuan carrying Zhao Qingxue, then casually turned her head away. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingxue felt particularly embarrassed and instinctively wanted to jump down from Su Yuan's back. However, Su Yuan held her tighter, saying, "Didn't you say your feet were tired? Just stay honestly on my back." Hey. In the absence of others, it was fine for them to hug and hold each other, but with people watching, she couldn't bring herself to do that. At her age, being carried like this would surely become a laughingstock if word got out. But when Zhao Qingxue struggled a bit, she realized that Su Yuan's strength was beyond what her small arms and legs could resist. She simply gave up, burying her head in Su Yuan's back and covering her face. As long as she couldn't see her face. Su Yuan noticed that Zhao Qingxue had settled down on his back, chuckling softly before responding to the hostess of the farmhouse. "Alright, it's 35 million, right? I bought it for my wife." Since deciding to stop running the farmhouse, it had already been a month. In this month, many people came to see the farmhouse, but they mostly just looked around. When asked if they intended to buy, they would say they needed to see how things went, and then they would disappear. Therefore, when the hostess saw Su Yuan being so straightforward, she was genuinely taken aback. Fearing that Su Yuan might change his mind, she quickly led the way, saying, "Since you've made your decision, let's go sign the contract." After saying that, she took them to a small wooden cabin. "You two should drink some water first." After pouring them a glass of water, the hostess suddenly put on a stern face and shouted inside, "Are you dead, or what? Hurry and bring out the contract. Someone wants to buy the farmhouse." Su Yuan sat Zhao Qingxue on a nearby chair and handed her the water, then casually chatted with the hostess. "Why did you stop running the farmhouse? It's tough to run a farmhouse these days. In recent years, due to rapid urban development, infrastructure has improved everywhere, and living standards have risen sharply. Many children born in the 2000s have never even seen a vegetable garden, so visiting farmhouses became a trend. When they first got married, the couple jumped on the bandwagon and set one up, thinking it wouldn't hurt them much since the land belonged to the family. However, who would have thought that while business was okay at first, maintaining a balance between income and expenses became impossible over time, and people stopped coming altogether. The couple's family conditions were originally quite good, and they weren't attentive to running the farmhouse, so they just left it unattended. But recently, due to unforeseen circumstances at home, they urgently needed money, which was why they had to sell the farmhouse along with the land. What's hard about it? What do you know? The hostess finally spoke, while the male host came out with the contract, looking stern. "I told you, having long hair and short knowledge. If you don't know something, stop talking nonsense. It's not that running a farmhouse is hard, it's that we don't have time. Can you not act like that?" After being scolded, the woman retorted without holding back. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. Su Yuan waved his hand. "Let's stop talking so much and sign the contract first." Having seen many couples argue, Su Yuan was too lazy to mediate. He let them handle their business first and argue later. Only then did the couple stop. "Husband, didn't you say? This place isn't too good." Seeing that Su Yuan really seemed to want to buy it, Zhao Qingxue asked nervously. "This farmhouse isn't cheap, it's 35 million. Even if Su Yuan made 70 million by selling Bitcoin, he shouldn't spend it recklessly. We can buy it and make some changes, can't we? Didn't you say you wanted a bigger place to live? Our big flat in the city is nearly 300 square meters, but it doesn't give you room to fully express yourself." Su Yuan explained, "But this farmhouse has 10 acres of land. Once I buy it for you, I can plant some trees. As for the rest, it's all up to you. You can do whatever you want, okay?" "Really?" As soon as Zhao Qingxue heard Su Yuan say this, her eyes lit up. In fact, she had fantasized about buying a large piece of land to build wooden houses, plant flowers, trees, and raise dogs, cats, and rabbits, but it had always been just a thought. After all, the land and housing prices in Magic City are too surreal. She previously thought that if she and Su Yuan worked hard together, being able to buy a 70-year property with 3 bedrooms and a living room in Magic City would be great. How could she dare to dream of owning a piece of land there? After all, even the cheapest suburban land costs several million per acre. But unexpectedly, her small wish was actually remembered by Su Yuan. "Really?" Su Yuan nodded at her little nose. "Just wait to draw the blueprints for this place." After saying that, he discussed the specific details of buying the farmhouse with the male host, and about half an hour later they signed the contract. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for spending 35 million on your wife, Zhao Qingxue, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 350 million, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it." After the payment was successful, the system's notification sounded in his ear again. Another 350 million had arrived. At this rate, he probably wouldn't have to worry about money for the next 8 lifetimes. Get on. After finishing the contract matters, Su Yuan intended to leave, so he squatted down in front of Zhao Qingxue, signaling her to get on his back. There were still people around, and Zhao Qingxue felt particularly embarrassed. But seeing that Su Yuan had already squatted down, she could only quickly climb onto his back. Let's go. Su Yuan smiled at the couple carrying Zhao Qingxue out and getting into the car. The couple watched them get into the car and leave before returning to the small wooden cabin. I'll look at what kind of husbands other people have, and then look at you. Thinking of how Su Yuan had been so extraordinarily attentive to Zhao Qingxue, the hostess couldn't help but sneer at her own husband. The male host wasn't willing to back down. Well, you should also look at their wives. Not only are they beautiful, but they also have great figures. Most importantly, they don't interfere with their husband's ideas. Their husbands can do whatever they want. When did it become like a tiger mom controlling someone? If you were reliable, I wouldn't mind managing you. With me managing you, you still act so freely. If I didn't manage you, you'd probably not know where you ended up. Long hair and short knowledge. You're the one with the short. The two exchanged fierce glares and ended up silent, entering a long period of Cold War. The woman angrily left the small wooden cabin. Thinking of how Su Yuan had carried Zhao Qingxue, her heart was filled with bitterness and envy. She wanted to find someone who would treat her well, someone who would carry her when her feet were tired rather than someone who constantly belittled her knowledge. After thinking for 5 minutes, she made up her mind. Divorce. Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were in the car discussing how to plan the land and renovate the newly purchased farmhouse, completely unaware that their unintentional actions had torn a couple apart. Honey, I'll draw up a plan for the land we just discussed, and then we can find someone to start the renovations. The two had previously reached a consensus in the car, agreeing to set aside 5 acres for Su Yuan to plant trees, while the rest would be arranged according to Zhao Qingxue's preferences. As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue had no trouble with drawing, so she took on the task of creating the plans. Dear, I'm heading upstairs for a moment. Seeing Zhao Qingxue start to draw, Su Yuan grabbed his keys and left for Li Hao's place. What are you going to do? Zhao Qingxue asked. Not receiving an answer from Su Yuan, she continued with her drawing. When Su Yuan entered, Li Hao was in his room, shirtless, watching TV. Upon noticing Su Yuan, he complained while rubbing his belly, what have you been up to today? You didn't even cook? Is this how you treat your child? I bought a farmhouse. Su Yuan plopped down beside Li Hao and began scrolling through his contacts on his phone. Huh, you bought a farmhouse. What's the point of that? Farms like this are tough to manage and can easily lead to losses. My family's investments in a few farms haven't made any profit. Li Hao was shocked to hear that Su Yuan had actually bought a farmhouse. Such a fool still existed. Ignoring Li Hao's words, Su Yuan focused on sending messages while sitting on the couch. Su Yuan returned home to sleep after 11 that night, and the next morning he left early without informing Zhao Qingxue of his whereabouts. This was how Su Yuan had been for several days. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit down about it, but she didn't dwell on it too much. She found a renovation company and outsourced the entire farmhouse renovation for 1,000 yuan per square meter. Aside from her regular editing work, she often visited the farmhouse to check on the renovations, and her days turned out to be quite fulfilling and leisurely. However, on Saturday, seeing Su Yuan leave early in the morning made her feel a bit unhappy because it was her birthday. She had planned to visit various attractions in the Magic City with Su Yuan, but little did she know he had vanished early in the morning and wasn't replying to her messages. When she checked her phone, there were no messages except for Chi Han inviting her to go shopping. Initially, Zhao Qingxue thought about waiting at home for Su Yuan to return, but thinking about how this big pig trotter had been absent for 2 days, she reluctantly put on some makeup and headed out. Why are you out here alone? I thought you and Su Yuan were so close that he would accompany you. They met at Wana Plaza, and Chi Han looked particularly beautiful today. Seeing Zhao Qingxue arrive alone, she curiously asked. Zhao Qingxue, feeling a bit glum, replied, he's been very busy lately, so I came out by myself. Don't you know what he's been busy with? He has his own things to do, how would I know? Hearing Chi Han's question, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit frustrated. She actually wanted to know what Su Yuan was up to, but he never told her. After saying this, she couldn't help but complain about Su Yuan a bit. Chi Han, while dragging her along shopping, feigned surprise and said, is he really that inconsiderate? He didn't even accompany you on your birthday. Men are such big pig trotters. When they have money, they become bad. Look, he's already on the path to becoming bad. That's impossible. Despite her complaints, upon hearing Chi Han criticize Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue immediately defended him. He's been buying me a car and a house lately. He must have spent a lot of money. It's normal for him to find something to do to make money. All men in the world might become bad, but he definitely won't. Do you really trust him that much? Seeing Zhao Qingxue's silly expression, Chi Han couldn't resist poking her forehead with her finger. You silly girl. If he's really out there making money, why doesn't he tell you? He must be doing something he can't let me know about. That's impossible. If he doesn't tell me, it's definitely because he's too tired doing what he's doing and doesn't want me to worry. Zhao Qingxue answered seriously. Oh, maybe he's out there working so hard, he hurt his back. Chi Han. All right, my little ancestor. I won't say anything bad about him anymore. Noticing that Zhao Qingxue was on the verge of getting angry, Qi Han immediately closed her mouth and pulled out a bag, handing it to her. As your good best friend, I've been preparing your birthday gift for a long time. Zhao Qingxue curiously looked at the bag in her hand. What's this? Of course it's a beautiful dress I picked out for you. No more chit-chat. Hurry up and find a fitting room to try it on. Without waiting for a response, Qi Han pushed Zhao Qingxue into the fitting room. Zhao Qingxue reluctantly opened the bag and was surprised to find a stunning red dress inside, along with a matching pair of red high heels. The dress was indeed beautiful, but how could she wear it out now? Henan, I really like this dress, but can I try it on? No way. You have to try it on right now? But, no buts. Under Qi Han's strong insistence, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to take off her clothes and put on the dress. To her surprise, the size of the dress fit her perfectly. The high heels were also a perfect match, as if they had been tailored just for her. Are you ready? As soon as Zhao Qingxue slipped on the high heels, she heard Qi Han's urging voice from outside. Zhao Qingxue nodded. I'm ready to come out. After saying that, she pushed the fitting room door to step out and check herself in the mirror. However, to her surprise, the fitting room door was stuck and wouldn't budge no matter how she pushed. She started to panic. What's wrong with this fitting room door? It seems broken. Really? Why don't you try pushing from the back? A voice came from Qi Han outside. Hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qingxue followed her suggestion and tried pushing the back panel of the fitting room. She thought it would be difficult to open, but to her surprise, when she gently exerted some force, the back panel opened, revealing a dark passage. She was astonished to discover such a mechanism and exclaimed, Henin, I really opened it. But I don't know where this leads. Just walk through, it'll lead you out. Okay. Trusting Qi Han, Zhao Qingxue lifted her dress and walked. However, just as she entered the passage, the fitting room partition suddenly closed behind her. Instantly, the passage was engulfed in darkness. Oh. The sudden darkness startled Zhao Qingxue, and she instinctively let out a scream, wanting to turn back and push aside the barrier. But before she could turn around, she suddenly felt a brightness in front of her. A beam of light shone down from the darkness above her head. Beneath the light appeared a gigantic three-tiered gold foil red rose cake, with the red roses on top blooming in a luscious and droplet-like manner, the shimmering gold foil sparkling like tiny butterflies. Happy birthday to you. Suddenly, a clear and melodious male voice began singing the birthday song. As the voice sounded, a handsome and delicate face also emerged from behind the cake. Happy birthday to you. As the second line was sung, Su Yuan pushed the cake trolley closer to Zhao Qingxue, his deep and soulful gaze fixed on her. Zhao Qingxue was left stunned by this scene, her bright eyes wide open, her small mouth slightly agape, looking as tempting as cherries in August. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. During the third and fourth lines, it suddenly turned into a chorus, and as the birthday song concluded, the lights in the entire room brightened one by one. Only then did Zhao Qingxue realize that the room was filled with people. There was Qi Han, her former colleagues, and Li Hao, all holding gifts and joyfully shouting Qingxue happy birthday. Little did she expect that Su Yuan had been secretly planning this birthday celebration for her, while being silent and busy these past few days. Zhao Qingxue was instantly moved, covering her mouth, revealing only her shimmering eyes. Her eyes sparkled with brightness, as if they were about to spill over. Silly girl, I've been preparing for your birthday for so long, you mustn't cry. Su Yuan, who knew Zhao Qingxue well, recognized her expression and hurriedly walked over to hold her small hand. Exactly, he's been staying with me these past few days. He nearly drove me crazy. If you cry now, it would really be unfair to me for all the hardship I endured. Li Hao chimed in with a smile. Yes. Zhao Qingxue's colleagues nodded. Your boyfriend contacted us several days ago telling us he was planning a birthday surprise for you today. Thank you all for coming out today. With everyone chiming in, Zhao Qingxue felt embarrassed to the point of tears. She looked at the enormous cake in front of her, picked up the knife specially for cutting the cake, and carefully sliced it into many pieces, then invited everyone to eat. This cake must be from Qinshi, right? Everyone took a piece of cake from the small plates on the table. Just as they were about to eat, Ying suddenly noticed that the plates and forks accompanying the cake were very exquisite, not only made of unusual materials, but also printed with a hot stamped logo. At first glance, this was no ordinary cake. Wow, it really has Qiangx's logo. A few others also realized something was amiss and quickly checked the cake plates in their hands. As girls, they were naturally more attentive to cakes, especially since Qiangx's desserts were quite famous. Last time I went to Qiangx's flagship store, a regular 16-inch cake cost several thousand. My goodness, such a large cake must be worth at least over 100,000, right? I just looked it up on my phone. This cake is one of Qiangx's flagship models. Can you guess how much it costs? Everyone looked at Ying, their eyes wide with curiosity. Ying held up 2 fingers and shook them. Oh my god, does this cake really cost 200,000? That's more than my annual salary. 200,000. Upon hearing this figure, Ying shook her head and scoffed. You are underestimating the flagship model of Qiangx's cakes. This cake is worth over 2 million. Over 2 million. For someone like Li Hao, a small, wealthy second generation, a cake worth over 200,000 was considered a luxury, let alone for them, who were ordinary office workers. In their view, cakes worth over 200,000 only existed in luxurious upper-class banquets and news reports. However, they never imagined that a cake of this caliber would appear in their world. A cake costing 2 million, just slicing a piece would cost several thousand, right? What kind of family does Kings's boyfriend come from? Now Zhao Kings's former colleagues were confused. When they worked in the same office as Zhao Qingxue, she had told them that she and her boyfriend were quite poor and needed to save money to buy a house in the Magic City. And Zhao Qingxue indeed wasn't joking, as she usually lived very frugally. But how was her poor boyfriend able to buy her a Porsche Cayenne and a LaFerrari and buy her a cake worth 2 million for her birthday? Compared to all this, the 22,000 Tiffany diamond ring that Zhao Qingxue showcased on her social media seemed quite ordinary. Could it be that her husband was deliberately hiding his identity as a wealthy second generation to test? Isn't it said that many wealthy second generations are afraid that others will marry them for money? What you said makes sense. If that's really the case, that's so romantic. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing, Zhao Qingxue also walked over with a beaming smile. Qingxue, you look so beautiful today. Originally, Zhao Qingxue was very pretty. Even with just a light makeup, she looked stunning. Today, after changing into a red evening gown, the dress not only perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, but also made her small face appear exceptionally delicate, truly resembling a blooming rose. Thank you. When praised for her beauty, Zhao Qingxue graciously nodded and pulled Qihan over. Let me introduce you all. This is my good friend Qihan, and this dress was a gift from her. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Yingying's expression instantly changed, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Qihan. Qingxue, not only does your boyfriend have money, but your friend is also quite wealthy. Huh? Zhao Qingxue momentarily did not understand what Yingying meant by this, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Yingying pouted. Qingxue, don't pretend we are all in fashion design. How could we not recognize how much your dress is worth? This dress. Hearing Yingying say this, Zhao Qingxue lowered her head and carefully examined the gown she was wearing. Since it was a gift from Qihan, she felt it looked familiar when she wore it, but she didn't think much of it. Moreover, the lighting in the fitting room was rather dim, so she hadn't clearly seen what the dress looked like, only knowing it was a red gown. However, now that she took a closer look, she realized that this red gown was actually a masterpiece by the renowned designer Wei Rue. Wei Rue is considered one of the big names in the industry. She had previously analyzed his designs under her mentor, so she naturally recognized him. However, Wei Rui's works generally start at $1 million, and she had never imagined she would wear a gown designed by him. Moreover, it was his final work. Although she didn't know the exact price of this red gown, she could tell with a mere guess that it was definitely not cheap. Han, why did you buy me such an expensive dress? Zhao Qingxue's lips trembled as she spoke, looking incredulously at Qihan beside her. Qihan chuckled, covering her mouth. What are you thinking? How could I afford such an expensive dress? This was bought for you by your husband Su Yuan. Oh, I just brought it over for you. At this point, Qihan still seemed a bit indignant. Let me tell you, your Su Yuan has been making me practice the scene he tricked you into for the past couple of days. My old back is almost breaking. So that's how it is. Qingxue, what kind of fairy husband did you find? My goodness, my big pig's hoof has never prepared such a surprise for me. I'm so jealous, Qingxue. After hearing Qihan's words, Zhao Qingxue's colleagues immediately lost their appetite for the cakes that cost thousands of dollars each. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't believe that such a perfect man existed in the world. Not only was he wealthy, but he also treated his wife so well. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Amidst the envy of a few, Zhao Qingxue hurriedly ran over to find Su Yuan, who was sitting nearby chatting with Li Hao. She pulled Su Yuan aside. Darling, how much did you spend on this birthday banquet for me? She had been so moved earlier that she had forgotten this question. Now calculating, she figured that this birthday banquet must have cost at least tens of millions. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue innocently. Wife, I obviously want the best for you. Zhao Qingxue was at a loss for words, but it's too expensive. Don't worry about it, your husband has Seeing Zhao Qingxue's confused little face, Su Yuan couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Do you really doubt your husband's ability to make money? Although I only made 70 million from Bitcoin, I've also earned quite a bit by investing that money. So that's how it is. Zhao Qingxue had been worried that Su Yuan would spend all the money he made from Bitcoin on her lavishly, but now hearing him say he has made money from investments, she felt much more at ease. So you can rest assured to spend your husband's money, Su Yuan said, looking around to make sure no one was watching, and then pulled Zhao Qingxue into his arms. Wife, you look so beautiful today. Oh, I've put a lot of thought into this birthday celebration. Aren't you going to reward me a little? Su Yuan's deep eyes were closed, filled with seriousness and affection that almost overflowed, and his warm breath brushed against Zhao Qingxue's face, making her cheeks flush. Her face turned a charming shade of red as she stammered, "Reward. What? What do you think? I don't know. Hurry up and give me a kiss." Just as they were gazing at each other affectionately, a sudden voice from Li Hao broke the moment. The sound startled Zhao Qingxue, causing her to push Su Yuan away. "Li Hao, are you looking to get yourself killed?" Seeing the shy beauty about to be hooked in, but interrupted by Li Hao, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at Li Hao. "I didn't mean to, I just got too anxious watching." At this point, Li Hao suddenly covered his mouth. "I had no intention of spying on you, I just accidentally caught a glimpse." Having said that, Li Hao looked at Su Yuan with an innocent expression. "Now you know what it feels like to interrupt me while I'm trying to do something good right. I need to go get a drink." Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Qingxue couldn't stay any longer and quickly fled. "Wife, wait for me. Don't go." Li Hao pulled Su Yuan back. "You're holding a beauty in your arms, and you're just going to ignore me. The one who's really close to my sister-in-law, I think she's my type. Can you give me her contact information?" Li Hao looked at Su Yuan, smiling a bit flatteringly. Su Yuan unhesitatingly shook off his hand. "Let me tell you, you can pursue anyone, but you must not touch Qi Han." As Zhao Qingxue's best friend, Zhao Qingxue cherished Qi Han greatly. He definitely didn't want Li Hao to mess with Qi Han to the point of breaking her heart. What if Zhao Qingxue ended up sad too? "Don't I just want a contact number?" Su Yuan was getting a headache from his persistence. "What about that Ruan? Aren't you going to pursue her anymore?" Li Hao looked at him in confusion. "Can't I pursue two girls at the same time?" "Get lost." Su Yuan ignored him and turned to find Zhao Qingxue. Watching Su Yuan leave, Li Hao pouted. "If you want, give me her contact info, then fine. It's just a contact number, right? I can get it myself." Having said that, he walked over to Qi Han holding a glass of wine he somehow got. Over there, Qi Han was chatting with a few of Zhao Qingxue's colleagues and didn't notice Li Hao approaching. As she turned around, she bumped straight into him. The wine in Li Hao's hand spilled all over Qi Han's skirt. "I'm really sorry." Pretending to apologize, Li Hao pulled out a silk handkerchief from his pocket. "Here, wipe it off." "Thank you." Although it was their first meeting, Qi Han knew Li Hao was Su Yuan's friend, and they seemed to have a good relationship. She actually had a good impression of Li Hao. He was handsome and polite, and most importantly in this day and age, he still used a handkerchief. "How refined. I stained your skirt. I'm truly sorry. How about this, you give me your contact information, and I'll treat you to dinner to make it up to you. What do you think?" Seeing that the little fish was biting, Li Hao quickly pressed on. Qi Han couldn't find a reason to refuse. "Sure, it's my friend's birthday, so I attended the celebration. Having a wealthy husband is truly a blessing." As they enjoyed such a luxurious birthday party, Ying and her friends wasted no time snapping photos of the Millennium cake they had just taken, pairing it with their selfies to post on their social media. "Which friend of yours is so impressive? How can they afford such an expensive Millennium flagship cake?" "Hehe, it's a close former colleague of mine, and her husband is super wealthy." Seeing the envious comments on her social media, Ying felt a sense of pride. Though she was not wealthy herself, having a remarkable friend still brought her some prestige. Ying stopped scrolling through social media. "Did you see that guy named Li Hao? He's quite handsome, right? I noticed he's dressed well, seems to have a good relationship with Qingxue's boyfriend, so he must also be a wealthy second generation." In the office, only Ying, Zhao Qingxue, and another older female colleague had boyfriends, while the rest of the girls were single. Naturally, many of them had noticed Li Hao. He was indeed a prime catch. "Let me take a look. His clothes are from Versace, his belt is from LV, and the watch on his wrist is a classic from Patek Philippe worth over 100,000. He truly is a genuine second-generation rich kid, even richer than my boyfriend. You single ladies better step up your game." Ying cast a glance at Li Hao and couldn't help but smile at her colleagues. Upon hearing Ying's words, the group became excited. "He really is a genuine second-generation rich kid. Oh my god, he looks like he might still be single, right? You all should give it a shot. Who knows, the next Qingxue could be one of you. But how do we get his contact information?" asked Qingxue. The group hurriedly touched up their makeup and approached Qingxue, saying, "Qingxue, your husband's friend seems interesting. We want to get to know him better." Zhao Qingxue was chatting with Su Yuan on the nearby lounge chair. Upon hearing the others, she hesitated and glanced at Su Yuan, uncertain how to respond. Mainly, she wasn't very familiar with Li Hao and didn't have his contact information. Additionally, based on Li Hao's previous behavior, he didn't seem like a good man. If she gave his contact information to her colleagues, what if Li Hao hurt them? Upon receiving Zhao Qingxue's gaze, Su Yuan immediately understood what she meant. "If you want his contact information, I can give it to you, but I suggest you just chat with him casually and avoid close contact." Su Yuan hesitated, looking at the group, and ultimately provided them with the contact information. Initially, the group was thrilled to receive the contact information, each adding Li Hao. Some even secretly plotted how to outpace others in securing this golden bachelor. However, Su Yuan's gaze made them uncomfortable. After a moment of hesitation, they asked Su Yuan what she meant by her earlier comment. Su Yuan appeared quite troubled. "I really don't want to say this." "Just say it. What's there that can't be said?" "Well, we just want to learn more about him." If it were someone else, I certainly wouldn't say this, but since you're Kinx's colleagues and good friends, I can't let you get hurt, so he'll tell you the reason he doesn't have a girlfriend right now is due to some issues he had in the past. Su Yuan sighed, not elaborating further. Just chatting is fine, but avoid close contact, especially high-risk interactions. I wouldn't dare get too close to him either. Oh, is that so? The group listened to Su Yuan's words, feeling shocked, yet skeptical, thinking to themselves, how could someone like Li Hao possibly have such issues, eh? Seeing their doubtful expressions, Su Yuan pressed on. Hey, you all should treat him a bit better. Try to chat with him often. Not long ago, he was about to get engaged, but after a premarital checkup revealed this. You understand, right? He just went through a breakup not long ago and is quite vulnerable. Okay. We will help. Listening to Su Yuan's earnest words, the group felt they couldn't disbelieve her, their eyes filled with disappointment. What a wonderful catch, yet who knew he had such an ailment? But still, he's a second-generation rich kid, so chatting with him is still acceptable. Husband, is it really true about Li Hao? Upon recalling Su Yuan's earlier words, not only Ying was shocked, but Zhao Qingxue was too. Su Yuan nodded seriously. It's true. I understand. I will care for him even more. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Su Yuan immediately wrapped her arms around her slender waist and pouted. You said you would only love me in this lifetime. Why are you suddenly saying you love another man? What is this? Have you changed? Do women become bad when they have money? Shoo. Su Yuan's teasing made Zhao Qingxue blush, and she quickly covered Su Yuan's mouth, signaling her to stop talking. But when she looked down, she met Su Yuan's pitiful gaze. A tall figure with a delicate and fair face and innocent big eyes, looking pitiful, no woman could resist. Zhao Qingxue smiled, gently whispering to him, don't worry, my care for him is. It's like how I care for a son won't do. Then a grandson. That's still acceptable. After managing to soothe Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue originally wanted to take him to grab a bite. But when Su Yuan noticed Li Hao was nowhere to be seen, a feeling of unease crept in. Send Shihan a message and ask if she's with Li Hao. You understand a lot, so your background must be good. Shihan returned from the restroom after fixing her skirt and found Li Hao waiting for her at the door, effortlessly starting a conversation with him. The two of them seamlessly exited Zhao Qingx's birthday party and settled down at a nearby charming cafe. Once seated, Li Hao began to passionately discuss coffee, describing various coffee features and types and how to drink it for the best experience. His knowledge was quite niche, using many specialized terms that Shihan found hard to understand, but it also made her feel as if she was gaining knowledge. Seeing Shihan's admiring gaze, Li Hao felt a sense of achievement. He took a slow sip of his coffee, chuckling softly, his eyes clouded with a hint of melancholy. Everyone thinks I come from a good background, but what does that really matter? At most, it just gives me a slight material advantage. It's better to be an ordinary person who can at least receive genuine love. Shihan understood that many rich second-generation individuals often grew up under the care of nannies due to their parents' busy work and business, rarely having the opportunity to see their parents, resulting in a lack of affection. Thus, when Li Hao mentioned it, she naturally empathized. She imagined little Li Hao returning home every day after school to face an empty house and a nanny with whom he only had a contractual relationship day after day. When it was cold, no one would add clothes for him. When he was hungry, he could only take frozen meals from the fridge. When he felt wronged, he could only silently lick his wounds in a corner. Her heart immediately softened. It's okay, one day someone will be willing to wait for you to come home, to give you complete love. Her voice was gentle, and as she spoke, she unconsciously leaned a little closer to Li Hao. Li Hao also leaned in, gazing at her with tenderness. Do you think you could become that person? Buzz. Just as Shihan was about to answer, her phone, which was resting on the table, suddenly vibrated as someone had sent her a message. She picked it up somewhat impatiently and glanced at it, discovering it was a series of messages from Zhao Qingxue. Han, where are you? Are you with Li Hao? He has that condition. Be careful. In the midst of the charming presence before her, Shihan glanced at the messages and was about to silence her phone, but who would have thought she would read the last message? That condition. What condition? A vague sense of unease crept into her heart, and she couldn't help but send a message back. What condition? To put it simply, AIDS. She looked up at Li Hao, whose features were so chiseled under the light, they seemed to be sculpted extraordinarily handsome, provoking envy in heaven. Just as she was about to sink into despair, Shihan was startled awake by Zhao Qingxue's words. It is true. Shihan knew Zhao Qingxue would not lie to her, so upon hearing the seriousness in her voice, she had no choice but to believe it. Setting her phone down, Shihan felt somewhat awkward and took a sip of the coffee in front of her. Are you done chatting? Waiting patiently for Shihan to finish, Li Hao continued his gentle approach, gazing at her with deep affection. Shihan nodded, feeling hesitant to meet his eyes. Yeah. Can I continue to ask the question I posed earlier? Will you wait for me to come home? That. I have things to do. Facing Li Hao's loving gaze, Shihan abruptly stood up, her expression mixed with apology and a hint of fear. I have to go now, let's talk later. With that she lifted her skirt and fled in a panic. Li Hao stared at the coffee in front of him, still mostly untouched, a few question marks slowly appearing above his head, completely bewildered by what had just happened. What on earth was going on with Chi Han? Even if she had something to do, she couldn't just leave him like that, could she? Was it that his charm had waned? Unwilling to accept this, he went to the restroom and looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. Li Hao felt that his handsome face was flawless today, easily capable of attracting a woman like Chi Han. But how could he have failed? After finishing the cake, everyone went to a high-end KTV to open a luxurious private room, enjoying singing together. Everyone feel free to choose tonight, I'm treating. To ensure Zhao Qing's friends had a good time, Su Yuan certainly wouldn't be stingy. However, he wasn't particularly interested in singing, choosing instead to sit beside Zhao Qingxue and whisper. Zhao Qingxue also took out her phone, showing Su Yuan pictures of the farmstead's decorations. Yeah, the renovations are mostly done, but the things you planted probably won't sprout for a while. After planting the land, Su Yuan had directly given the seeds to the renovation company to plant. As for the rest of the area's flowers and trees were directly transplanted, so as long as those were completed the effects would be immediately visible. However, the few acres where he planted seeds looked completely bare. The most important thing was that it was uncertain what would sprout from them. This made Zhao Qingxue very worried about the final appearance of the farmstead. Do you believe me? Looking at Zhao Qingxue's worried little eyes, Su Yuan smirked. No matter what those seeds grow into, I can sell them for gold. After so much effort, Su Yuan was certainly expecting high returns. However, he wasn't worried about his fruits not selling, as long as the quality was good. Those beauty-loving girls would surely line up to buy from him. If you're just bragging. Zhao Qingxue didn't believe his words at all. Is today not a good day to go out? As they chatted, Li Hao sat down beside them looking forlorn. He didn't know what was going on today. The Chi Han he liked was acting very strangely towards him. Whenever he approached her, she'd say she was busy and had things to do, but as soon as he left she would happily go sing. Not only that, but even Zhao Qing's colleagues were the same. Clearly an hour ago he had received their friend requests, and it was obvious they were interested in him. Yet despite the enthusiastic chatting on WeChat, as soon as he suggested singing together they avoided him, as if he were a contagious disease. Now he even suspected whether he had become too ugly. But clearly his features were handsome. Was it that his tan was too severe, making him appear like a dark figure under the colorful lights of the KTV? What's wrong? Seeing Li Hao like this, Su Yuan asked knowingly, did you strike out today? Yeah. Running a hand through his hair, Li Hao looked frustrated as he glanced towards Chi Han. Did I do something wrong today? Have you considered that the reason your charm suddenly diminished isn't because they don't like you anymore, but because the country is testing you? Su Yuan looked at Li Hao seriously. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Testing me? Yes. Su Yuan nodded. If you look at Chi Han 100 times, she still won't like you. But if you read 100 books, you'll become an impressive figure. He heavily placed a hand on Li Hao's shoulder and continued. So brother, don't waste your thoughts on women. Your mission is to contribute to the nation. You? Li Hao stared into Su Yuan's eyes for 3 seconds. What nonsense are you talking? I'd rather die in a gentle embrace than read some crappy book. No wonder. Seeing Li Hao's obstinate expression, Zhao Qingxue sighed and suddenly realized something. This remark left Li Hao puzzled. What do you mean, no wonder? No, it's nothing. Zhao Qingxue naturally felt embarrassed to say such things directly. Her gaze was gentle and her tone soft. I was just casually sighing. Don't take my words to heart, and don't feel any psychological pressure, alright? Psychological pressure? Her words left Li Hao even more confused, feeling that everyone was acting strangely tonight. Next to him, Su Yuan coughed lightly. It's getting late, I think we can go home now. He patted Li Hao's shoulder. You should also go home and rest. Overindulgence is not good for you. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. Damn it, this is eyeshadow. Eyeshadow. Swipe the card. Su Yuan handed over the card, and soon the sound of the system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 12,600 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue, receiving a tenfold rebate of 126,000, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 12,600 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue, triggering a lucky rebate of 100 bags of rapid growth fertilizer. Please check it. Initially, Su Yuan planned to leave with Zhao Qingxue after getting the rebate. He didn't expect any amazing lucky rebates from just over 10,000 spent, but he unexpectedly received 100 bags of rapid growth fertilizer. He glanced at the introduction of the rapid growth fertilizer, which not only ensures the nutritional needs of plants at all stages of growth, but can also accelerate their growth speed by 100 times in 3 days. What a good thing. Thinking of the 5 acres of trees at the farm, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. Hearing him say that, Zhao Qingxue, who was nestled in his embrace, raised her head with some confusion. Su Yuan leaned down and whispered in Zhao Qing's ear, I said, it's late, let's hurry home. I have something good to show you. Go to hell. As they were talking, Ying and a few colleagues also came over to say goodbye to Zhao Qingxue and took a taxi to leave. I really envy you all for being paired up. I'm leaving now. Shihan also came over to greet Zhao Qingxue and then prepared to get into her own car. However, just as she reached the door of her car and had not yet gotten in, a hand blocked her path. Baby, it's very dangerous for a girl to go home alone at this hour. Why don't I give you a ride? How about I be your chauffeur? Li Hao leaned against Shihan's car, brushing his hair back, asking very gentlemanly. This startled Shihan, and she stuttered. I'm fine going back by myself. You don't need to drive. You're a good friend of my brother's wife. It's only right for me to drive you. So don't be polite with me. But we're not going the same way. I said I'm driving you. Oh, what's the problem with whether it's on the way or not? Shihan took a deep breath, looking sincerely at Li Hao. I know it's not your fault to have that kind of disease. I don't discriminate against people with such diseases, but you should at least have some awareness, right? Being so close to me makes me quite scared. Fearing that after saying these words Li Hao might retaliate, Shihan instinctively took a few steps back. But Li Hao was completely confused. What are you talking about? What disease do I have? Don't pretend with me here. Ooh, I already know. Seeing Li Hao like this, Shihan got angry. Now that everything has been said, can you promise me to keep your distance? Normal interactions are fine, but if it goes any further, I can only apologize. All right. Li Hao looked at Shihan with a wary expression and stepped back 2 steps. I can agree to keep my distance from you, but you have to tell me who told you about this. Who told me is not important, Shihan said coldly. I believe I have the right to know about such matters. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao tried to calm himself down, thinking about what Su Yuan said today. He thought he already knew the answer. Forcing a smile, Li Hao nodded to Shihan. Thank you. He plopped down on the sofa at Su Yuan's house, gritting his teeth as he glared at him. You better explain to me exactly what happened. What? What happened? Su Yuan innocently shrugged. What do you want to say? Don't play dumb with me. Oh, I already know you went around telling them I have a contagious disease, right? Li Hao's face twisted with anger. I said, how could I have such charm that it suddenly failed tonight? Turns out it was you scheming behind my back. You better clarify whether you are jealous of my looks or my talent. Both. Su Yuan looked at him sincerely. Humans are inherently jealous creatures. It's perfectly normal to do some uncontrollable things driven by jealousy. Oh, I sincerely apologize to you here. Really? Li Hao looked at him suspiciously. Su Yuan nodded again, more real than gold. Forget it. Since you said it's jealousy, I won't hold it against you. After all, my conditions are such that ordinary people can hardly compare, so it's normal to be jealous. Li Hao casually picked up a makeup mirror from the table, carefully examining his handsome face, and glanced sideways at Su Yuan. But while the death penalty is avoidable, the living crime cannot be escaped. Think quickly about how to compensate me. They'll take you out for a barbecue in the wild tomorrow. Is that all? Su Yuan helplessly responded. What else do you want? Bring Ruan along too. Fine. After some negotiation, Li Hao finally went upstairs, satisfied to sleep. The bedroom door was pushed open by Zhao Qingxue, who came out wearing a pink bunny pajamas, her smooth black hair cascading down, skin as white as snow, and a pair of bright eyes. Is everyone gone? They've left. Finally gone. You really shouldn't joke about such things. I really thought he. Walking over, she nestled safely in Su Yuan's embrace. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but scold him a few times. Su Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. If I hadn't said that, do you believe your colleagues and friends would definitely suffer? That's true. Seeing you smile so happily, do you have some good news? Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue with a smile. Upon hearing him say that, Zhao Qingxue happily raised her phone in front of him. Did you see? The makeup compilation I posted has received over 100,000 likes. Previously, Zhao Qingxue had posted several beauty videos, and the likes had usually only been a few hundred to 1,000, with the best getting just over 10,000. But this time the makeup compilation directly surpassed 100,000 likes. Let me see. You really broke past 100,000. My wife is amazing. Enough said. How about rewarding you with a barbecue trip to the farm tomorrow? Zhao Qingxue pretended to be angry. You're just flattering me. You're going to the barbecue tomorrow just to apologize to Li Hao. Bringing him along is just a side note. Taking my wife is the main focus. If you don't want him to come with you, then I won't let him go tomorrow. Hey, you already said to bring him along. Don't go back on your word. For my wife, breaking a promise means nothing. Su Yuan tightly hugged Zhao Qingxue's slender waist, burying his head in her soft bosom. Brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes. Of course, my wife is the most important. Zhao Qingxue's face was filled with black lines. Are you sure that saying brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes is meant to imply I'm the more important one? Of course, Su Yuan said seriously without changing his expression. Brothers are like the limbs of a centipede, and women are like winter clothing. My dear wife, you are my indispensable little cotton padded jacket. TCH. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but laugh at Su Yuan's words, bringing her phone closer to his face. Look at this video. It's popular all because of you. Previously, her honest beauty videos didn't attract much attention, but once she posted a compilation of the male lead doing her makeup, a crowd of girls below were screaming for their divine husband. Swear, hurry and delete this video. If I had such a treasure of a husband, I would definitely keep it secret and not let others know. With such a husband, can I just lay in bed and be a little waste in the morning? It's already unfair that your hands are so good looking, your makeup skills are even better than mine, a woman. A harmonious relationship, a perfect melody. I'm so envious. Most of the comments below were praising Su Yuan, making Zhao Qingxue feel both happy and a bit jealous. As a serious beauty blogger, she felt quite overshadowed. There was actually a message requesting an advertising collaboration. After the video went viral, she received many private messages mostly complimenting her beauty or asking for some beauty tips. Zhao Qingxue replied to each one and surprisingly found a message among a pile of private messages requesting an advertising collaboration. Su Yuan leaned over to take a look. Yufeng Cosmetics Co. Ltd. Although I haven't heard of it, the compensation they offer is quite generous. Should we accept it? They clearly stated that as long as Zhao Qingxue makes a small video using the beauty products from Yufeng and compliments their products a bit, she would receive a payment of 10,000 yuan. For a small beauty influencer, this was already a pretty good deal. I am not really interested in accepting it. Zhao Qingxue frowned as she looked at the advertising collaboration message. Why not, dear? Because I know this brand, their products really aren't effective. Do you remember that one time I tried a new cosmetic and ended up with pimples for a month? I used their products. After finishing, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit reluctant, but this is my first advertising collaboration, and the payment is 10,000. No matter what, the first time holds special significance for anyone. Also, 10,000 yuan was already a considerable amount for her. After all, her previous job paid only 8,000 a month. This amount was equivalent to over a month's salary, making it hard for her not to be tempted. Don't take it. While Zhao Qingxue hesitated, Su Yuan quickly made the decision for her. Since you're not very willing to accept it, why bother? My dear husband can afford you. When the day comes that you become a prominent beauty influencer, you will definitely receive better offers. Husband. Thank you. Hearing Su Yuan say this, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit teary-eyed, wrapping her arms around his waist and whispering softly. Since it was agreed that they would go to the farmhouse for a barbecue the next evening in the afternoon, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue dragged Li Hao to the market to buy groceries. Li Hao initially thought Ruan would join them to buy groceries, but after stepping out he realized Ruan would go directly to the farmhouse, which instantly dampened his spirits, causing him to wear a long face while shopping. We have to buy some lamb skewers. You can't have a barbecue without lamb skewers. Su Yuan pushed the shopping cart, while Zhao Qingxue picked items one by one, quickly filling the cart. Li Hao leaned over and asked, "Are they from a female sheep? I want to eat skewers made from male sheep." Su Yuan turned back with a smile. "If you don't want to eat, you don't have to." "Hey, are you even human? You made me suffer alone last night, leaving me to spend the night in an empty room. Today you promised to compensate me, and this is your attitude." Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Li Hao immediately shouted in annoyance. The people around looked at him, then exchanged meaningful glances with Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao felt he had said nothing wrong. "Do you have any idea how lonely it was sleeping alone last night? Although I'm already an adult, I'm afraid of the dark. You sleep sweetly with your wife, but do you understand the loneliness and solitude I felt alone at night? You didn't even keep me company." Su Yuan was genuinely worried that if Li Hao kept shouting, the three of them would make the news the next day, so she hurriedly shushed him and they left the supermarket. Driving from the city all the way to the farmhouse, they arrived just as the clock struck 8. A red Land Rover was already parked at the entrance of the farmhouse. Seeing this Land Rover, "I just know a beauty must be inside." Li Hao cheerfully jumped out of the back seat and ran over to Ruan to flatter her. "Ruan, why did you arrive so early? Have you been waiting long?" Ruan replied, "I'm used to arriving 10 minutes early, so I didn't wait long." Today Ruan wore casual clothes with a high ponytail, looking vibrant and energetic, quite different from when he saw her at the dress shop. After greeting her, Su Yuan introduced Zhao Qingxue to her. Ruan, this is my wife. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful." Upon seeing Zhao Qingxue, Ruan tilted her head and smiled. "I knew from your photos that you must be a great beauty, but I didn't expect you to be even prettier in person." Zhao Qingxue felt a bit shy from the compliment. No, I'm just an ordinary person." "If you're ordinary, then what does that make me?" Ruan added. "You're beautiful too, Ruan. And everything you wear looks good on you." Li Hao interrupted. "Oh, I think the best look for you is when I take off my clothes," Ruan replied with a knowing smile. As a master in romantic affairs, Ruan spoke with a smile that suggested she had seen through Li Hao's. Li Hao, unashamed of being seen through, smiled and said, "I think you might have some misunderstandings about me, but that's okay. I'll soon change your view on me. Do you have anything? I can help you carry things inside." Looking at his eager demeanor, Su Yuan grabbed his collar and pulled him to the trunk of the Porsche Cayenne. This is where you should be carrying things. Go. Li Hao slapped Su Yuan's hand away. Don't pull me around like that, or I still need to maintain my image. The farmhouse was almost fully renovated. Upon entering, the lush greenery and flourishing plants uplifted their moods. Su Yuan took out the prepared grill from the small wooden house and began to organize the ingredients, while Zhao Qingxue and Ruan assisted, busy and cheerful. Only Li Hao walked around the farmhouse rather dissatisfied. Yuan Go, I'm not saying this, but your place is a bit too shabby, isn't it? What are those bare patches of land even for? There's not a blade of grass. What do you know? If I don't understand. Li Hao scoffed. They should plant a few more trees here. Where can we have a wild battle? There's no charm to it at all. Of course he didn't say that out loud. Ruan, where are the skewers? Let me help you. Okay. Ruan placed a basin in front of him. Skewer all these vegetables. Sure, happy to serve a beauty. After glancing at Li Hao, Ruan ignored him and continued chatting with Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, how much did you spend to buy this farmhouse? It was around 30 million bought by my husband. But it seems you aren't planning to run a farmhouse. The farmhouse was nearly renovated, but there were no promotional flyers, no online advertising, and no social media promotions. This was not the way to run a business, was it? People who genuinely want to do business usually start promoting before the renovations begin. Yes, my husband said running a farmhouse isn't profitable now. Mainly he bought it for me to plant flowers, Zhao Qingxue said a bit shyly. Of course, depending on the situation, running a farmhouse to supplement the household expenses is also possible. I envy you so much. Ruan gazed at Zhao Qingxue with starry eyes. I knew your husband loved you a lot when he came to buy a dress before. I didn't expect him to be even better to you than I imagined. I also want a husband who treats me well. He'll treat you well. Li Hao chimed in from the side. If you say one thing, I won't say two. Then you will say three. Ruan pouted, skewering the vegetables while leisurely saying, there are many people pursuing me. Ooh, I know what kind of people they are, so I won't be fooled. How do you tell, eh? Zhao Qingxue asked curiously. By their eyes. After thinking for a moment, Ruan continued. When Yuan Shao looks at you, his gaze is particularly focused and gentle, without any impurities, because he genuinely loves you. But my suitors either act like they want to please me or have ulterior motives. Anyway, I can tell. Is it really that impressive? Zhao Qingxue was sincerely impressed by Ruan's skill. She pointed at Li Hao beside her. Then what do you think of his gaze? Zhao Qingxue always felt that Li Hao's eyes looked very sincere and innocent, the kind of person where even when he was deceiving you, you'd think he wouldn't deceive you at all. Right. What about my eyes? Li Hao leaned closer to Ruan, looking at her expectantly. Ruan smiled. Your gaze is that of a predator looking at its prey. You can actually tell that. Li Hao persisted. I don't believe it, you must be making it up. A few people chatted, enjoyed barbecue, played music, and watched as the sky gradually filled with countless stars. If only we had fish. I forgot to buy some today. Because it was too embarrassing to shop with Li Hao, Zhao Qingxue hurriedly left the supermarket, which made her forget to buy it. Su Yuan set down his half-eaten lamb skewer and leaned closer to Zhao Qingxue, saying, kiss me, and he'll conjure up a fish for you. Zhao Qingxue looked at him with shining eyes. Really? Darling. Of course it's a joke. He's just trying to trick you into kissing him. Don't fall for it, sister-in-law. Li Hao interjected coolly from the side. No, I believe my husband is capable of anything. Zhao Qingxue ignored Li Hao and leaned in to give Su Yuan a light kiss on the corner of his mouth. Listening to the wise will save you from trouble. Faced with the dog food being thrown by the two, Li Hao was almost about to vomit, grumbling as he deeply held Ruan's hand. Baby, if you're willing to give me a kiss, I can do anything for you. Stop talking nonsense. Before Ruan could respond, Su Yuan had already brought over 2 fishing rods and a bucket from somewhere, forcefully shoving a rod into Li Hao's hands. Earlier, there was a small pond in the farmhouse, about half an acre, which had not been well maintained by the previous owner and was filled with a stinking pool of stagnant water. However, after some improvement, the water in the pond had been replaced with fresh water. Su Yuan not only planted lotus flowers provided by the system, but also added quite a few fish, mostly fry, with a few larger ones. Therefore, it was indeed possible to catch fish now. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand and listening to Su Yuan's explanation, Li Hao appeared extremely troubled. Brother Yuan, it's too late. The fish must be asleep by now. How about we fish tomorrow? Then we'll fish for the night owls. Su Yuan grabbed him by the collar and walked off. I don't care, my wife wants fish. Sitting by the pond, Li Hao sighed skyward. Such cruelty. Buzz. The freshly cleaned plump base marinated and skewered on the grill sizzled with crispy skin and tender meat. As seasonings were sprinkled on the charcoal, crackled, filling the air with the enticing aroma of fish, making everyone unable to resist salivating. Noticing his phone buzzing, Zhao Qingxue asked Su Yuan to divide the grilled fish into 4 portions, then picked up her phone to check. Lin Jian. Looking at the person who sent the message, Zhao Qingxue felt a moment of daze before remembering that he was her classmate from high school. At that time, she had good grades and easily got into a top university in the country, while Lin Jian's performance was only average. However, his family circumstances were quite good, so just before the college entrance examination, his parents sent him abroad, and he was said to be studying at a decent school. After going abroad, Lin Jian did contact her sporadically a few times, but she was quite busy and slow to reply, and eventually, he stopped reaching out to her. She thought there would be no further connection between them, but unexpectedly Lin Jian contacted her again. Out of politeness, she replied, "Is there something wrong? Qingxue, you're still awake so late." The response came quickly, "I don't have anything urgent, just returned to the country, and thought it would be nice to invite an old classmate out for a meal." "Oh really? Who else is coming?" "There are only a few of us in Shanghai now. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi will all—" Hearing that Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi would be there, Zhao Qingxue immediately became interested. In high school, she had a good relationship with Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, but unfortunately both went abroad as well, and they lost contact. Therefore, knowing they would also be there made Zhao Qingxue eager to join. "Alright, I'll be free tomorrow, let's have a meal together." Zhao Qingxue readily agreed. Since Zhao Qingxue generally didn't like participating in group activities and had a more introverted personality, Lin Jian initially thought he would have to butter her up for her to agree to the reunion. Unexpectedly, she agreed so readily, making him incredibly happy. He typed a long message, thought for a moment, and deleted it. "I'm really happy that you agreed to come." Zhao Qingxue, "Wife, who are you chatting with?" After Su Yuan divided the grilled fish into 4 portions, Ruan, and Li Hao over there found the fish irresistibly fragrant and had already smeared oil all over their mouths. He couldn't help but take a big bite himself, and when he turned back, he found Zhao Qingxue not only motionless, but happily chatting on her phone, so he leaned closer. Zhao Qingxue did not hide. "I'm chatting with my high school classmate. He said he wants to treat me to dinner tomorrow. Is it a guy or a girl?" Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue say this, Su Yuan pouted, "Forget it, whether it's a guy or a girl, I want to go with you." "Sure." Zhao Qingxue nodded with a smile. After all, no one said they couldn't bring family members, so she would take her husband along to introduce everyone. "Let's eat grilled fish." Seeing Zhao Qingxue agree so readily, Su Yuan finally handed her the grilled fish he had finished picking the bones from. "You're the best husband." Class reunion. Li Hao, who was nibbling on grilled fish nearby, also perked up his ears and caught those 2 words, but he glanced at Ruan beside him and said nothing. Everyone ate until they were full and returned to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Ruan had things to do, so she left early. As a free man, Li Hao originally wanted to stick to Ruan, but was firmly rejected by her. Su Yuan had just hired a few farmers from the nearby countryside to apply fertilizer to the trees. Seeing Li Hao like this, he raised an eyebrow. "I thought with your charm you had already won her over. It seems you haven't succeeded yet." From Su Yuan's observation, Li Hao was the typical scumbag. Once he got a girl, he would immediately change his face. Commonly known as a heartless player. Seeing him clingy like this, it was clear he hadn't succeeded. When Li Hao noticed Su Yuan's gloating expression, he immediately became alert. "You honestly tell me, did you say something bad about me in front of Ruan?" Su Yuan raised his hand. "On my honor, I didn't say anything this time." "Then why is Ruan's attitude towards me so bad?" "That's unscientific. I don't care about your science." Su Yuan directly threw a set of old clothes to Li Hao. "Hurry up and change into these to help me. Are you going to keep eating and drinking for free every day?" Li Hao looked at the old clothes in his hand, a question mark appearing above his head. "You're not making me go with you to fertilize those bare plots of land, are you?" Bingo, damn. Although very unwilling, since he was staying in someone else's house and eating their food, Li Hao had no choice but to change clothes and go over to help, thinking of it as exercise. "I don't even know what those barren lands are growing. Ooh, I can't tell at all." While working, Li Hao's mouth didn't stop fertilizing. "Haha, let me fertilize. I'm fertilizing. Do these pile of rotten seeds have the fortune to endure this?" At that time, they definitely wouldn't grow anything. After finally finishing a day's work, Li Hao was exhausted like a dead dog and was directly dragged back to the flat to rest. He returned upstairs, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then remembered he hadn't eaten yet. Just thinking about food, he quickly ran downstairs to knock on the door. "What's up?" Su Yuan looked at Li Hao at the door. "Are you here to mooch off us?" "What's up? I worked for you all day. Not only do you not pay me, but you also don't plan to feed me." Li Hao swaggered into the living room like a lord, plopped down on the sofa. "I still want to eat squirrel fish today. We're preparing to go to a class reunion, so we're not cooking today." Zhao Qingxue had just changed into a yellow floral long dress and was about to go out with a light green bag. Upon hearing the words class reunion, Li Hao immediately jumped up. "I love class reunions the most. Oh, why don't you take me with you? After all, it just means more chopsticks. I can't eat that much anyway." This. Zhao Qingxue hesitated. This small class gathering only had 4 people in total. It was understandable for her to bring Su Yuan, but bringing Li Hao along was a different matter. My dear sister-in-law, my good mother, please take me with you. Seeing Zhao Qingxue hesitate, Li Hao stubbornly ran over and grabbed her sleeve. Look at me all alone drifting outside with hardly any money on me. I can't even afford a meal now, and no one is keeping me company. I'm so pitiful all alone. If you don't care about me, I might as well die. Go. Su Yuan yanked Li Hao's hand away from Zhao Qingxue's sleeve. Who told you to touch my wife? I just want to know if you're taking me or not. Zhao Qingxue looked at Li Hao's appearance and felt very helpless. All right, then you can go with us this time. She might as well treat everyone at this class reunion. Okay, then I'll go down to be your driver. Hearing Zhao Qingxue agree to go to the class reunion, Su Yuan was very happy and took the keys to the Porsche Cayenne from the coffee table and went downstairs. He was calculating in his mind, sister-in-law, how many female classmates are coming to this class reunion? Are they single? Whether single or not doesn't really matter as long as they are pretty. Sister-in-law, don't get me wrong, I'm not asking because I want to do anything to them, you understand, right? There's a saying that beautiful scenery is a feast for the eyes. I find it delightful to eat while looking at beautiful women. Sister-in-law, do you know why I always like to come downstairs to eat? Because watching you eat is so enjoyable. Zhao Qingxue initially didn't want to pay attention to Li Hao, but in the end, she couldn't help but laugh at his aunt. When they reached the garage, Li Hao casually opened the car door with the keys. He originally planned to turn back and ask Zhao Qingxue for a photo of her high school female classmates, but when he turned around, he saw Su Yuan already pulling Zhao Qingxue into the Ferrari LaFerrari. Hey, is there anyone who values beauty over friendship like you? Li Hao stomped his foot in frustration, but all he received in response was the exhaust fumes from the LaFerrari speeding away. If it weren't for the beautiful women, Li Hao really wanted to turn around and leave. After finally arriving at Old Jiangnan, he tossed the car keys to the valet at the entrance, and the three of them headed towards Old Jiangnan. Looking at the decor of Old Jiangnan, Li Hao sighed. Sister-in-law, are your classmates quite wealthy? Holding a class reunion in such a high-end place for dinner. Jiangu, you have changed so much in the past 2 years that I can hardly recognize you. Indeed, Ji is right. Jiangu, your transformation is remarkable. If I remember correctly, you should now have the highest degree among us, right? In a private room on the second floor of the Old Jiangnan, Lin Jian was dressed in a sharp Armani suit, his hair meticulously styled, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a scholarly figure. On either side of him sat two flamboyantly dressed women, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. Although Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi came from well-off families and had also been sent abroad by their families, they merely muddled through university to obtain a degree. After finishing their degrees, they returned home transformed into sea turtles and found positions in senior management, leading relatively leisurely office lives. However, compared to Lin Jian, who had attained a master's degree from a prestigious university in the United States, they seemed far inferior. It's just a master's degree. I wouldn't say my education is exceptionally high, and many of my seniors at school are far more educated than I am. Lin Jian adjusted his glasses and glanced towards the door, steering the conversation towards Zhao Qingxue. Why hasn't Qingxue arrived yet? Jiangu, it seems your invitation to dinner has ulterior motives beyond just enjoying food. Upon hearing Lin Jian mention Zhao Qingxue, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi immediately covered their mouths and laughed. They actually had a group for returnees where they often chatted. When Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi learned that Lin Jian had achieved a master's degree, they became friendlier and began to flatter him. After chatting a few times, they asked him if he had a girlfriend, and that was when Lin Jian revealed that he liked Zhao Qingxue. Though they felt they had little chance themselves, the two were more than willing to play matchmaker. Yes, I've liked her for many years. I always thought I was too immature to confess, but this time I came back specifically to be with her, and I need your help. Zhu Zhizhi observed Lin Jian's determined expression and hesitated before saying, Jiangu, I saw her post a Tiffany ring on her social media a few days ago. She's either engaged or married. So what if she is engaged or married? Lin Jian shrugged. I'm not a conservative person, and on the contrary, am quite open-minded. As long as she is willing to be with me, I don't care about her past. Jiangu, you're so deep in your feelings. The two admired his nonchalance. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Jian was about to speak, there was a knock at the door. He immediately gestured for Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi to be quiet and walked over to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the person he had been longing for standing right in front of him. Time seemed especially kind to Zhao Qingxue. Aside from slightly more mature features compared to her high school days, she hadn't changed much. Her skin was still as flawless as ever, and her eyes remained bright and captivating. Simply standing there made her an eye-catching sight. However, Lin Jian was momentarily lost in her beauty before he quickly noticed that two men were standing beside Zhao Qingxue. One was about 185 meters tall with a refined demeanor and an air of elegance. The other was dressed in designer clothes, tanned, yet still unable to conceal his handsome features. Just by their appearance, it was clear that they were not ordinary individuals. Lin Jian, long time no see, Zhao Qingxue greeted him first, and noticing Lin Jian's puzzled expression, she quickly introduced, "This is Su Yuan, my husband." "This?" She hesitated, pointing to Li Hao. "This is my younger brother. We happened to be shopping nearby, so we came over together. You don't mind, do you?" "Oh, hello. Of course I don't mind." Lin Jian greeted Su Yuan and Li Hao casually and invited the three of them in. "Please have a seat." Since Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were also in the room, Zhao Qing introduced everyone. After everyone had introduced themselves, they began to order food. Lin Jian handed the menu to Zhao Qing. "Order whatever you want. Today it's my treat." "Oh, okay." Lin Jian's demeanor and gaze made Zhao Qing feel particularly uncomfortable, but since his actions were not too inappropriate, she couldn't say much. After ordering, they began to chat casually. Bai Ling took the lead and asked Qing, "It's only been a year since you graduated from college. You aren't telling me you've already gotten married, are you?" Speaking of her marriage, Zhao Qing was very happy, squeezing Su Yuan's hand under the table. "Yeah, we got married a little while ago." "Qing, how could you be so unfair? You didn't invite us to your wedding. Do you think we aren't worthy to be your bridesmaids?" Zhu Zhizhi looked at her with a hint of reproach. Zhao Qing smiled. "We just got our marriage certificate. We haven't had a wedding yet." "Really? These days people usually get married first and then get the certificate. Who gets the certificate without a wedding?" Upon hearing Zhao Qing's words, Bai Ling immediately shot Lin Jian a look that said, "Watch me," then feigned innocence and asked, "Is it that you don't have enough money for a wedding?" "Oh, come on, if you're getting married, you have to have a wedding. Even if you don't have enough money, you could borrow from us, right? You can pay us back with the wedding gifts later." Zhu Zhizhi quickly chimed in. "Exactly. What kind of woman gets married without a wedding? That's so disrespectful." The two had already observed that when Zhao Qing introduced Su Yuan as her husband. Although Su Yuan wasn't dressed in cheap knockoffs, he wore some affordable domestic casual brands, with each piece of clothing costing no more than 1,000. If he attended a class reunion with his wife dressed like this, it clearly indicated he had no better clothes to wear. Additionally, Zhao Qing's bag was an unknown brand, definitely not over 500, indicating that their life wasn't particularly comfortable. Even if Zhao Qing were a naive sweetheart, she could pick up on the unfriendliness in Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi's words towards Su Yuan. Just as she was about to frown and say something, Li Hao beside her spoke up first. "You two probably don't have boyfriends, do you?" Yes, we're still single and haven't met anyone suitable." Compared to Su Yuan and Zhao Qing, Li Hao was dressed much more decently and was considered a handsome guy. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi had a pretty good impression of him. Upon hearing Li Hao ask if they had boyfriends, the two eagerly replied that they did not. "At your age, not even having a boyfriend, isn't that a bit of a failure for you women?" However, the following words from Li Hao caused both of their faces to change dramatically. Li Hao seemed oblivious to their expressions and continued, "Let me tell you, the older a woman gets, the less valuable she becomes. Just look at how beautiful my sister is. She was married off to my brother-in-law early on. What are you waiting for? Are you going to wait until you're 30 or 40 and become an old woman before looking for a boyfriend? At that point, you'll only be able to find an old widower. How can you speak like this?" Bai Ling exclaimed, standing up and slamming her hand on the table. Her chest heaved. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Lin Jian quickly pulled her back down. "He's just Kings's younger brother, still young and not very sensible. Don't argue with him. Young? Just because he's young, he can say whatever he likes." Although she sat back down, Bai Ling was still Li Hao, however, didn't care at all. "I was just wondering why you two look older than my sister when in fact you're her classmates. Turns out you just like to get angry." Seeing Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi about to hit someone, Zhao Qing quickly stood up to stop Li Hao from speaking recklessly. She shot a glare at Li Hao. "Just sit there and eat quietly. Why do you have to say so much?" "Yes, sister." Li Hao complied, knowing he had to respect Zhao Qing to enjoy his meal. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi calmed down under Lin Jian's reassurance, but while they were calm, they had no intention of letting it go, directly transferring the anger they had just received from Li Hao onto Zhao Qing and Su Yuan. "Isn't it your responsibility as an older sister and brother-in-law to properly educate your younger brother?" Bai Ling said, "Qing, you were the top student in our class back then. You should be doing quite well now, right?" Bai Ling smiled. "People like me and Gigi who didn't study well can only randomly go to college abroad. Now that there are so many returnees, we have no prospects and can only be small office workers. I am currently unemployed." Zhao Qing replied calmly, looking at the expressions of Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, feeling quite unfamiliar as they seemed completely different from her memories. "Unemployed? So that makes you a housewife?" Zhu Zhizhi chimed in. "Is your husband impressive?" "He works at a small company and was recently fired." Su Yuan didn't have much affection for Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, so he said flatly. Before the two could sneer, he continued, "So now I can only do some investments, but fortunately they are yielding returns." After hearing Su Yuan's words, Bai Ling exaggeratedly laughed. "Qing, your husband really knows how to brag. How many people actually make money from investments these days? I think you should hurry up and encourage him to find a proper job." Zhu Zhizhi nodded. "Yeah, finding a job is much more reliable. Speaking of work, I'm really envious of Jiango. You have no idea how in demand he is right now. Several Fortune 500 companies have reached out to him offering him project manager positions. As long as he agrees to one of them, he will easily make $500,000 a year. You shouldn't say that you're making me embarrassed. In fact, $500,000 isn't much. Lin Jian, hearing what Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi said, adjusted his glasses humbly and said, speaking of work, I've actually been focusing on starting my own business recently. Didn't I earn $2 million from investments while studying in America? Now we're planning to invest all $2 million into the project that looks the best. If it performs well, it shouldn't be a problem to make several million a year. Several million a year. Jiango, that's pretty impressive. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were really unaware of this, so after hearing him say that, they admired him greatly. Jiango, please bring us along. We want to earn some pocket money too. No problem, we're all classmates. I can just help you with the connections when the time comes. Lin Jian nodded with a smile and turned to Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, didn't your husband just say he's also doing investments? Then why not join me? I guarantee this is a project that only profits, no losses. Zhao Qingxue shook her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. Let's pass on that. Zhao Qingxue shook her head, pulling Su Yuan's hand closer. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's decisive refusal, Bai Ling let out a cold laugh. What are you pretending for? You're not even willing to accept free money. Oh, I really see what it means to be too proud to suffer. Zhu Zhizhi continued to chime in. After a while of their back and forth, Bai Ling seemed to suddenly realize something and looked at Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, didn't you just say your husband is currently unemployed? Is the reason you don't invest because you don't have any money? Lin Jian also felt Bai Ling's reasoning was valid, still smiling as he looked at Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, if your husband doesn't have any money to invest, that's all right. I'm sure we will need more people at the company, so he can come and work with us. We're all old classmates, and I won't treat him poorly. This remark nearly made Su Yuan feel worthless. Even with Zhao Qingxue's good temperament, she was now tempted to slam the table in anger, but being old classmates, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Su Yuan was indifferent to such matters and replied blandly, I appreciate your kindness, but I have enough money for my investments right now and don't need to work for the time being. Brother-in-law, don't say that. Just as Su Yuan finished speaking, Li Hao, who had been quietly eating, suddenly chimed. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. Li Hao was not the kind of person to keep quiet, and once he spoke, Lin Jian and the others would likely be finished. Under Su Yuan's gaze, Li Hao calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a Patek Philippe 18K rose gold classic watch on his wrist. I don't really like the watch you bought for me last month. How about you get me a new one? I have my eye on that Sports Elegant Series mechanical watch. It's not expensive, just over 700,000. Is this the watch your brother-in-law bought for you? Seeing the Patek Philippe 18K rose gold classic watch on Su Yuan's wrist, both Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were quite surprised. This watch starts at least 200,000. Wearing clothes worth a few hundred and buying such an expensive watch for your own brother. In truth, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were unjustly accusing Su Yuan of being overly concerned with clothing. Firstly, he had no particular obsession with brands and believed that comfort was all that mattered. Although the few casual brands in the country were not very expensive, each piece costing around 500, they were made from solid materials, crafted exquisitely and well-shaped, making them very comfortable to wear. Moreover, this clothing was purchased a while ago when he was helping Zhao Qingxue with her shopping cart, which could be considered a gift from his wife, reflecting her heartfelt intention. While it is true that once a person has money, they tend to indulge in revenge spending, for Su Yuan, all his indulgent spending was directed towards Zhao Qingxue, as he had little personal desire for such things. Seeing Li Hao start to play coy, Su Yuan could only play along, saying, yes, I'll buy it for you later. Brother-in-law, you better not go back on your word. The moment Li Hao got a watch from Su Yuan, he was in a particularly good mood. After saying that, he turned to Lin Jian. Didn't you call me brother-in-law and ask me to work? I actually think my brother-in-law is too idle at home. When he's idle, he easily splurges. Just last week, he spent several tens of millions buying a farmhouse for my sister without running a business, just barbecuing there. Don't you think that's wasteful? After all, brother-in-law, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but can't you save a bit of money? Do you realize that the money you casually spend could take someone years of hard work to earn back? Ahi. Li Hao's words made Lin Jian's face turn quite awkward, and he could only smile sheepishly on the side. But at the same time, he felt quite confused. Was this true or false? And you two working as white-collar employees is just too dull. Doing repetitive work staring at a computer all day not only makes you age and gain weight, but it also pays very little. Li Hao stuffed a scallop into his mouth and spoke indistinctly to Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. How about you two go farm at the farmhouse my brother-in-law bought? I'll pay you 15,000 a month with weekends off and complete holiday benefits, including bereavement and maternity leave. Isn't that a good deal? Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi exchanged glances, their expressions turning extremely grim. Burp. As it looked like they had almost finished eating, Li Hao stood up. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm full. Are you too full? Originally, a class reunion was meant for catching up, but with Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji's sarcastic remarks and Lin Jian's ulterior motives, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan also lost their appetite for dining here. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, they stood up, intending to leave. "I'll see you off." After Li Hao's remarks, Lin Jian, Bai Ling, and Zhu Ziji all looked very displeased. As Zhao Qingxue and the others were about to leave, Lin Jian suddenly stood up as well. Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji understood his intention immediately, just like worms in his belly, and stood up as well. It was quite simple to find out whether what Li Hao said was true or false. Following them to see what kind of car Su Yuan was driving would reveal everything. If they arrived by taxi or were driving a beat-up car worth only a few thousand, then Li Hao's boast would definitely be just that, bluster. The Patek Philippe watch he wore would likely be fake too. However, if it were a luxury car worth millions, then perhaps what he said could indeed be true. "I see you don't need to see them off anymore." Stepping out of old Jiangnan, Su Yuan glanced at the doubtful expressions of Lin Jian and the others, feeling too lazy to engage in their banter. "I still plan to buy a bag for my wife before heading back." "Buy a bag? That sounds great. Take us along. We can help you choose." Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji could hardly wait to confirm whether Li Hao's earlier claims were mere fabrications. Initially, they felt a bit anxious when they left old Jiangnan, worried whether Su Yuan was really impressive enough to drive a luxury car worth millions. But to their surprise, he suddenly mentioned wanting to buy a bag for Zhao Qingxue. This clearly indicated that he was looking for an excuse to leave. How could they let Su Yuan escape? No way he gets to show off and then just leave. "Huh, you want to buy a bag and take us along? Are you crazy?" Looking at the expressions of Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji, Su Yuan had a hint of mockery in his eyes, as he had a good idea of what they were thinking. However, he genuinely intended to buy a bag for Zhao Qingxue. Although he had already filled Zhao Qingxue's shopping cart previously, the bags in it were only worth a few hundred to 1,000, not particularly expensive. Seeing Bai Ling carrying Chanel bags, he felt he should get Zhao Qingxue a nicer bag. "What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts about buying the bag?" As Su Yuan hesitated for a moment, Zhu Ziji quickly interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "See, you've been showing off. Let's go." Ignoring Zhu Ziji, Su Yuan directly took Zhao Qingxue to a nearby Hermes boutique. "Welcome. What can I get for you?" Upon seeing a group of well-dressed individuals walk in, several sales staff greeted them with smiles. Before Zhao Qingxue could speak about looking for bags, Bai Ling rushed ahead and said, "My classmate wants to buy a few bags," pointing at Zhao Qingxue. "Is that so?" The sales staff also turned to Zhao Qingxue and gently asked, "Miss, do you have any particular styles in mind that you like? I can bring them out for you to see." I'll just take a look around first." Zhao Qingxue gazed at the expensive bags displayed in the cabinets. Although she knew Su Yuan had money, she still found it hard to make a choice. Moreover, she felt there was no need to flaunt an expensive bag to impress her classmates. That would be too childish. What's so good about them? All the bags here are nice. Just pick one you like. After all, your husband is so rich he can buy you a farmhouse without a second thought. Can he not afford a few bags? Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji laughed, covering their mouths as they saw Zhao Qingxue hesitating. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's reluctance, Lin Jian seemed to understand something, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and said to Zhao Qingxue, "Qingxue, it's all right. If you like any bag, I'll buy it for you. Brother Jian, we want some too." Upon seeing Lin Jian's generosity, Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji couldn't help but chime in, even though they knew it was unlikely. A famous person once said, "I know more than one woman who would kill for a Birkin bag. If it's a crocodile Birkin, it could start a massacre." As a top-tier luxury item, some people would even kill for an Hermes bag, let alone just shamelessly ask. "Then they'll give both of you a peacoat and lock." Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji both spoke up, and under normal circumstances Lin Jian would have just laughed it off. But now in front of Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, he was unwilling to lose face, so he generously picked out 2 bags to give to Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji. "Really? That's great. Brother Jian is so generous." The two were surprised that Lin Jian was actually willing to give them bags, instantly beaming with joy, as if they had won some grand prize. However, in reality, the peacoat and lock as a bucket bag from Hermes was merely a basic entry-level model priced just over 10,000. Even if he gave one to each of them, it would only amount to a little over 20,000. Yet this entry-level bag was something they usually wouldn't splurge on, so upon receiving it, they were exceptionally happy and began to flatter Lin Jian profusely. Lin Jian was quite pleased by their flattery and elegantly turned to Zhao Qingxue. "Qingxue, don't hesitate, pick one for yourself as well. But I really don't know which one to choose." Zhao Qingxue hesitated, wanting to leave mainly because she felt shopping was supposed to be a joyful experience. In the ambience of the day, she had no desire to buy anything. Nearby, Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji, now with their peacoat and locks in hand, were modeling the bags on themselves while mocking. "Qingxue, stop acting like you've never seen the world before. It's perfectly normal for wealthy people to casually gift each other bags. Don't feel embarrassed. Brother Jian has already said he would buy it for you, so just pick one. Really don't know which one to choose." Zhu Zhizhi added with a clear implication suggesting that Zhao Qingxue was pretending to be unable to afford anything. Su Yuan looking at Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi felt a sense of disgust and directly wrapped an arm around Zhao Qingxu's waist, leading her to the counter. The attendant at the counter was very enthusiastic. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" "Oh, my wife doesn't know which style is good, just bring me one of each bag in your store, and I'll let her choose slowly at home." The attendant, probably hearing such a request for the first time, was taken aback by Su Yuan's words. She couldn't quite believe her ears and repeated for confirmation, "Did you just say you want one of every bag in the store?" Su Yuan nodded. "Yes, and if any bags come in multiple colors, I want one of each color." "Oh, all right, but it will take some time. Could you please wait over there?" Upon realizing Su Yuan was serious, the attendant quickly lowered her head to instruct the other staff to start packing the bags while she stood at the counter to calculate the bill. This was a major client. They certainly couldn't afford to be negligent. The store busied itself immediately. On the other side, Bai Ling, Zhu Zhizhi, and Lin Jian were all stunned, unable to process what they were witnessing. Lin Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Yuan, who was resting on a soft bench with Zhao Qingxue in his arms, completely unable to believe what he was hearing. One of every bag in the store. Hermes bags are luxury items, and even the basic entry-level picotin lock costs over 10,000, not to mention those crocodile Birkin bags that easily sell for hundreds of thousands to millions. If they were to get one of every bag, wouldn't that total in the millions? Spending millions just on bags. Meanwhile, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi felt utterly ashamed. Zhao Qingxu's husband was buying her bags without batting an eye, getting one of every style in the store, while they were celebrating over a basic entry-level picotin lock. They had been so excited over such a basic model. This not only made them appear out of touch with reality, but also made them seem quite poor. Just thinking about the things they said to Zhao Qingxue earlier made their faces burn with shame. Not only that, but they also felt a wild mix of envy and jealousy. Getting one of every Hermes bag meant buying over 100 bags. What was the difference between that and buying out the entire store? So many bags, being able to casually choose which one to carry home every day was practically the dream of every woman. They always saw those rich heiresses sharing their wardrobes online. After all, who could blame them for having good luck and being born with a silver spoon? But thinking about how Zhao Qingxue, who started out almost on the same level as them, received such treatment, made them feel a deep-rooted jealousy gnawing at their hearts. However, they could only envy silently and do nothing about it. "Hello, sir, there are a total of 112 bags here. The total price is 25 million. It took about 20 minutes for the attendant to finally pack all the bags. Upon hearing the price, Zhao Qingxue felt as if her heart was bleeding. However, she couldn't voice her reluctance as she didn't want to embarrass Su Yuan, so she could only accept it with a pained expression. Su Yuan directly took out his bank card. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 25 million on your wife. Zhao Qingxue, you have received a tenfold rebate of 250 million, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 25 million on your wife. Zhao Qingxue, triggering the lucky rebate of a building named Venus Tower. Please check it." Unexpectedly, the system directly rewarded him with a building, which surprised Su Yuan greatly. Venus Tower. That name sounds familiar. Since he didn't have time to carefully read the introduction to Venus Tower, Su Yuan didn't pay much attention. He turned to instruct the attendant to directly deliver the bags to the large flat at Pudong Dilan Mansion and was about to leave. However, as he turned around, he realized that Li Hao had mysteriously disappeared. Also missing were the keys to his LaFerrari. He was just thinking whether Li Hao had taken his car to pick up some girls when he heard a faint gasp from the entrance. "Wow, it's a LaFerrari." At the same time, Lin Jian and the others standing nearby also noticed the LaFerrari at the entrance. For some reason, upon seeing the LaFerrari parked at the door, they instinctively glanced at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered with them and walked straight towards the LaFerrari at the door. However, Zhao Qingxue politely turned back to say goodbye. "Sorry, I've finished buying the bags, so we'll be leaving now. You all enjoy shopping." Watching Li Hao jump out of the LaFerrari and hand the car keys to Su Yuan while he casually left with another set of keys, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were already stunned into silence, their brains barely functioning. Only Lin Jian's face looked as grim as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists, staring in shock at the LaFerrari. What exactly was Su Yuan's identity? How could he possibly afford a LaFerrari? The class reunion was merely a fleeting interlude. Zhao Qingxue could not help but sigh at how the bonds of old classmates had dwindled to nothing. After all, they were distant high school acquaintances with little likelihood of crossing paths again, so she promptly forgot the matter once she returned home. When she opened the video platform, Zhao Qingxue was greeted by a swarm of messages urging her to post more. Many urged her to do a live stream. She did want to try it, but her introverted nature made her unsure how to interact with the live chat, so it remained only a passing thought. Su Yuan could read her hesitation and asked with a smile, "Really not going to try a live stream?" Frankly, Su Yuan thought Zhao Qingxue belonged to that rare type whose beauty and bone structure were superbly photogenic. She was flawless from every angle, where others fussed over hair and lighting. She could go live having just woken up without makeup and still look fine. With such conditions, it would be a shame not to stream at all. But I don't know how to interact with them. What if I say the wrong thing? Filming videos was one thing, but facing the live camera left Zhao Qingxue feeling utterly silly. The live stream is your stage. Say what you wish. Even if you misspeak, it doesn't matter. If someone doesn't like it, let them go. My wife can say whatever she wants. Then try it. After much hesitation and encouraged by Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue decided to give it a shot. She quickly prepared the streaming equipment and sat upright on the living room sofa, as if about to undertake a solemn task, her face tense with seriousness. Su Yuan stifled a laugh. I'm going live now. Don't. At the crucial moment, Zhao Qingxue panicked and reached to snatch the camera from his hands. But Su Yuan murmured, I've already started. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao. I'm Schwer. Welcome to my live stream to learn some makeup tips. If you have questions, please interact in the chat, and I will answer them one by one. The instant she realized the camera was on her, Zhao Qingxue seemed to transform. Su Yuan made a cheering gesture toward her. I see a lot of interest in the Tang-style makeup I did before. Today I'll teach you how to create a Tang look suited to you. Though experienced in filming, this being her first live broadcast made her slightly nervous. She grew flustered at times, and even misplaced the items she needed. Su Yuan found the thing and handed it to her. Wow, Schwer, you look even more beautiful live than in your videos. I think Schwerner's face easily ranks in the top 3 on this little site. Comments about her looks and coy remarks about Su Yuan's hands multiplied in the chat. Questions about technique were in the minority. Most viewers were fawning over Zhao Qingxue's appearance and ogling Su Yuan. Zhao Qingxue felt helpless. Hey, I'm actually a serious beauty creator. We know we're here to learn how to be flawless from every angle, right? Mind, I understand. Hands nonsense. Schwer, stop wasting your youth in the live stream. Debut already. If you don't become famous, you'll eat my words. As a newcomer with no entanglements, her channel had no haters. The atmosphere remained friendly and lighthearted. Zhao Qingxue gradually relaxed, applying makeup while chatting with the live viewers. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Su Yuan thought it might be Li Hao coming down again, but when he opened the door, it was staff from amass. Yuan Xiao, hello. These are the bags you ordered from our store this afternoon. 7 or 8 employees stood at the door, each holding a cardboard box and looking respectfully at Su Yuan. Su Yuan stepped aside and pointed toward the walk-in closet. Place the bags in that room, please. Yes, Mr. Yuan. They carefully carried the boxes into the closet, making 3 trips back and forth. Because the camera happened to face the walk-in closet, the viewers watched the amass staff bring the boxes into the room with perfect clarity. Many viewers grew curious about what Zhao Qingxue had bought. She hesitated. It's nothing really, just some bags. Just several large boxes of bags. So Versailles. Schwer, what bags did you buy? At first she did not want to reveal them, but soft-hearted as she was and worn down by repeated pleas in the chat, she reluctantly agreed after much inner debate. Holding the camera, she pushed open the closet door. The nearly 40 square meter walk-in room contained 2 massive wooden wardrobes and a variety of shelving. Boxes that had just been delivered by amass were stacked at the entrance. Schwer, is your family really this wealthy? That closet could be our living room. Whoa, did I see that right? Those boxes look like they bear the amass logo. Impossible. Earlier she said the boxes contained bags. If they were amass pieces, how much would they be worth? As she opened a box and glanced at the chat, she paused, then pulled out a Birkin bag still in its wrapping and said softly, Yes, these bags are indeed amass. My goodness. What kind of family are you from, Schwer? A dozen boxes of amass. Is this for real? Schwer, are you dealing in fakes? So Schwer is a rich woman after all. No wonder she rarely takes ads. With good humor, she took each bag from the boxes and hung them on the closet rack, smiling as she explained, I'm really from an ordinary family. An ordinary family? Tell me, Schwer, does your conscience ache when you say that? Really? Seeing their disbelief, Zhao Qingxue felt vexed. I couldn't afford such expensive bags myself, and my husband bought them all. He wanted to buy me one, but I couldn't decide, so he said to get every style and let me choose at home. Can we buy them all and take our time choosing at home? I'd like a dozen of such a husband, please. Refuse to lure the dog in for abuse and slaughter. Caring for animals is everyone's responsibility. Since she is a beauty blogger, most of the viewers watching Zhao Qingxue's livestream are girls. Seeing the dozens of large boxes of bags in the camera truly makes one envious, wishing to transform into Zhao Qingxue on the spot. Although the internet now promotes female empowerment, encouraging women to be independent and strong, it is also a last resort. If possible, who wouldn't want to be treated like a little princess by their husband? Due to the love for Hermes bags, Zhao Qingxue's livestream gained a significant increase in followers. The segment where she applied Tang makeup and the unboxing of the Hermes bags were edited into a short video garnering tens of thousands of likes. Though the reason for her sudden fame seems a bit skewed, being able to interact with fans every day during live streams and watching her follower count exceed 100,000 makes Zhao Qingxue very happy. Let's go, dear wife, let's check out the farm stay. The tree should have grown by now. After calculating the time, he figured the seeds provided by the system after being treated with growth fertilizer should have sprouted. It's only been a few days, they can't have grown. Despite saying this, seeing Su Yuan's eager expression, Zhao Qingxue obediently followed him to the farm stay. Unexpectedly, midway through their journey, a torrential downpour began. By the time the two finally reached the entrance of the farm stay, they found 3 cars already parked there. Moreover, they were all luxury cars. A Maybach S680, a Rolls-Royce Ghost, and a Land Rover. Though these 3 cars aren't top-tier luxury, they are certainly not affordable for ordinary people. It seems a group of rich second generation are visiting the farm stay. The owner of this farm stay is really something. Oh, why not open for business? No wonder the reviews on the app are so poor. As Su Yuan observed the group, 3 men and 3 women standing under the eaves of the farm stay were also complaining. They had come out to the suburbs to have fun, but who would have thought it would rain so heavily halfway there? The road conditions were poor, and they were both tired and hungry. They spotted the farm stay nearby and came over, but who knew it would be closed? Their trip was in vain. Now, standing at the entrance of the farm stay, they were filled with frustration. You guys stop complaining, it seems we're not the only unlucky ones. As a red Ferrari LaFerrari drove through the rain, one of them laughed. The others looked at the LaFerrari with curiosity. A soft-top LaFerrari. I've never heard of anyone having one in our city. Ordinary people only know that LaFerraris are expensive, costing several million, and some know that only 499 units were made worldwide. However, it is only the rich second generation who play with cars that know how rare Su Yuan's soft-top LaFerrari is. As a flagship model of Ferrari, besides the regular version released earlier, a soft-top variant was also launched, limited to only 29 units worldwide. In China, only 3 units were allocated, all snatched by a luxury car mogul in the capital. They never expected to see one here. And it even has a license plate from the city. The person coming is probably a major big shot. One man dressed in a hip-hop style muttered, while the girl next to him, who had been admiring the LaFerrari, asked, "He Xiao, is it really that exaggerated? You don't know anything." He Xiao cast an annoyed glance at the girl. "It's pointless to explain it to you. Just remember to be polite when they arrive, but don't be rude. If you offend someone like that, I can't protect you." While they were talking, the LaFerrari had already stopped at the entrance of the farm stay. "Be careful, don't get wet in the rain." The car door opened, and Su Yuan protected Zhao Qingxue as they got out, then brought her to the eaves of the farm stay. "What are you all doing here? Hiding from the rain?" Since He Xiao and the others did not expect Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, who got out of the LaFerrari, to be so young and good-looking, they were momentarily stunned and forgot to greet them, leaving Su Yuan to speak first. "Well, sort of. We wanted to come over for a meal too, but it looks like it's closed." He Xiao was the first to respond. Su Yuan took out a key from his pocket. "Oh, I just bought this place not long ago and haven't had the chance to hire staff yet, so there's no food, but the ingredients and kitchenware are all ready. If you want to eat, you can cook for yourselves." When they heard that Su Yuan was actually the owner of the farm stay, they were shocked for a moment, then happily nodded. "No problem, having a place to eat is great. Then come on in." Su Yuan opened the door and invited them in. The group walked down the solid wood corridor towards the small cabin. Along the way, they could see that the farm stay was filled with flowers and greenery, and the environment was quite pleasant. This caused He Xiao to pause for a moment. He leaned closer to Su Yuan and cautiously asked, "What do I call you, brother?" "Su Yuan. I'm He Yun. You're from our city, right? I don't know you, but it's a pleasure to meet you." It was clear He Yun was very interested in Su Yuan, and he spoke in a very humble manner, as if he intended to get to know Su Yuan. Su Yuan was also an easygoing person. "I usually keep a low profile, so it's normal not to be recognized." He don't say that it really is the case. In this era, the more impressive the big shot, the lower their profile. Seeing Su Yuan's casual demeanor, He Yun became even more cautious in his attitude. Among these people, He Yun clearly appeared to be the leader. Noticing He Yun's attitude, the others were also very respectful towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't think much of it, and casually pointed towards the kitchen. "If you want to eat, you can go over there and cook. Feel free to use the ingredients." "Okay, young Master Yuan." He Yun called the others to cook, then leaned closer to Su Yuan and said, "Young Master Yuan, this place is simply a hidden gem. With such a good environment, why not manage it properly? You'd definitely make a fortune. I don't really care about making money. I bought this place to plant trees and such, mainly just for fun." Su Yuan tapped on the railing a few times, looking at the heavy rain with some worry, uncertain whether the trees given by the system would be affected by the rain. PS seeking 5-star reviews, seeking updates, seeking gifts. Free gifts are also fine. Fortunately, the heavy rain came quickly and left just as fast. After only an hour, the rain had already stopped, while He Yun's people had yet to prepare the meal. Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue along the gravel path, and He Yun, along with two other individuals who couldn't cook, followed suit, saying that the environment was nice and they wanted to take a stroll here. Be careful. Should I carry you? On a rainy day the path was slippery, especially the gravel path, and Su Yuan was quite afraid that Zhao Qingxue might fall. Feeling uneasy holding her hand, he crouched down intending to carry her. Seeing 3 pairs of eyes staring at her, Zhao Qingxue felt extremely shy and dared not let Su Yuan carry her. She pushed him away several times. Sister-in-law Su Yuan is really too good to you. The girl following He Yun, who looked to be under 20, gazed enviously at the scene. Zhao Qingxue smiled. It's not a big deal. Hey sister-in-law, don't be modest. I've never seen such a considerate person before. I thought only characters from TV dramas were like this. The girl leaned close to Zhao Qingxue and winked, whispering, when you have time, can you teach me the ways of handling men? Zhao Qingxue was a bit dazed by the girl's words. What do you mean by handling men? I mean, how can I make a man act like Su Yuan? Zhao Qingxue recalled the details of her interactions with Su Yuan, and it seemed quite natural and ordinary. They joked around and played with each other without any special techniques, right? Young girls these days just ponder over frivolous things all day long. Su Yuan, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but comment, do you think all men are fools? I can't tell what tricks you're playing with. Oh, I was just asking. The young girl felt quite wronged at being criticized. He Yun frowned and glanced at her. Why are you speaking to Su Yuan like that? He is just responding to you. You should humbly accept his words. What kind of attitude is that? I'm sorry, I was wrong. The girl stuck out her tongue and quickly apologized. While this is literally an orchard, as they spoke, they had already walked to the pond. The pond, freshly washed by the rain, was filled with swaying lotus flowers, each displaying unique postures, and the lotus leaves were lush, with many lotus seed pods peeking out. Behind the pond there were various flourishing fruit trees. Apples, crabapples, hawthorns, and cherries, everything imaginable. The vibrant green branches were laden with ripe fruit, particularly enticing after the rain. He also looked toward the fruit trees. To be honest, he had been to ecological parks and orchards where one could pick their own fruits. However, the fruit trees here were quite different. The fruits not only appeared plump, but also had a more vivid color, especially the cherries, which looked like red rubies. He instinctively swallowed, turning to Su Yuan and asking, Su Yuan, can we pick these fruits to eat? You can, but they aren't cheap. You all can decide for yourselves. The fruits from these trees have special effects, and Su Yuan did not intend to sell them cheaply. Upon hearing this, He Yun immediately laughed. Su Yuan, don't worry, I will definitely pay you fairly. You just tell me how much per pound. 300 or 500 is no problem. Previously, He Yun had been to an orchard to pick cherries, and he remembered that back then they could eat as much as they wanted without charge, but if they wanted to take them out, it was about 90 per pound. Therefore, he assumed that the prices here wouldn't be too high. Su Yuan shook his finger. I sell everything here individually, not by weight. Hey, that's interesting. How much is an apple? He Yun asked with a grin, already walking toward the apple tree to pick his favorite apples. Su Yuan held up 5 fingers. 51. That is indeed a bit expensive, but still acceptable. This apple's variety was unclear, but its price was almost on par with imported premium goods. He Yun casually picked 2 apples and tossed them to a nearby boy and girl. You two try and see how these apples taste. It's not 51, it's 50,000 each. However, just as He Yun reached for a third apple, Su Yuan's words nearly caused him to cramp his hand. He turned around thinking he must have misheard. Su Yuan, did you say how much for each? 50,000. The boy and girl who were munching on apples were also dumbfounded, completely resembling startled little hamsters forgetting to chew the apples in their mouths. They couldn't swallow or spit them out. They certainly did not have auditory hallucinations, as they heard clearly that these apples indeed cost 50,000 each. Damn, even if it were a golden apple, it couldn't possibly be so expensive. Isn't this a scam? Well, eating one of these apples can help someone lose around 10 pounds, depending on the individual. Su Yuan had anticipated their reaction and remained quite calm. I know you don't believe me. He Yun and the others exchanged glances. Oh, wasn't this obvious? No one would believe anyone who claimed they could lose 10 pounds just by eating an apple. I can hold off on collecting the money until after you see the effects, then you can pay me. After all, these individuals were wealthy second-generation heirs, and Su Yuan was not worried about them being unable to afford it. This statement left He Yun stunned as he looked at Su Yuan suspiciously. What if it doesn't work? If it doesn't work, consider it a treat from me. All right. He Yun saw how confident Su Yuan was and readily agreed. After all, he could afford 50,000 per apple. He just didn't want to waste money, as nobody is a fool. However, if it really worked, then the money spent would be well worth it. Gritting his teeth, he picked one from the tree and took a bite, feeling a slight pain in his heart. 3 apples for 150,000. He could easily enjoy a night in the best nightclub in Modu with that money. Su Yuan, are you serious when you say you transplanted so many fruit trees here while carrying me? That's one thing, but you can't scam people like this, selling apples for 50,000. Watching He-yun and the others eat the apples, Zhao Qingxue couldn't bear to watch any longer. However, she always gave Su Yuan face and would never expose him directly. She would pull Su Yuan aside to discuss any issues. Su Yuan pinched the delicate little face of the girl. Do I look like the kind of person who would deceive others? My. The trees grew on their own, and the apples truly do help with weight loss. Su Yuan leaned closer to Zhao Qingxue's ear, whispering with a smile. I tell you, as long as you believe in me, I am your husband, capable of anything. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the wooden cabin of the farmhouse early in the morning, startling the birds around, causing them to flap their wings in a panic and flee. In the kitchen, Zhao Qingxue, who was preparing breakfast for Su Yuan, was so startled that her hands trembled, nearly dropping the spatula. She lifted the spatula and walked towards the source of the sound. When she arrived, she discovered that the sound came from He-yun's room. At the door of the room, several people had already gathered. He-yun, with disheveled hair, emerged from his room, wearing only oversized shorts exposing his pale belly. Everyone thought something was wrong, and just as they were getting tense, he clutched his belly and exclaimed, My stomach is gone. A few people were confused. Isn't your stomach still there? The girl who had been following He-yun looked at his belly in surprise. Oh my God, you really have lost so much weight. Hearing the girl's remark, everyone finally took a closer look at He-yun. Previously, He-yun was quite a plump little fellow, especially with a beer belly due to years of drinking. When he usually wore a t-shirt and stood there, his belly was particularly noticeable. But now He-yun not only appeared slimmer, but his belly was indeed gone. What's going on? He shouted. You starved yesterday. I saw you ate quite a bit. Could it be that there's a ghost here that's— Oh my God, a ghost. I like it. Upon hearing about the ghost, a lean man rubbed his hands together. A few people looked at him with a deeper meaning in their eyes. I lost 3.5 gene. I lost 2 gene too. Seeing He-yun's obvious weight loss, the two who had eaten apples yesterday hurriedly weighed themselves. The two of them were already relatively thin, so the effect wasn't very obvious. However, losing 2 gene for a thin person was comparable to a fat person losing 10 gene. These apples are too incredible. 50,000 each is not a loss. For He-yun, a rich second generation who was lazy, liked to indulge, and didn't exercise, eating an apple to lose weight was a great deal. Even if they cost 500,000 each, he wouldn't consider it expensive. After all, losing weight now requires either serious exercise and eating grass every day, or extreme measures like liposuction, which is painful no matter what. What do you mean 50,000 per apple? He-shao, what are you talking about? Only the 3 who knew about the apples from yesterday understood, while the others cooking in the kitchen were left in the dark. He-yun explained what had happened yesterday. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed towards the orchard. Such amazing apples had to be admired even if they didn't eat them. They really work right. Su Yuan, in his pajamas and yawning, walked in and subconsciously moved behind Zhao Qingxue, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yes. Yuan Xiao, these apples are truly amazing. I want to buy a few more. No, I want to buy the whole tree. After all, He-yun's family was in business and was quick-witted. With such incredible apples, even if the price were to soar tenfold, people would still want them. If he bought all the apples from Su Yuan's orchard and sold them again, he could net millions, possibly even billions. Although it felt a bit underhanded in business, one must be cunning. You wish. Su Yuan immediately saw through his intentions. I forgot to tell you, the fruits in my orchard cannot be taken out to eat. Compared to buying things for my wife, selling fruit is just too slow for making money. I don't expect to make much from it, but he also wouldn't allow others to take advantage of him. Huh. Yuan Xiao, don't be so cruel. The price is negotiable. 100,000 each is fine. How about 150,000? 200,000 is also negotiable. No matter what price He-yun offered, Su Yuan's answer was always the same: not for sale. He could only resentfully hope to eat more while he was here. These cherries look so tempting. If apples can help lose weight, what can cherries do? What kind of variety are these? I've never seen them before. A group of people surrounded the orchard, filled with curiosity and astonishment at the miraculous fruits on the trees. Although they knew that with the continuous development of science and technology, there were many innovations in the fruit field, resulting in many new hybrid varieties. They were not people who had never seen the world. The fruits they usually ate were either imported or well-known domestic varieties. However, they had truly never seen the ones in Su Yuan's orchard. Apples for weight loss, cherries for skin whitening, crabapples for skin nourishment, hawthorns for eye health, lotus seeds for spot removal. Seeing a few people gathered together, Su Yuan walked over, holding Zhao Qingxue. So many benefits. At first, everyone thought only the apples had special effects, but they were surprised to find that the other fruits did too. So amazing. Can I take a photo for my moments? Such rare things had to be photographed to show off, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. Su Yuan didn't stop this. He waved his hand in permission and took Zhao Qingxue for a walk. 50,000 for an apple. Cherry at 11,000 each. How can there be such expensive fruits? You must have been scammed. I believe apples can help with weight loss, but those cherries for skin whitening, crab apples for skin nourishment, and lotus seeds for spot removal are just ridiculous. I think what you're eating isn't fruit, but mushrooms from Nonyan, right? Eating them has made you hallucinate. They initially thought they could show off on social media, but instead they were mocked. This left a few people feeling a bit gloomy. Especially Hyun. He couldn't stand being teased, especially when this group was mocking him indirectly. You're the one eating mushrooms. Your whole family eats mushrooms. He sent a picture of his belly. See, I lost weight just by eating apples, and it only took one night. Please tell me what photo editing software you used. Yeah, the software edits flawlessly. Taking a deep breath, Hyun was so angry he nearly cursed, but he ultimately held it in. The chance to become slimmer, more beautiful, and fairer is right in front of you. Just 1 or 200,000 can bring you happiness. If you don't cherish it now, later on 2 million may not even buy you this opportunity. Consider this social media post a fulga. Months later, when you look back, I expect to hear you call me daddy. After posting, Hyun turned off his phone. What Hyun didn't know was that he was wrong. Initially thinking it would take months for these fruits to become known, but just a week later, he gained hundreds of little brothers. Crunch, crunch. What was that sound? Hand in hand with Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan strolled slowly beneath the fruit-laden trees. Besides the lush, bountiful orchard, the air itself shimmered with the sweet, heady fragrance of ripe berries. Glancing around, and seeing no one nearby, Su Yuan had half-heartedly intended to press Zhao Qingxue gently against a tree trunk for a tender kiss, only to be interrupted by the unmistakable sound of someone gnawing on fruit. He assumed someone had broken the rules and dared to sneak a bite here. Yet when he followed the noise, he discovered nestled among dry leaves beside the garden wall a large, matted, yellow-furred creature buried nose-deep in an apple. Is this the dog? Had it not been for its unmistakable golden coat and robust build, Zhao Qingxue would never have dared identify the creature before her as a dog. It was filthy beyond belief, its entire pelt knotted and clumped together, tangled with twigs, grass stems, and dried leaves, giving it the eerie appearance of a small feral beast. Upon spotting them, the golden retriever shot them a wary glance, then turned and bolted backward into the underbrush without a second look. Only then did Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue notice a freshly dug hole beside the wall. Judging by the damp, loose earth, the dog must have burrowed its way in. A woo. Apparently starved upon entering, the dog had gorged itself, and now swollen with food, it found itself trapped. Its head slipped through the tunnel's exit, but its body wedged tightly mid-passage. It yelped frantically, hind legs kicking helplessly, pitiful and desperate. Zhao Qingxue had always adored pets. Back in university, she'd often told Su Yuan that after graduation, she dreamed of adopting either a cat or a dog. Yet once they both plunged into demanding careers, time vanished, and their dream of pet ownership quietly faded into suspension. Now, gazing at this bedraggled stray, her heart stirred anew. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. She knew golden retrievers well, gentle-natured, inherently non-aggressive. Watching the great golden dog struggle desperately within the narrow tunnel, she spoke softly, soothingly. It was instinctive, a reflexive kindness, not expectation. After all, even if golden retrievers ranked high among canines in intelligence, they remained fundamentally dogs. Many dogs who appear to understand human speech do so not through intellect, but through years of shared rhythm and unspoken trust. Yet the moment Zhao Qingxue's voice reached its ears, the golden dog stilled. Its frantic writhing ceased entirely. Its panicked howls softened into plaintive whimpers, small, sorrowful, utterly disarmed. Su Yuan found the scene oddly endearing. After a brief hesitation, he asked Zhao Qingxue to stay put, and stepped behind the dog, grasping its hind legs firmly. Let me pull you out. Humph, humph. In moments, the grimy, mud-smeared dog emerged, yanked free like a stubborn root still clinging to fresh, dark earth. Once freed, it lowered itself cautiously onto the ground, panting softly, its large, luminous eyes, black and white, starkly contrasted, studying Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue with quiet, searching intensity. When it sensed no revulsion, only warmth, it began wagging its golden tail with furious, ecstatic abandon, like autumn leaves swept up in a sudden gale. Husband, we're keeping him. Before Zhao Qingxue could even utter the words, Su Yuan seized her hand. But you mustn't touch him yet. He's far too filthy. I'll take him straight to a pet groomer, bathe him thoroughly, and only then will he be yours to keep. Mua. Rarely so bold in public, Zhao Qingxue wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck and planted a quick, affectionate kiss. My husband is truly wonderful. Let's go. Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue's hand and led her toward the gate, then glanced back and waved playfully at the golden dog. Little monster, come along. A woo. Realizing Su Yuan welcomed its presence, the dog bounded joyfully after them. Yet as if aware of its own grime, it kept a respectful distance, ambling steadily just behind them, unhurried and obedient. Zhao Qingxue kept turning back, her gaze softening with each glance. Husband, what shall we name him? Since we found him, let's call him Jian. That's far too hasty. Zhao Qingxue pouted, tapping a slender porcelain finger against her temple. He devours fruit like a ravenous goblin. Why not call him Li Guo? Agreed, whatever my beloved wife commands. Li Guo, come here. As they arrived at the rustic wooden cottage with Li Guo in tow, a group of affluent young men recoiled in startled alarm at the sight of such a filthy dog. Fortunately, Li Guo proved remarkably well-mannered. He neither darted nor leapt, refused to cross the threshold, and instead settled quietly in a corner, his round bright eyes darting curiously about the room. Recalling how hungrily he'd gnawed on that apple earlier, Su Yuan retrieved a steak from the freezer, thawed it quickly, and placed it in a bowl for him. Likely having gone weeks without meat, Li Guo stared at the offering, saliva pooling in rivulets at it. To Su Yuan's surprise, however, the dog did not dive in immediately. Instead, he nudged the bowl insistently towards Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue with his wet nose, gazing up at them with hopeful, pleading eyes. A woo. When neither moved, he gave his tail a soft, questioning wag. Zhao Qingxue smiled faintly, crouched down, and stroked his broad head. Go ahead, eat it yourself. We've already dined well. A woo. As if comprehending her words perfectly, Li Guo finally lowered his head and devoured the beef with deep, hearty, grateful bites. Well, this dog is astonishingly intelligent, not at all like a typical stray. The others murmured in awe. Golden retrievers, after days of starvation, usually fell upon meat with wild primal urgency. Even the gentlest couldn't escape instinct. Yet this one displayed restraint so profound it bordered on uncanny. Young Master Su, if you're willing, may I adopt him? He approached eagerly. I'll pay 5,000 for him. Shoo. Everyone pack up and head home. I'm taking the dog to the groomer now. No more agritourism today. Su Yuan ignored He Yun entirely, waving dismissively to usher everyone out. He Yun and the others stood stunned. Young Master Su, you're being awfully arbitrary. Don't you know customers are gods? Then perhaps you ought to ascend to heaven. Wealth and influence granted privilege. And seeing Su Yuan's unwavering resolve, He Yun wisely conceded defeat, gathering his companions and departing without further protest. Su Yuan's Ferrari couldn't accommodate Li Guo, so he drove him instead to a nearby pet salon. Over repeated visits, the groomer grew familiar, and they exchanged contact information. Before pulling away, He Yun leaned out of his car window, waving enthusiastically. Young Master Su, I'll send you clients anytime. No need. I'm not certain I'll ever reopen the agritourism venture. After taking Li Guo to the pet store and arranging for a bath, deworming, and vaccinations, Su Yuan instructed the staff to return it later, then drove home. Schwer, it's time for the live stream. Oh no, I mean it's time to go live. Quick. Schwer, can you do a daily makeup look today? Upon returning home, before she could start anything else, Zhao Qingxue's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications urging her to go live. She had no choice but to prepare and begin her stream. With nothing else to do, Su Yuan washed a bowl of fruit picked from the orchard and sat across from her to eat casually, opening his phone, registering for an account on a small streaming site, and following Zhao Qingxue. Welcome Schwer's husband into the live stream. A message quickly appeared in the bottom left corner of the screen, provoking curses from several viewers for being shameless. Someone already registered before me. No way, I'll change my name to Schwer's husband. No. 2. I'll be Schwer's wife. Give it to me. The ID Schwer's wife is mine. Originally, Su Yuan registered simply to observe the live stream, but unexpectedly, it sparked a contest for usernames. Even Zhao Qingxue found it amusing, saying, Alright, I only have one husband, no wives, so everyone stop arguing, and let's start today's daily makeup tutorial. She began the tutorial seriously, step by step, in front of the mirror. However, the barrage of comments regarding the username Schwer's husband grew increasingly intense. I am Schwer's husband, no. 29. Damn it, then I am no. 99. Hello everyone, I am Schwer's husband, no. 521. Seeing so many people claiming to be her husband surprised Su Yuan. He had initially planned to remain a low-profile observer, but with the flood of Schwer's husbands, he couldn't stand it. As Schwer's legitimate husband, I hope you all can respect me. Don't think just because you're the first to register that you're the real husband. Have some shame, I know. 99. I refuse to accept this. I am the legitimate Schwer's husband, no. 1314. Su Yuan, realizing his status was at risk, he directly charged 5 million into his account. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 5 million on his wife, Zhao Qingxue, earning a tenfold return of 50 million now deposited into your account balance. Please check your account. Schwer's husband sent streamer Schwer a dream castle 1. Soon a glaring notification popped up in the barrage, instantly freezing the atmosphere. The Dream Castle is one of the reward items on the small streaming site, costing 500 coins, each, which amounts to a hefty 500 RMB. Typically experienced streamers will skillfully guide their fans to send gifts. For beauty streams, sending a 99 renminbi cactus might come with a unique tip or simply a cute gesture. However, Zhao Qingxue wasn't one to do such things as she usually just chatted casually or earnestly focused on. While the fans in the live stream would send gifts, most were free small red flowers, occasionally a few yuan for a glow stick or similar. Daily gift earnings amounted to just a few dozen yuan. But today in the live stream, someone sent a dream castle worth 5000. What does this mean? Although it is said that the economy is developing rapidly and everyone is heading towards prosperity, for ordinary people 5000 is still no small amount. After all, those monthly wages of tens of thousands only exist in first-tier cities. In places like small 18th-tier cities, the average wage is only a few thousand a month. Some people might not even earn 5000 in a month. Thus, the dream castle is entirely a luxury item meant for the wealthy. It's all fun and games, but don't joke with your wallet. No way would anyone spend so much for a username. They'll be eating dirt next month. No way, no way, no way. Even in this day and age, there are people who spend extravagantly for someone else's wife. Seeing that Su Yuan's account was new with no spending records and no membership signs, everyone assumed he was just an ordinary person who had been provoked into spending 5,000. Most people in the live stream thought it was normal to playfully banter, but if someone really spent money, that would be Dream Castle. Zhao Qingxue, broadcasting in front of the camera, didn't expect to receive such an expensive gift. She paused for a moment, almost smudging her eyeliner. Thank you to the fan named Schwer's husband for the Dream Castle. As she said this, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit excited, as it was indeed the first time she had received such an expensive gift. She wasn't someone who forced her fans to send gifts. She was already very happy with small gifts worth a few dozen, but as a full-time streamer, she still needed to earn from videos and live streams. However, the username of this person was just 2. Afraid that Su Yuan would feel jealous, Zhao Qingxue glanced at him sitting across the sofa, only to see him holding his phone, seemingly doing something. Honey, my coral lipstick is in the room. Can you help me find it? Realizing they were nearing the final step of the daily makeup, Zhao Qingxue noticed her favorite coral lipstick was missing and quickly called out. All right. Hearing his wife call, Su Yuan sprang up from the sofa, placed his phone on the coffee table, and soon he found several coral lipsticks. Wife, use this Lancome one. I think this color suits you best on camera. As he handed the lipstick to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan reminded her. How do you know I look good in Lancome on camera? Zhao Qingxue had been seriously streaming, focusing on the comments on her phone, so she hadn't noticed what Su Yuan's phone displayed on the coffee table. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, she instinctively glanced at Su Yuan's phone on the coffee table. Was that her live stream? Could it be that Schwer's husband who sent the Dream Castle was Su Yuan? Schwer, I just heard your husband's voice. It's so nice, like a male god's voice. His hands look good and his voice is nice. He must look good too. If he really is a handsome guy, I would change my name to Schwer, Disney's runaway prince. Though Su Yuan remained silent, legends of him had already spread across the Jianghu, discussions about him instantly eclipsing the earlier buzz surrounding the ID. Only then did Su Yuan appear satisfied. He picked up his phone and plopped down onto the sofa. As Schwer's husband, I naturally must look worthy of her. Modestly speaking, I'm merely campus heartthrob material. In truth, this claim was no exaggeration. Though his father lacked striking features, his mother was a renowned beauty. As the saying goes, sons resemble their mothers, daughters their fathers. And Su Yuan had inherited his mother's exquisite genes flawlessly. His eyebrows arched gracefully into his hairline, his eyes held profound depth, his nose possessed an elegant, refined bridge, his lips were slender, finely shaped, a visage leaning toward ethereal elegance and delicate refinement. Back in high school, countless girls had pursued him solely for that face. Yet he remained indifferent, devoted to studies and video games with no interest in romance. Not until university did he finally indulge freely during freshman year, only to meet Zhao Qingxue in his sophomore year. Bluster without restraint. No proof. Then we'll treat you as the neighbor's husband by default. Since when does a campus heartthrob declare himself one? Could this be Xiao Biluo herself making a grand? If you don't believe me, so be it. Let me tell you plainly, Schwer is nothing like you, shallow and obsessed with appearances. She loves my soul, not my face. With that, he swiftly sent 10 consecutive dream castles in rapid succession. Respected senior, I misjudged you utterly. Please accept my deepest reverence. Everyone please step aside respectfully. The ID Schwer's husband rightfully belongs to our top donor. Earlier, a single dream castle had stunned viewers, but they'd taken it lightly. 10 in a row, however, was an entirely different matter. Each dream castle cost 5,000 yuan, 10 amounted to 50,000. This was no trivial sum. Only a true tycoon would casually spend such an amount. They were witnessing the birth of a legendary magnate. The 10 dream castles left, Zhao Qingxue momentarily stunned. Though she'd already begun suspecting Schwer's husband might be Su Yuan, the precise timing, his finger tapping the screen opposite her, and the castle effects appearing on the live feed, confirmed it beyond doubt. Husband, stop teasing. She sighed helplessly, mainly because Su Yuan's gift-giving was financially wasteful for her. He spent 50,000 yuan on gifts, yet she would retain only half, or less, after platform commissions. The money vanished almost instantly upon transfer. Swear, what did you just say? Amid light-hearted banter in the livestream, Zhao Qingshue's sudden remark left fans utterly bewildered. Husband, stop teasing. Did that mean Schwerer's husband was actually present in the stream? Recalling viral videos of Schwerer's husband delivering over a dozen massive Hermes boxes, fans now fixed their gaze on the ID Schwerer's husband. Someone who could casually send 10 dream castles. Could this truly be Schwerer's real husband? Schwerer's husband, are you really him? Good heavens, it's the genuine article descending among us. Husband, would you consider taking a second wife? I promise to be quiet, unobtrusive, and never interfere with your bond with Schwerer. Just buy me one Hermes bag, and you'll find me an exceptionally worthwhile second wife. At last, everyone grasped the truth. The person who'd been playfully sparring with them in the live stream was Schwerer's husband. In the flesh. No talk of second wives. I need only Schwerer. Su Yuan typed rapidly, addressing the barrage of comments. You imposters calling yourselves Schwerer's husband. Show some respect for the original. The magnate speaks wisely. I'll rename myself Schwerer's second wife right away. He explicitly said he wants only Schwerer. Don't you have any shame? I'll be the third wife. Step aside. I'm claiming both Schwerer and her husband. I'll keep them cozy in my little house and savor their love story daily. As the live stream bubbled with joyous energy, Su Yuan was preparing to continue his playful boasting, when suddenly a call came through. He ended the stream and stepped onto the balcony to answer. Hello, young Master Su, greetings. I am Jing Kai, manager of the Jinxing Tower. This month's financial report has just been finalized. Shall I deliver it to you? Jing Kai spoke with extreme caution. He had served in the leasing department of Jinxing Tower for nearly 6 years, overseeing rentals and compiling monthly financial reports, years marked by steady, uneventful routine. Then last month the tower was abruptly acquired by an enigmatic buyer, its ownership transferred overnight. By the time Jing Kai realized that his new employer was this young man named Su Yuan. How Su Yuan, still so young, commanded such staggering wealth remained a mystery to Jing Kai. But he knew one thing for certain: newly appointed bosses were notoriously difficult to please. No need. I'll come by myself. Had Jing Kai not called, Su Yuan might well have forgotten he even owned Jinxing Tower. A landmark super-tall skyscraper in Shanghai, Jinxing Tower spanned nearly 30,000 square meters in land area, boasted a total floor area of 320,000 square meters, soared to 420 meters in height, and stood prominently within the Huangpu River Financial District, a defining architectural icon. Su Yuan had passed by it several times while job hunting in Shanghai, but never entered. Now that the entire tower belonged to him, he naturally intended to inspect it firsthand. Who told you to send gifts? No sooner had he hung up than Zhao Qingxue, her livestream concluded, came to confront him. For once she exuded rare authority, pinning him gently against the balcony railing, chin lifted, fierce, yet endearingly petulant. Don't you realize how awkward this makes things for me? I'm here to earn money, not lose it by streaming while you shower me with cash. Schwerer, it's time I told you. Su Yuan gazed at her solemnly. Tell me what? About our family asset. He pulled out his phone, opened the map, and showed her Jinxing Tower's location. This building belongs to us too. So rest assured, even if I send you millions each month, our fortune will remain unshaken. Jinxing Tower. Staring at the coordinates on Su Yuan's phone, Zhao Qingxue froze, her mind momentarily blank. Wasn't Jinxing Tower one of Shanghai's most prestigious commercial landmarks? A superstructure so iconic, so rare in the city, yet it belonged to Su Yuan. Let's go, my wife. I'll show you our empire. Before Zhao Qingxue could process it, Su Yuan had already seized her hand and swept her downstairs toward the parking garage. Quickly tidy up your workstations. The boss is coming today, and we must not make any mistakes. Make sure to mop the floor again and clean the windows. Xiaozhong, why are the flowers on your desk all wilted? Who would have thought that a mere phone call to the boss would lead to him saying he wanted to come and take a look? However, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and there was simply no time to prepare for his arrival. He had no choice but to set aside everything he was doing to deal with the boss inspection. The leasing department of the Jinxing building was in a flurry thanks to Jing Kai. Upon hearing that his flowers were wilted, Xiaozhong hurriedly nodded. Okay, I'll call my boyfriend to bring me a new bouquet. Jing Kai was momentarily taken aback, feeling that something was off, but nodded all right. After preparing everything, he quickly led the team to wait at the entrance of the leasing department. Let me tell you, when I entered Boss Jing's office to look for documents today, I saw a picture of the new boss. My goodness, he is incredibly handsome, just like the young idols on television. As Jing Kai nervously rushed to the restroom, the others standing at the door grew bored and began chatting quietly. One woman's words piqued everyone's interest. They had all heard some rumors about the new boss, but they were completely unaware of the specifics. In their imagination, they thought that someone capable of buying such a large building must be an old man or a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, that fits the stereotype of a typical boss. But now someone claimed the boss looked like a young idol. You must be seeing through a filter of wealth. Look at Donggu, he's just an ordinary passerby in a crowd. But once you think he is the leader of Jingdong, doesn't that make him seem quite elegant holding a glass of red wine? Wake up, sister, this isn't the time to be dreaming. Most people did not believe the woman's words. Just as she was about to defend herself, Jing Kai returned from the restroom, forcing her to remain silent. This is it. Su Yuan drove his LaFerrari, bringing Zhao Qingxue to the leasing department of the Jinxing building. From a distance, they saw over a dozen people waiting at the entrance. Zhao Qingxue was completely bewildered. Honey, please tell me you didn't buy this building with that 70 million from Bitcoin. She couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yuan was hiding something from her. Suddenly becoming so wealthy, even with Bitcoin, just didn't add up. Could it be that he was originally a young master from some family? Yet he clearly said he came from an ordinary family. Of course not. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's darting eyes, Su Yuan knew what she was thinking. However, he didn't plan to tell her about the system yet, so he simply patted her head and said, it's just as you think. Zhao Qingxue wanted to say something, but the car had already stopped at the entrance of the leasing department where Jing Kai and a large group of people were approaching. Welcome, boss, for taking time out of your busy schedule to inspect our work. The leasing department staff bowed deeply, and the synchronized greeting startled Zhao Qingxue. Su Yuan hadn't expected such a grand display for just a casual visit. He felt he had been careless and should have reminded them to keep it low-key. Young Master Yuana. Madam, hello. The boss had visited the leasing department before, but they always called ahead, letting him know the time and how many people would come, allowing him to prepare mentally. But this young boss had come unannounced, and he was even accompanied by another young lady, leaving him momentarily speechless. After observing for a while, he cautiously called out, Madam. Take me inside to have a look. Su Yuan said, nothing further, wrapping his arm around Zhao Qingxue's waist and walking into the leasing department. Quick, follow me. Seeing he didn't call the wrong person, Jing Kai hurriedly waved his hand, letting the others. After instructing everyone to work properly, Jing Kai then led Su Yuan to the office. Young Master Yuan, here is our financial report for this month. Oh, please take a look. Calling in two beautiful female employees with fair skin and long legs to serve tea, Jing Kai also handed the financial report to Su Yuan. Su Yuan picked up the report, moving a bit closer to Zhao Qingxue, and began to flip through it. To his shock, upon glancing at it, the rent for the Jinxing building was indeed not cheap, reaching a staggering $15 per square meter per day. Though $15 doesn't sound like much, the minimum leasing space for the building is 450 square meters with a minimum leasing period of 3 months. This means that even for the smallest unit, just the rent alone would require over $600,000. This doesn't even include the deposit for future renovations. With a total leasing area of 320 square meters, at the current prices, the gross profit from this building alone reached an astounding $4,800,000 daily. $500,000 in daily revenue. That's incredibly satisfying, equivalent to winning the first prize in the lottery every day. Wife, didn't you always want to be a landlord? How about you take care of the rent for this building in the future? Su Yuan asked with a smile. In the past, when the little girl was tired from work, she'd often lie in bed and talk about wanting to buy many houses, preferably several buildings altogether. Then at the end of every month, she would put on her slippers and go collect rent, living as a happy and carefree land. Zhao Qingxue was so bewildered by the financial report that she stammered no. Though she had mentioned collecting rent before, it wasn't like this. Collecting rent from such a building is not an easy task. She would have to manage the waste, sanitation, electricity, and water use for the entire building. In short, there were too many details, and after just a glance at the financial report, the dense numbers gave her a headache. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's hesitant expression, Su Yuan couldn't help but pat her head. What are you thinking? Do you really think I want you to collect rent just to make you do hard work here? The accounting matters will be handled by the accountants. You don't need to worry about anything. Just come here each month to look at the financial report and enjoy some tea. Blinking her big eyes, Zhao Qingxue shook her head like a rattle drum. Then I don't want to come if I'm not collecting any money. What's the happiness in being a landlord? Boss, Mr. Jean is looking for you outside. Just as Jing Kai was accompanying Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue in the office to review the financial reports, there was a knock on the door, and the person outside respectfully spoke. Jing Kai waved his hand. Let him wait for a while. Yes. The person at the door responded and went out. Soon he reached Mr. Jean and apologetically said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Jean, please come with me to wait for a moment. Our boss is currently busy and cannot attend to you right now. It's fine, Mr. Jean was dressed in a suit and shoes. Although he was anxious, he could only wait. Sitting in the VIP lounge with a cup of water, he felt a bit bored and opened his phone to check the chat interface. His younger sister had sent him quite a few messages asking about his well-being, but he swiped them away and finally clicked on Zhao Qingxue's profile. His conversation with Zhao Qingxue had been stagnant for several days. Initially, he thought that according to his methods of pursuing women, it would be easy to win over someone as beautiful as Zhao Qingxue, who came from a modest background. But who would have thought that despite all his efforts it felt like punching a pillow, completely futile. Whether it was the behind-the-scenes schemes he had or the attentiveness he showed Zhao Qingxue, nothing had any effect. A few days ago he intended to put some pressure on her company and try once more, but it turned out to be useless, and he ended up losing her instead. He originally wanted to persist, but then his father told him to open a branch office and asked him to resolve the venue fee issue. He had no choice but to put this matter aside and first deal with the venue. This Jinxing building was the best location he had chosen after comparing it with the surrounding properties. Close to the subway station with a good environment and management, and compared to the prices of nearby office buildings, it wasn't high. However, there were too many tenants here. After having several meals with the person in charge, he finally secured the desired location. Qingxue, wait for me. Once I sign the contract today, I will come find you. He silently repeated this in his mind as he adjusted his posture, leaning back against the sofa. However, just as he changed his position, he suddenly caught sight of a slender figure flash by. Qingxue. He abruptly stood up and chased after that direction, initially thinking he might have been mistaken, but when the person he had been longing for turned around, it truly was her. Zhao Qingxue had initially gone to the restroom and planned to return to the office, but who would have thought she would be stopped by a familiar voice? When she turned around, she saw Jin Jiwen, whose eyes were filled with surprise. Is something wrong, Mr. Jin? After all, he was a former client, so Zhao Qingxue couldn't pretend not to know him and could only respond coldly. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you for several days. I even mentioned you to your manager the other day. Sorry, Mr. Jin, I have something to do and can't chat right now. Previously, Jin Jiwen was a major client of her company, and she had to deal with him for the sake of business. But now that they had no ties, Zhao Qingxue couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and turned to leave. Qingxue. Jin Jiwen was about to chase after her, only to be stopped by a woman accompanying Zhao Qingxue. What are you stopping me for? Jin Jiwen felt somewhat displeased and was preparing to bypass the woman, but her next words shocked him. I'm sorry, Mr. Jin, our boss wife said she has something to do and cannot attend to you. Please bear with us, and if it is truly urgent, please call in advance to make an appointment. What did you say? Boss wife. Watching Zhao Qingxue enter the office, Jin Jiwen stood there struck as if by lightning and incredulously asked again, which boss wife? The woman thought Jin Jiwen's question was strange. This was the leasing department of Jinxing building, and the boss wife obviously meant the boss wife of Jinxing building. Who else could it be? Who is your boss? Jin Jiwen asked another question that left the woman even more baffled. Mr. Jin, I understand that you are anxious, but please be a bit more patient. Our manager is currently speaking with the boss and will come to find you once they are done. Mr. Jin, I understand that you are anxious, but please be a bit more patient. Our manager is currently speaking. However, he chased after her saying, wait, could you tell me who your boss is? Just as he was about to ask who owned the building, the office door opened. Zhao Qingxue walked out, linking arms with Su Yuan, chatting and laughing, followed closely by the respectful Jin Kai. Mr. Jin, what are you doing here? Don't worry, please wait over there for a moment. As soon as Jin Kai saw Jin Jiwen, he was momentarily taken aback, then felt somewhat displeased. Why was this person so impatient? Wasn't it just a matter of signing a contract? Could he not wait a bit? Looking at Jin Kai's demeanor, it was clear that the identities of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were evident. Meanwhile, Jin Jiwen stared at Su Yuan, utterly shocked. He simply couldn't focus on Jin Kai, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Having investigated Su Yuan's background, he knew that Su Yuan came from an ordinary family, and regarding the LaFerrari he drove that day, he initially wondered if he had made a mistake in his investigation. But then he thought, damn, it wasn't Su Yuan fired. He must be working as a driver for someone else. So he borrowed someone else's car to show off. If he had time to deal with him, otherwise he would report Su Yuan for showing off in someone else's car, and he would be in trouble. But who knew Su Yuan was indeed the big boss? His father, although claiming to be worth billions, was actually counting the valuation of their house and company and still owed a mountain of debt to the bank. Who knew how much water was mixed in those billions? However, Su Yuan's Jinxing building was different, not to mention how much it was worth given the current land and housing prices in Magic City. Just the annual rent was over $1 billion. Haha, what a coincidence. He awkwardly smiled at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, now knowing that his expression must look worse than crying. You look familiar. Su Yuan recognized Jin Jiwen. This was the person who had been scheming behind Zhao Qingxue to chase her right. I'm sorry, young Master Yuan. Jin Jiwen quickly retracted his pride as a small, rich second generation, humbly apologizing to Su Yuan while hunched over. Now he didn't even dare to look at Zhao Qingxue. God knows what he had done previously. He was practically dancing on the edge. However, Jin Jiwen thought to himself that even a woman of such unknown status dared to pursue would still be a tale worth boasting about. But this was merely a thought of Jin Juwen's. If he were to go out and speak such things, he would not dare be that reckless. You are not wrong, a charming lady is indeed a good match for a gentleman. No, I wouldn't dare again. Someone like me is just a foolish idiot. How could I compare to you? I was just bewitched before. Su Yuan's words left Jin Jiwen trembling with fear, worried he might attract trouble. Now he wished he could turn back time. Had he known Su Yuan's true identity, he wouldn't have dared entertain any thoughts about Zhao Qingxue, even if it meant death. Alright, I don't have time to chat with you, just go do what you need to do. Actually, Su Yuan had come today on a whim. Encountering Jin Jiwen was purely coincidental, and he couldn't be bothered to pursue the earlier matters. Mainly it was unnecessary. In his eyes, Jin Jiwen truly amounted to nothing, and it would be a waste of time. Yes, thank you, young Master Yuan, for your magnanimity, your broad-mindedness akin to the vast seas. My admiration for you flows like the endless river. Jin Jiwen flattered continuously as he and Jin Kai helped Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue into the car. He only sighed in relief after the exhaust from Su Yuan's LaFerrari disappeared from sight. Beside him, Jin Kai stared at him. Mr. Jin, if you hadn't shown this side today, I wouldn't have known you were such a smooth talker. Previously, Jin Jiwen had flattered him to secure a good position in the Jinxing building, treating him to numerous meals, but it was nothing compared to today's sycophancy. Standing next to Jin Jiwen just now had left Jin Kai somewhat stunned for a moment. He even thought Jin Jiwen was Su Yuan's subordinate. Jin Jiwen waved his hand. Don't mention it, I didn't want to either, but life's hardships forced me to do so. Awesome, let's go sign the contract. Perhaps having seen each other's most sycophantic and ingratiating sides, the distance between the two had unconsciously closed significantly as they headed back to the office to sign the contract. Once they entered the office, the people who had been working diligently suddenly looked up, unable to suppress their excitement. Did you see that? The boss is really young and handsome. Wow, isn't this just like the male protagonist in a CEO novel? Did you not see that the boss wife is also very beautiful? My goodness, I really envy the boss wife. She's actually with the boss. Yeah, I feel that if I were the boss wife, waking up every day to see the boss sleeping beside me would make me so happy I'd faint. Although the leasing department only had a dozen people, more than half were women, making it a breeding ground for gossip. When not busy, they had plenty to chat about, from celebrity relationships to extramarital affairs among building staff, and they were quite knowledgeable, often gathering to critique scoundrels or discuss which handsome guy on which floor was the best. However, regardless of the topic, there were always differing opinions. For instance, whether the high-profile couple on the third floor of Jinxing building could last together. Some believed that good looks should lead to everlasting love, while others thought they would each cheat. However, in their view of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, their unanimous agreement was almost astonishing. Handsome man and beautiful woman destined for eternity. Su Yuan, what kind of broken dog did you buy back? On the way back, Su Yuan glanced at his phone and saw a voice message from Li Hao, so he clicked on it casually. The car was immediately filled with his frustrated roar. Just earlier, while looking at the financial report, the pet store had delivered the dog, and Su Yuan was too busy to go, so he had Li Hao go pick up Li Gua. I've never seen such a dog. Do I have a grudge against it? It refused to come with me no matter what, and after a tough struggle, I managed to bring it home, only to have it dig at the door to get out. I wouldn't let it out, and it actually peed on my leg. Li Hao's complaint was filled with bitterness and tears. He had never been bullied like this in his life, and now he found himself bullied by a dog. If it weren't Su Yuan's dog, he would have thrown it into a pot and cooked it. Don't you think it was digging at the door to go out? After parking the car in the garage, Su Yuan led Zhao Qingxue upstairs and saw Li Hao squatting at the door with Li Gua. In stark contrast to the gloomy Li Hao, Li Gua was overjoyed upon seeing Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao couldn't hold him back as he dragged him over, wagging his tail vigorously and rubbing against people while making little noises. Li Gua is such a good boy. Li Gua, now clean, looked like a different dog compared to before, with bright eyes and smooth fur exuding the fragrance of shampoo. When he sat there wagging his tail, he appeared extraordinarily well behaved. Seeing Li Gua so happy, Su Yuan squatted down to pat his head, but Li Gua directly placed his large dog head into Su Yuan's palm. At first, Su Yuan thought Li Gua was asking for food, but to his surprise, he opened his mouth and spit out a bone-shaped dog biscuit right into Su Yuan's palm. This must have been fed to him by the pet store staff. After wrapping the dog biscuit in tissue and throwing it away, Su Yuan washed his hands, amusedly watching Li Gua, who was frolicking around him, and Zhao Qingxue. Isn't it said that golden retrievers don't recognize their owners? This one seems a bit different. Damn you ungrateful creature, I brought you back, and this is how you repay me. Li Hao was half dead from anger at Li Gua's behavior. Are you seriously arguing with a dog? Su Yuan cut half an apple and held it in his hand, waving at Li Gua. Li Gua wants some apple. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Li Gua happily bounded over, mouth wide open, and devoured the half apple in one bite. Li Hao glanced at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan cuddling on the sofa, then at Li Gua happily gnawing on the apple at their feet, and suddenly realized Wait, why is this dog named Li Gua and not named Su Gua or Zhao Gua? Oh, that's because I saw that you still don't have a proper girlfriend, so I thought you might need a son. Su Yuan patted Li Gua's head and nodded towards Li Hao. Li Gua, call me dad. Li Gua seemed to understand Su Yuan's words, turned around and grinned at Li Hao. Woof. Li Hao was so furious he almost suffered a heart attack, standing up in anger. Who said I don't have a girlfriend? I have plenty of girlfriends, alright. And my ex-girlfriend wants to get back together with me. He glanced at his phone and saw a message from an ex-girlfriend, promptly opening the chat interface for both of them to see. See, this is one of my ex-girlfriends. Even though we broke up over 3 years ago, she's still messaging me, which shows she can't forget me. Sweet dog food, I kissed my first love in front of the whole school. Oh. Looking at Li Hao bringing his phone closer, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue casually glanced at it, only to see his contact note was no. 21. What does this note mean? Zhao Qingxue asked, curiously, pondering for a moment. Are you planning to meet on the 21st? She is my 21st ex-girlfriend, Li Hao explained, proudly picking up his phone, as if bestowing a gift, replying. The reply came quickly. If I have nothing to do, can I find you? See, do you know what this kind of talk means? It means there's nothing to say, but still wanting to chat with me. Honestly, I find such conversations rather dull. Generally, I wouldn't reply to messages like this. If there's nothing, don't look for me, I'm very busy. No, I have something. Say, can you click on my profile and vote for my son? It's for that sunflower baby photography contest, please. Seeing these lines while live streaming with Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, Li Hao's smile froze. Looking at the giggling Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, he stuttered, I have something else to do, I'm leaving. After saying that, he made a quick escape without even closing the door. Li Gua followed him to the doorway, dissatisfied, howled towards the hallway and shut the door. The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Although they didn't know what they were laughing about, Li Gua could feel their happiness and started spinning around beside them. Hey! Zhao Qingxue crossed her legs over Su Yuan's, pinching his face. Let me tell you, don't learn from this. To be honest, Zhao Qingxue had the least regard for Li Hao the playboy. If he weren't friends with Su Yuan, she would Su Yuan wrapped his arms around Zhao Qingxue's slender waist. His infidelity is because he doesn't have a wife as good as you. Why would I be unfaithful with such a wonderful wife? Among the vast rivers and mountains, none can compare to the sweetness of you, my wife. If you only know how to sweet talk. Though Zhao Qingxue scolded Su Yuan, the smile in her eyes betrayed her happiness. Watching the soft arms of the girl wrap around his neck, her rosy lips pouting adorably filled with an alluring aura, Su Yuan couldn't help but be tempted. His hands started to wander. Zhao Qingxue quickly grabbed her collar. What are you doing? Clothes are for outsiders to see. If you're with me, why are you covering yourself so tightly? It feels like you're being distant. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's wary expression, Su Yuan understood her thoughts. Clutching his chest with a hint of heartbreak, all right, if you don't like it, I'll leave. After saying that, he stood up to leave. But in the next moment, Zhao Qingxue hugged him. Don't go, I just meant that. Zhao Qingxue's sudden move left Su Yuan stunned. He thought she was playing some trick. But looking at his wife tossing her shirt aside, he had never seen such an eager Zhao Qingxue. Swallowing hard. Staring at her skin as delicate and cool as snow, he was mesmerized. Lazily changing her posture, Zhao Qingxue's finger pointed at Su Yuan's chest, just asking, do you like it? Hubby. Her voice was soft, intentionally slowed and lowered, filled with an enchanting allure, especially when she called him hubby, the end of her words lingering enticingly. Breath mingling, lips entangled. What is this? However, the next second, what he touched brought Su Yuan back to reality. Zhao Qingxue, with an innocent face, blinked her misty eyes. This is a sanitary napkin. Letting out a long sigh, Su Yuan, holding Zhao Qingxue, felt like he could strangle the little enchantress in his arms. To tease him while on her period, she was truly a little rascal. In the end, he still went to the bathroom for a cold shower. But Zhao Qingxue carefree sat on the sofa munching on an apple, cheerfully calling out, hubby, want to come over and continue? Looking at the little enchantress, Su Yuan felt his frustration rise again. He suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhao Qingxue's mouth as she bit into the apple, smiling meaningfully. Your little mouth handles that apple quite deftly. Cough, cough, cough. Changing to a more serious posture, Zhao Qingxue pointed at Li Gua on the floor. Hubby, there's a child here. This is not suitable for minors. Originally, Su Yuan wanted to go over and deal with the little girl properly, but unexpectedly his phone suddenly. He glanced at the caller ID, gestured to Zhao Qingxue. You're lucky this time, I'll let you off. After saying that, he walked to the balcony to answer the call. On the other end of the line came a somewhat cautious voice. Brother, have you been doing well lately? The caller was Su Yuan's younger sister, Su Yao, 3 years younger than him, currently attending university in the capital. Usually they communicated through messages on WeChat, rarely by phone. He initially thought the little girl called to discuss something, but to his surprise, she asked such a question. This left Su Yuan puzzled. Is this girl growing up learning to care for her older brother, or is she plotting something? Brother, what do you mean plotting? I'm your sister, what could I plot against you? No matter how good you are, you're still someone else's husband. Su Yao complained, then cautiously asked, Mom just called me saying you suddenly sent her 500,000. Is that quick money? Quick money refers to money with dubious origins. In fact, Su Yuan's actions were understandable as to why their mother would be suspicious. She knew very well what her son was capable of. Although he had always excelled academically and was smart, it was hard to believe that after just a year of graduating, he suddenly earned so much money, which she found hard to believe was from his job. Su Yao's words left Su Yuan speechless. What quick money? I earned it from investments. Don't worry, Mom. By the way, why didn't Mom ask me directly about this? Oh, you know how Mom is. Upon hearing Su Yuan's denial, Su Yao finally sighed in relief. She said if she asked you directly, you'd definitely lie to avoid worrying her. So, since we're closed, she asked me to check with you. Alright, I'll call Mother back then. Su Yuan smiled. You haven't been asking me for money lately. Have you found a boyfriend to support you? Since she started university, the family gives her 2,000 yuan a month. It is not insignificant, but anyone who has been to college knows it barely covers expenses. One can skimp on everyday meals, yet outings and socializing with roommates and classmates cost money. Little gifts cost money as well. Girls, after all, buy new dresses, shoes, and cosmetics every month, all of which require funds. So Su Yao would habitually lean on Su Yuan for a little help, and he would send her a few hundred yuan each month. This month there seemed to be no sign of it. Brother, how could I be that sort of person? Su Yao's voice was wounded. Mother said before that the family must save to give you money to marry, and also prepare a dowry for me. She told me to be frugal, and to stop always asking you for money. About you and your sister-in-law. I know. Mother didn't tell me the details, but I can guess. I know I was wrong before, so from now on keep all your money for marrying her. I'll get a part-time job myself. The siblings were close. Su Yao had been indulged by Su Yuan as she grew up, and clinging to him for pocket money had become a habit. But this time, when Mother spoke, Su Yao was suddenly struck by the realization that although he remained her brother, he had grown up. If she kept asking him for money, would the nature of their relationship not change? In other families, the boys might be aloof, but in theirs the roles had been reversed. In essence, he was a devoted, spoiling. Feeling guilty about her past behavior, she hurried to find a part-time job as a tea shop attendant on campus. Though the pay was meager, it sufficed each month. Once she saved a few thousand yuan, she could buy a gift for the Yao. Su Yao had been tearful and boisterous as a child, and could be unreasonable even as she grew, yet Su Yuan always soothed her. He had once worried that no one would tolerate such a sister, but to his surprise, she had matured with age. He felt a tender sense that the girl of his household had come into her own. Alright, I know you feel guilty, but there's no need. Focus on bringing my sister-in-law into the family. That is the pressing matter. Don't worry about me. Nothing would make me happier than seeing you and her united. Su Yao's tone was uncannily like their mother's, which made Su Yuan laugh. That's enough. Oh, I won't say more. Check WeChat. Check what on WeChat? Su Yao was puzzled. But the call had already ended. She muttered, stinky Su Yuan, and opened WeChat to find a transfer notification. Su Yuan transferred 3344 yuan. Siblings for eternity. That girl Yao, why is she so unreliable? I told her to inquire about her brother's affairs, yet there has been no news for so long. If she doesn't ask, soon I'll go myself. In a neighborhood convenience store in Rongqing, Su Yao's parents tended the shop. As time ticked by, Su Yuan's mother grew increasingly anxious. Previously, Su Yuan had told the family he had a girlfriend and planned to visit her home. He had even called beforehand to ask what to prepare, all in buoyant spirits. But the next day, there was no announcement of good news, no notice of misfortune, not even a mention of it. This left her chilled with foreboding. She was certain something had gone wrong. What could go wrong visiting the girl's home? Surely the girl's family must have disapproved. Their son was handsome and tall, so of course the other family must have looked down on them for being poor. Su Yuan had not told her about it, no doubt. He was trying to spare her feelings. If you're so anxious, call and ask yourself. Nearby, Su Yuan's father, watching her pace at the shop entrance, felt dizzy from her restlessness. It's not that I don't dare to ask. If I inquire about him and Qin Shui, I will surely make him upset. If I ask where the money came from, he'll inevitably give some excuse. Sitting back in the armchair, she sighed. Raising a son is truly difficult. No, our son has been sensible since childhood. He's not as troublesome as you say. Pa, what do you mean sensible? That is the result of my excellent upbringing, of course. As a mother who fancied herself ahead of the trends, Su Yuan's mother not only dressed attractively while running the shop, but took child rearing to heart, buying numerous parenting books to study. They advocated, for instance, respecting a child's needs and privacy, refraining from corporal punishment, and reasoning patiently with them. Though she had scarcely applied what the books taught, Su Yuan's mother believed that simply having read them, and thus having good genes, explained why Su Yuan had been sensible even in the womb. What kind of education is that? The books tell you to be a reasonable parent, and to properly guide your child's adolescent feelings, and you encourage him to fall in love early. Luckily, our son didn't listen to you, otherwise he might not have made it into a top-tier university. She glared at Su Yuan's father, then took out her phone intent on taking matters into her own hands. Before she could dial, Su Yuan's call came in. How did he know I was about to call him? Could it be that because he had done something wrong, some organization was even watching over the family? Should I even answer this call? They'll go to the police station and have them pick it up, but it's only a few steps away. A mother steeped in soap operas, Su Yuan's mother grew melodramatic with her phone in hand. That's not a police station, it's the security booth. This left Su Yuan's father exasperated. He snatched the phone and answered, "Hello, Yuan. Su Yuan was puzzled. Dad, where's Mom? Why did you pick up? Oh, your mother thinks she's being monitored by villains and might be off in her own world for a while. The two of us will chat first. Yesterday, didn't you transfer 5 million yuan to Mom? Where did that money come from?" Su Yuan's father was straightforward and without lofty ambition, a low-level civil servant who loafed at the office and then accompanied his wife on runs and to tend the shop after work, so he asked bluntly. It was too late for Su Yuan's mother to stop him. She tugged at the tender flesh of her husband's arm and pricked up, "Oh, I used my New Year's money to buy some Bitcoin and have now sold it for tens of millions of yuan. So we have money now. This 5 million is a gift to you as filial respect." "Oh, so that's how it is. You scared your mom to death. Ew, I thought you did something wrong." Before Su Yuan's dad could speak, his mom had already begun. After she received the money yesterday, her imagination ran wild. She felt that the money was like a ticking time bomb, and instead of joy, she was worried about whether her life would be in danger. Hearing Su Yuan's explanation eased her worries. "Mom, you and Dad are so honest. How could I do any—" "That's true. Son, I really don't regret cultivating your talent in finance. It's proven to be useful." Thinking about how she had never earned so much money through her entire life of hard work, she felt proud of her son, who had surpassed her. However, her words left Su Yuan confused. "Mom, when did you cultivate my talent in this area? You really are forgetful. Don't you remember that every time you had breakfast in high school, you always had a copy of Principles of Economics underneath your porridge bowl?" After a moment of silence, Su Yuan praised, "Mom, you truly have foresight. Ooh, I admire you. So how are things with Qing Shui?" After chatting for a while, Su Yuan's dad brought the topic back to the main point. Su Yuan's mom perked up her ears. "Qing Shui and I are doing well. We've already registered our marriage and plan to hold a wedding when the time is right." He quickly clarified this to avoid his mom's wild imagination leading to unnecessary worries. "Really?" Upon hearing that Su Yuan had registered his marriage with Qing Shui, his mom's face broke into wrinkles of joy. She happily looked in the mirror, saying, "My genes are good. Both my son and daughter take after me. Your genes are good too, and so are Qing Shui's. Just think of how beautiful your future children will be." Su Yuan's dad interjected, "Strictly speaking, grandchildren from different generations are prone to ancestral traits. They might just take after me." "You talk too much." After finishing the call with his parents, Su Yuan sat on the sofa, wrapped his arms around Zhao Qing Shui's waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and gently said, "Now that our parents agree, and we are both willing, it's all above board. How about we have a child? A woo. Before Zhao Qing Shui could respond, Li Gua, who was nearby, heard this and suddenly began to joyfully spin in circles as if it were the new year. "Why are you a single dog so happy?" Seeing Li Gua's antics, Su Yuan knocked him on the head in annoyance. Li Gua was a male dog about a year and a half old. He had likely been a pet before, but unfortunately he had been neutered and was now a little eunuch. A woo. It seemed Su Yuan's words hurt his feelings. Li Gua lay down on the carpet, covering his eyes with his paw and whimpering. It was as if he understood. When Zhao Qing Shui first saw Li Gua, she thought he was exceptionally intelligent. Initially she believed it was just a coincidence, but now it seemed he really understood human language. Regardless of whether he understands or not, no matter how much he knows, he can't speak. A woo. Since they had to get up early to take Li Gua out for a bathroom break, Su Yuan and Zhao Qing Shui woke up quite early the next day. After bringing Li Gua back upstairs, they had a hearty breakfast and were just about to start working when Su Yuan received a WeChat call from Hiyun. "Yuan Xiao, is your agritainment place opening today?" Su Yuan thought there wasn't much going on, so he nodded. "Are you coming today?" "No, I wanted to introduce my cousin to you. She's been having a tough time lately, and I thought she could go there to relax." "Sure, let her come over." After a brief chat, Su Yuan hung up the phone, took Zhao Qing Shui's live streaming equipment and Li Gua, and headed out. Hey, where are you going?" As soon as they stepped out, they bumped into Li Hao, who had come to mooch a meal. His face turned pale at the thought of not having any food. "Going to agritainment. Is there food?" "Yes." "Then let's go." Upon hearing Li Hao wanted to tag along, Su Yuan directly handed the live streaming equipment and Li Gua over to him, while he and Zhao Qing Shui drove the LaFerrari for some quality time. "So have I lost my charm lately? Why do it seem like beautiful girls aren't interested in me? I haven't had anyone to sleep with for 2 days now." Cursing Su Yuan for prioritizing romance over friendship, Li Hao drove the Porsche Cayenne, trailing behind with the live streaming equipment, and Li Gua sitting in the passenger seat feeling dejected. Li Gua proudly squeaked a few times. Forget it, you a eunuch dog wouldn't understand my sorrow. Shaking his head, Li Hao was about to light a cigarette to calm down when a dog paw suddenly reached over. Smack! His cigarette flew out the window. Li Hao turned in shock, meeting a pair of angry dog eyes. What the hell? I haven't even gotten angry yet, why are you mad? Oh whoa whoa whoa. You. Li Hao was so angry he nearly smoked up. He pulled over to the side of the road intending to teach Li Guo a lesson, but a gust of cold wind blew suddenly, refreshing his thoughts. Why would he want to teach Li Guo a lesson? Su Yuan, this scheming boy, no wonder he wanted him to take the dog. He just wanted him to become more dog-like. He wouldn't fall for it. An hour later, the LaFerrari and the Porsche Cayenne parked in front of the agritainment entrance, one after the other. Also parked at the entrance was a black RV. The car was covered with anti-peeping film, making it impossible to see anything inside. Su Yuan assisted Zhao Qing out of the car, not paying much attention to it, and went to unlock the agritainment door with the keys. Aren't you two going too far? Not only do you bully me, but you also bully my dog. Li Hao decided to report Su Yuan and Zhao Qing, asking them to discipline Li Guo. He wouldn't admit to being Li Guo's dad. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. My grandson is quite obedient. How has he bullied you? Li Hao turned around and pointed at Li Guo on the ground, saying angrily, do you know what he did? He knocked one of my cigarettes out. After saying that, he wanted to reenact the scene from earlier in the car. However, as he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, he froze. At some point, the door of the RV in front opened, and a woman dressed in a red floral sundress stepped out. The woman was graceful and charming. As she walked towards them, it felt as if everything around had become a backdrop. This seemed to be her domain. Holy crap, did I just see wrong? Jing Tian. Su Yuan was also surprised by Jing Tian's appearance. Clearly she had come for a rural leisure experience. Could she be He Yun's sister? Big Tian Tian. Standing next to Su Yuan, Zhao Qing saw Jing Tian and was equally delighted. Recently, she had been following Jing Tian's new drama, particularly admiring her beautiful qipao look, which had inspired her many design ideas. Unexpectedly, she actually encountered the real Jing Tian today. Excuse me, are you the owners here? Jing Tian gracefully approached Su Yuan and Zhao Qing with a gentle smile, politely inquiring. Su Yuan nodded yes. Oh, my cousin He Yun recommended this place to me for some leisure time. Thank you for your... Although Jing Tian exuded a strong aura upon arriving, leaving everyone in awe, her manner of speaking felt quite friendly. Please come in. Alright, I will have my people bring in the things. Trusting the place that He Yun had recommended, Jing Tian decided to spend her rare vacation here, planning to stay for 3 to 5 days, while bringing along many of her belongings such as cosmetics and some clothing. Miss Jing, is there anything I can assist you with? I am at your service. Although Li Hao had many ex-girlfriends, both beautiful and otherwise, he had never met a star like Jing Tian before. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately made his move. Who are you? Jing Tian recognized Su Yuan and Zhao Qing, as He Yun had mentioned them before, but who was this lewd-looking person in front of her? Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Hao, Li as in the tree and Hao as in the bright moon. You can call me Hao Hao. Don't mind him, he's just being silly. Seeing Jing Tian's puzzled gaze directed at him, Su Yuan felt a bit helpless and shot Li Hao a glare. Beside them, Zhao Qing affectionately linked arms with Jing Tian, saying, Tian, don't be fooled by him. Li Hao is all talk. Alright then. As a smart person, Jing Tian understood what Su Yuan and Zhao Qing meant, smiling. After having the staff move the items, the group entered the rural leisure area. The lush environment of the place made Jing Tian quite satisfied. She was usually busy with filming and attending events, rarely having time to rest. A quiet place in the suburbs of Mo City was perfect for her to unwind for a few days. Su Yuan was about to arrange for the staff to place Jing Tian's belongings, but Li Hao eagerly volunteered to do so, so he went. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Zhao Qing guided Jing Tian around the leisure area, while Li Guo leisurely followed behind them, occasionally playing with butterflies and enjoying himself. The environment here is really nice, but I heard from my cousin that the apples here can help with weight loss. After wandering around a bit, Jing Tian curiously asked. Actually, she had a hard time resting and had originally booked a nearby hot spring hotel, but He Yun insisted that she visit this rural leisure place, praising its environment and the owner and highly recommending the magical orchard. She had no choice but to come. However, she didn't hold much hope for apples that could aid weight loss or cherries that could whiten her skin. As a celebrity, to maintain her figure, she not only had to spend 4 hours at the gym each week, but also strictly controlled her diet, focusing on low carbohydrates with only a bit of protein and appropriate vegetables and fruits. She believed that her diet was already extremely healthy. Thus, she felt that eating fruits for weight loss wasn't very effective, but it was okay for maintaining her figure. Of course. Su Yuan smiled slightly. However, I'm sure you've heard about the price of the fruits here. That's only natural. As long as they are effective, the price is very reasonable. Although she didn't fully believe that the apples here were truly magical, having come this far, she certainly wanted to give them a try. Su Yuan walked over and picked 3 apples. He handed one to Zhao Qingxue, one to Jing Tian, and tossed the last one to Li Gua, who was sitting on the ground looking on eagerly. Nom nom nom. Taking a big bite of the apple, Su Yuan chewed enthusiastically, the juice dribbling from his mouth, making it look incredibly delicious. Initially, Jing Tian intended to take a few bites and throw it away, but in the end she couldn't help but finish it. By the way, don't prepare dinner for me tonight. I'll just have some fruit. Even though she was on vacation, Jing Tian didn't want to let herself go over these few days. Otherwise, when she returned, her makeup artist and service designer would chide her, and the media would publish photos of her looking plump. Just thinking about it made Jing Tian lose her appetite. Are you on a diet? Hearing her say this, Zhao Qingxue was quite surprised. But you're already very slim, you don't need to lose weight. It's just my habit. Jing Tian smiled. To be honest, I have a tendency to gain weight easily. If I eat a little more, but you can't skip meals. Zhao Qingxue thought for a moment, why don't you eat normally for dinner tonight, and after that have an apple? I guarantee you won't gain weight by tomorrow morning. How does that sound? Well, Jing Tian hesitated, but feeling overwhelmed by Zhao Qingxue's repeated invitations, she eventually agreed. However, she reiterated, I'll only have 3 pieces of meat, and then just a little bit of vegetables, okay? I won't eat any more. Got it. In truth, Zhao Qingxue insisted on having Jing Tian eat, because she could tell that Jing Tian wanted to eat, but was holding back. Anyway, with the apples around, eating wouldn't make her gain weight, which was why Zhao Qingxue kept urging Jing Tian. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Li Hao and Su Yuan moved the barbecue grill and meat racks in front of the small wooden house. The group sat together, starting to ignite the charcoal, preparing for a barbecue. Looking at the beautifully marbled pork belly and beef, Jing Tian swallowed hard, saying it looks delicious. Do you often eat like this? Not really, but since we are here, we definitely have to have a barbecue. Zhao Qingxue said, while putting the pork belly on the grill, asking Tian, do you prefer fatty meat or lean meat? Looking at the sizzling, oily pork belly placed on the grill, Jing Tian swallowed hard and whispered, there's too much fat, I might not be able to eat it. Li Hao, sitting nearby, chimed in with earnest encouragement. How about you just eat it yourself? Although her stomach and mouth clamored for the juicy grilled pork belly, Jing Tian ultimately restrained herself at the thought of others criticizing her figure. Zhao Qingxue smiled, her eyes crinkling. I'm not eating for now. Are you on a diet too? No, I'm waiting for my husband to grill fish for me. As someone who adored grilled fish, Zhao Qingxue wanted to save her appetite for it. She glanced over at Su Yuan, who had just finished grilling a sori and was squeezing fresh lemon juice on top. Wife, your grilled fish. Su Yuan handed over the steaming, fragrant grilled sori to Zhao Qingxue, reminding her, be careful of the fish bones when you eat. If it weren't for the heavy workload, he would have loved to debone the fish completely for Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue happily took a bite, nodding in muffled delight. I know, it's so delicious. Little food lover. Seeing her like this, Su Yuan couldn't help but smiled, gently stroking her hair. Jing Tian looked on in surprise. Noticing Jing Tian staring at her, Zhao Qingxue shyly asked, do you like grilled fish too? Then I'll grill a few more. Oh no, I love grilled meat even more. Jing Tian hurriedly waved her hands, then leaned in closer, curiously asking, Qingxue, how long have you and your husband been together? Over 4 years, I think. Why? Over 4 years. Hearing Zhao Qingxue say this, Jing Tian exclaimed in surprise, really? How can he still treat you? Well, treat you so well after 4 years. Jing Tian was truly taken aback. She also had a boyfriend. Anyone who followed entertainment news had seen her showing off her love with her boyfriend on social media. They often interacted online, leading people to say they were sweet together, but in reality, like drinking water, only they knew the warmth and cold. At first, during their romantic phase, her boyfriend treated her exceptionally well, always coming to visit her whenever he could, sending her sweet messages asking where she was, and they were as inseparable as candy. However, as time went on, she noticeably felt their relationship had cooled. He had his own life and career and couldn't just abandon his social circle for her, nor could he give up his career. Ultimately, the time he could spend with her naturally dwindled. Originally, whenever he had free time, he would happily accompany her, but now, when she finally had some time, he had to go abroad with friends for an event, leaving her to come here alone. Seeing how considerate Su Yuan was toward Zhao Qingxue made her both envious and jealous. She truly wished to have such a boyfriend. Even if he wouldn't carefully grill fish for her, just spending more time with her would be nice. I've always been like this with Zhao Qingxue looked puzzled at Jing Tian's words. Does that mean being together for a long time leads to treating each other poorly? That's not what I mean. I just envy the bond you two have. No need to envy, you'll find the person you love someday. I hope so. Although Jing Tian really wanted to eat barbecue, she ultimately restrained herself, only eating 3 pieces of relatively lean pork belly and some grilled vegetables. Zhao Qingxue was truly amazed by her self-control. However, the next day, when Jing Tian woke up and habitually weighed herself on an empty stomach, the result shocked her awake. The scale showed 43.5 She touched her face incredulous and stepped back on the scale, which still read 43.5. If she remembered correctly, she weighed 45.1 yesterday morning. She thought that after eating a few pieces of grilled meat in the afternoon, she would weigh a little more today, but unexpectedly, she had lost weight. And she had lost 3 pounds. In disbelief, she lifted her nightgown to check her more defined abs, nearly bursting with joy. So that apple really worked. If eating that apple could help her lose weight, didn't that mean she could eat all the grilled Qingxue? Dressed and eager, Jing Tian rushed to find Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for everyone and smiled when she saw her up. You're awake. And making breakfast. How many fried eggs do you want? I specially used less oil for your fried eggs, so you can have another one. He'll have 3. Thinking about how she had lost 3 pounds, Jing Tian waved 3 fingers, then continued. Are we still having barbecue this afternoon? Let's skip it. Anyway, you can't eat that much. I was thinking of making a few light dishes for you this afternoon, low in calories and delicious, so you can eat more without worry. Since Su Yuan and she had been relatively poor before, they couldn't eat out every day to save money, so her cooking skills had improved, and she could whip up great dishes. But I want to eat grilled meat. I lost 3 pounds today, can we have grilled meat? She really wanted to eat grilled meat. Yesterday, fearing she would gain weight, Jing Tian had exerted all her willpower to resist the urge to binge, but now that worry was gone, she wanted to indulge in a good meal. Alright. Since Jing Tian was a guest, and had such a strong request, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to agree. Thus in the afternoon, they set up the barbecue grill again. Swear you're really not dedicated. Oh, what happened to the promised live stream? Why haven't you streamed yet today? While preparing the ingredients for the barbecue, Zhao Qingxue also checked her phone, seeing countless messages urging her to go live, which left her feeling helpless. Jing Tian, who was nearby wearing gloves and personally marinating the pork belly, leaned in to take a look and asked, Qingxue, are you a streamer? Yeah. In beauty and makeup. Zhao Qingxue put her phone down as she simply didn't have the time to stream. Beauty and makeup streamers don't always have to stream beauty. Occasionally sharing daily life is great too. Jing Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Qingxue, I haven't streamed in a long time. How about I use your live stream to broadcast a bit? Is this really okay? Of course it is. Without hesitation, Jing Tian pulled Zhao Qingxue inside to touch up her makeup, then set up and tested the live stream equipment before sitting directly in front of the camera. Just before going live, she waved playfully at Su Yuan. Brother Yuan, would you like to join us on stream? With your looks, you'd surely attract legions of female fans. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, no intention of showing his face. I'm perfectly happy being watched only by my wife. What do I need so many female fans for? Me. Let me appear. I'm ready. Li Hao, who had been preparing barbecue skewers nearby, eagerly volunteered. Beaming, he carried over a mountain of vegetable skewers. Tian, I know you love vegetables. I strung every one of these myself. Jing Tian frowned at the enormous bowl of vegetable skewers before her vision nearly blurring. Spare her. If she could choose, she truly did not wish to eat grass for every meal. What's wrong? Not enough. Then I'll string more. Seeing Jing Tian's expression, Li Hao instantly turned away, gleefully resuming his vegetable stringing, leaving Jing Tian speechless. Truth be told, Li Hao's courtship techniques were far from refined. He had succeeded repeatedly in the past, not because of skill, but because the women he pursued tended to be ordinary. As a modestly wealthy second-generation heir with decent looks, all he needed was a veneer of gentleness and attentiveness to win them over. Even Ruan, who possessed even modest discernment, would ignore him outright. Jing Tian, of course, was utterly beyond his reach. Hello everyone. I'm Shuer. Hello everyone. I'm Jing Tian, your beloved de Tian. With preparations complete, Zhao Qingxue and Jing Tian launched their live stream. Before going live, Jing Tian had already posted the live stream link on her social media accounts. So the moment the broadcast began, viewers flooded in from both Zhao Qingxue's and Jing Tian's fan bases. Fans from both sides were stunned to see the two together in one stream. Shuer, we never heard you were close with the Tian. You've been hiding this well. Tian, who's this lovely friend of yours? So beautiful. We're meeting her for the first time. Two peerless beauties side by side. What a feast for the eyes. What makeup tutorial are we getting today? So excited. Watching the torrent of scrolling comments, Zhao Qingxue explained, first, I'm short on time today, so no makeup tutorial. We'll just enjoy some food. Beside her, de Tian smiled warmly and panned the camera across the surroundings and barbecue ingredients. Yes. Look how lovely this setting is. Right now I'm barbecuing at a countryside farmhouse on the outskirts of Moda City. Let me tell you, the scenery here is absolutely stunning. If you ever get the chance, you must visit. It's pure bliss. As she spoke, she placed marinated pork belly, cured with spices and onions, onto the grill. Sizzling oil soon bubbled and spat, filling the air with rich aroma. Once both sides turned golden brown, she lifted the meat, wrapped it snugly in fresh lettuce, added seasonings and onion rings, and took a generous, satisfying bite that puffed out her cheeks. Viewers were utterly astounded. "The Tian, you've changed. You're eating pork belly now. This will make you gain weight. Tomorrow you'll be Tian plus. Wah, it's fine. You'll always be my precious treasure." No wonder her fans were so shocked. Jing Tian had live-streamed dinner before. Always the same strict regimen: a small sweet potato, a sliver of chicken breast, and tiny portions of assorted vegetables and fruits. Though artfully arranged on the plate, the meal was excruciating to eat. Bland, flavorless, and utterly devoid of oil or richness. Sometimes after filming an entire day in heavy period costumes, Jing Tian returned ravenous, dizzy, and lightheaded, only to stare in despair at that plate of greens. Even through the screen, fans could feel her anguish during those dinners. So now seeing her devour sizzling, glistening pork belly, without hesitation, left them utterly flabbergasted. Not only that, she kept eating one piece after another, quickly finishing 7 or 8. "The Tian, are you really letting yourself go like this? Are you planning to leave the entertainment industry?" Some viewers watching her eat non-stop even began speculating. Jing Tian chewed and shook her head. "Impossible. Why would I quit at the prime of my life? Then why are you eating so much while Schwerer has only taken one bite?" "That's because Schwerer is waiting for her husband to grill her a fish." Jing Tian glanced off camera, where Su Yuan stood grilling a freshly caught bass, nearly done, sprinkling it delicately with seasonings. "Is Schwerer's husband here too? We want to see Schwerer's husband. Oh my god, he's my idol." Zhao Qingshue's fans had long been fascinated by Su Yuan. Upon hearing he was grilling nearby, they clamored for him to appear. Zhao Qingxue smiled demurely. "All right, everyone. Please stop teasing. My husband dislikes being on camera. So, the Tian, what does Schwerer's husband look like? Quick, tell us the Tian." Schwerer forbade answering, or any sneaky gestures. Seeing the flood of curiosity about Su Yuan's appearance, Jing Tian took another bite of grilled meat, then paused thoughtfully. How to put it? Brother Yuan's looks could effortlessly eclipse 95% of today's young idols. If the Tian's been kidnapped, blink twice. No bias allowed. The entertainment industry teems with talent. New young idols emerge endlessly like endless rows of scallions. Among them are many astonishingly handsome ones. Though fans assumed Schwerer's husband must be at least presentable, none imagined he could be this striking. After all, wealth, tenderness, devotion to his wife. That was already rare enough. But also possessing transcendent good looks. That seemed impossibly perfect, too flawless to exist in reality. "I'm not lying to you." Jing Tian sighed helplessly. She truly wasn't exaggerating. With Su Yuan's natural bone structure, even minimal makeup and a well-suited hairstyle would outshine most young idols. At the very least, among all the handsome co-stars she'd worked with, she couldn't name a single one who rivaled him. A few did have exquisitely delicate features when made up, but stripped bare of cosmetics, their faces were marred by countless freckles and blemishes. "You shouldn't believe the Tian. My husband doesn't eclipse 95% of young idols." Zhao Qingxue suddenly interjected with a playful smile. "He simply outshines 100% of them. That's all. It's really nothing special." "Schwerer, you really are quite mischievous." "Is being mischievous so enjoyable? Yuan Gu is surprisingly handsome. No wonder Schwerer is so devoted to him. I really want to see a picture of Schwerer and Yuan Gu together. It must be a beautiful sight." The number of people in the live stream is increasing, even making it to the platform's homepage recommendation. Though most have come for the Tian, upon seeing Zhao Qingshue's beauty and charm, they also choose to follow her closely. Zhao Qingxue saw her follower count steadily rising in the back end, reaching 700,000 to 800,000 in no time. Overnight, her followers surged by 400,000 to 500,000. She could hardly believe such a day would come. It seemed as if her follower count was aligning with that of the major streamers. "Wife, your grilled fish." Familiar slender fingers extended a plate of grilled fish into the frame. Although it was just one hand, it excited everyone in the stream instantly. "Ah, that hand of Yuan Guess is truly enchanting. Yuan Gu is really so gentle. It's hard to imagine that this hand alone has gifted Schwerer 50,000 in tips. I can only assume that when this hand taps on the phone, it must be as perfect as a sculpture by a top medieval artist." With just a single hand, everyone fantasized enough to fill a book, leaving Zhao Qingxue both amused and exasperated. Jing Tian smiled slightly. "Everyone, don't get carried away. Yuan Gu is already Schwerer's husband, so please exercise restraint. Enough with the chit-chat. The Tian, just tell us, would you want to marry someone like Yuan Gu?" "Of course I would." Though many female celebrities would struggle to answer such a question, Jing Tian responded generously. Before the fans could press her further, she countered, "Don't you all want that?" No hypocritical answers allowed. The Tian, you clever one," leaving us speechless. "Ill-inform your boyfriend." "Exactly." After chatting for over 2 hours, Jing Tian was so full from the grilled meat that she burped. She patted her belly and smiled contentedly at the camera. "This is the most satisfying meal I've had since I was 13. after saying that she took out an apple she had prepared earlier and began to munch on it. I know everyone must be curious why I can eat grilled meat so recklessly. Well, I won't hide it from you. The secret is right here, see. This apple can help you lose weight. Depending on individual body types, you can shed 1 to 10 pounds overnight. I lost 3 pounds after eating one yesterday. Tion, you're not deceiving us, are you? This isn't an advertisement, is it? Seamless integration. After hearing Jing Tian's words, most people remain skeptical. How could there be such a miraculous weight loss apple? If it truly existed, how could there still be so many overweight people in the world? Wouldn't everyone be slim? Nevertheless, being fans, they still politely requested the link, since Jing Tian had promoted it. However, Zhao Qingsu's next response left everyone stunned. Sorry, this apple is grown by my husband, and is not for sale. You can only come here to pick it yourself. If you want to eat it, you can come play with us, but you must make a reservation in advance. To ensure a quality experience at the farm stay, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan agreed not to accept more than 10 people at a time. The conditions for visiting this farm stay are quite stringent. As long as this apple is really effective, I think it's worth it. By the way, how much is this apple at? Initially, everyone suspected that Jing Tian was eating the apple because she had been paid to advertise it. But now that they looked at it, the farm stay clearly didn't lack customers, and the suspicion of advertising was complete. Moreover, with a weight loss apple being eaten by a major star, how could they possibly lack buyers? 50,000 each. Jing Tian held up 5 fingers to the camera. I don't think that's too expensive really, because the results are quite impressive. Most of you watching my live stream are my loyal fans and know that I generally don't recommend such substitutes, because you get what you pay for. There's no way you can snag a bargain for a penny. That's just unrealistic. Though everyone understood that Jing Tian's words made sense, 50,000 for an apple was extortion. Excuse me, I'll take my leave now. I bid you farewell. I am unworthy. 50,000 might not be much for a star like Jing Tian or a wealthy second generation like He Yun, but for ordinary people, it was an astronomical figure. Because ordinary people could do so much with 50,000, enough for a year's worth of groceries, or even buy a Santana for transportation. Forget it. If I have to spend 50,000 to lose weight, I'd rather stay fat. Although the average fans in the live stream claimed they couldn't afford it, that didn't stop some from clipping Jing Tian's live stream into segments and uploading them to other video sites. Thus overnight, Su Yuan's small farm stay gained fame. The next day, his phone was nearly overwhelmed with reservations from eager visitors. Seeing that this wouldn't work, Su Yuan changed the online reservation number to a landline. He also hired 11 more people, 1 to answer the phone, 4 chefs for the dining service, 2 for cleaning, and the remaining 4 to manage the orchard. After everything was arranged, he finally sighed in relief. Yuan gulped. Just as he was about to find Zhao Qingxue and Jing Tian, Li Hao walked in with Li Gua. Ow, ow, ow. Li Gua bared his teeth, reluctantly being dragged by Li Hao, continuously retreating as if trying to wear the wooden floor down with his backside. Upon seeing Su Yuan, he immediately expressed his grievances loudly to him. Su Yuan thought Li Gua's accusing expression was quite relatable, but he couldn't understand him. What's wrong? Seeing the bunch of cherries in Li Hao's hands, Su Yuan asked in confusion. Li Hao extended his hand, showing the cherries to Su Yuan. Look at the bad thing Li Gua did. He actually picked 5 cherries that are worth 10,000 each. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have finished all the cherries. Ow, ow, ow. Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Gua began to spin in circles on the ground, finally biting onto his pants leg and tugging fiercely downward. The most dreaded thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Su Yuan glanced down and then coughed into his hand. Are you not wearing underwear? Li Hao ran away, covering his face. Su Yuan still remembered how he had pried the cherry from his hand and delivered it to Li Gua, who then happily frolicked around, Su Yuan grunting with delight. They had a joyful 3-day stay at the farm stay, and due to the live broadcasts every night, Zhao Qingxue gained nearly 1 million followers, a speed that was nothing short of terrifying. The Tianshan's barbecue videos were transformed into various meme formats and went viral again. Finally, the most discussed topic was Su Yuan's orchard. There were even reporters calling for interviews, but Su Yuan declined, stating he was too busy. However, He Yun was enjoying himself. He had been ridiculed for the fulga he had posted on his social media, making him quite irritable, but once Su Yuan's orchard became popular, they truly appreciated it. Dad, hurry, I can't book a spot. Can you help me out? You seem to have a good relationship with the owner of that farm stay, right? Introduce me, and he'll treat you to a meal. You can choose the place. Dad, I'm your little darling. You will take me to the orchard, right? Within a day, all his social media accounts were flooded with private messages mainly asking him about the orchard. He Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's too late for you to call me grandpa now. Oh, ancestors. Looking at the numerous private messages calling him dad, to be honest, He Yun felt quite pleased. However, despite his enjoyment, he didn't respond to a single message. Because most were requests for him to help book spots at Su Yuan's orchard, but ever since it became popular, he couldn't even book a spot for himself, let alone for others. Come on, Li Guo, wipe your paws. Back home, Zhao Qingxue tossed a towel on the ground. Li Guo obediently stepped on it a few times and showed Zhao Qingxue his clean paws. She nodded. Our Li Guo is so good, come in, and make sure to wipe your paws every time you enter. Awoo, smiling Zhao Qingxue patted Li Guo's head, and just as she was about to head to the kitchen to cook, she noticed her phone lighting up. It was a call from her mother. Mom, what's up? It had been several days since their last conversation, so Zhao Qingxue sat on the sofa with her phone chatting with her mother. Su Yuan sat next to her, and Zhao Qingxue decided to put it on speaker. Are you two doing okay? We're fine. What's wrong, Mom? As long as you're doing well, by the way, isn't tomorrow Sunday? Did you receive the invitation for Ning Ning's wedding? Remember to come. Zhao Qingxue's mother specifically reminded her. Ning Ning was a relative from her mother's side 5 years older than Zhao Qingxue. They had played together as children, but had lost contact as they grew up. During the new year, it seemed she heard that Ning Ning had found a very good boyfriend. A couple of days ago, Zhao Qingxue also received an electronic invitation from Ning Ning, and she had long been ready to attend her wedding tomorrow. I got it, Mom. As long as you understand. I want to tell you that even though you haven't kept in touch with Ning Ning for a long time, you should give a generous red envelope this time. The boyfriend she found is quite impressive. Although he's over 30 and not good-looking, he started his own business and runs a network company with annual revenues exceeding 10 million. This is not a trivial matter. If you manage to get along with Ning Ning, it will be helpful to have her assistance in the future. After hearing Zhao Qingxue's mother's words, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan exchanged a glance, and both smiled wryly. Su Yuan had long known what kind of person Zhao Qingxue's mother was, so he just smiled nonchalantly. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit awkward and could only respond, Okay, I will prepare a big red envelope. At least 1,000, got it. After finally ending the conversation with Zhao Qingxue's mother, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit troubled. My relationship with Ning Ning isn't good. Oh, we haven't been in touch for so many years. Is it appropriate for me to give her 1,000? Although she wasn't short on money, there were still customs regarding wedding gifts. For friends, classmates, and colleagues with relatively distant relationships, giving around 200 to 500 was usually enough. For closer friends, 1,000 or 2,000 was common, while gifts over 10,000 were typically reserved for very close relatives, who would casually give such a large sum. Let's listen to Mom. After considering, Su Yuan made a decision. After all, 1,000 was just a drop in the bucket for him. He wasn't lacking in that regard. As for what others might think, that was their business. He didn't care much about it, but he definitely had to consider Zhao Qingxue's mother's feelings. Otherwise, if she got angry, the first ones to suffer would be him and Zhao Qingxue. Okay, then I'll listen to my husband. After making the decision the next day, they entrusted Li Guo to Li Hao upstairs and set out early in the morning. This time, Ning Ning's wedding was being held at a well-known resort hotel in the Magic City. The hotel was already crowded on weekends, and with the wedding, it would be bustling. While it was easy to find people, the parking lot was clearly insufficient. As they saw the line of cars at the hotel, Su Yuan asked Zhao Qingxue to get out first and go to the hotel to rest while he planned to park nearby. Oh, is that Qingxue? The wedding was grand. So many relatives came, and there were 50 tables filled with guests from both the bride's and groom's sides. After Zhao Qingxue entered the hotel lobby, she initially wanted to find her seat, but hadn't found it yet when she heard someone calling her. She turned around to see Ning Ning's bridesmaids, whom she also recognized as they had played together before. How you all look beautiful today. Seeing several of them dressed splendidly with heavy makeup, Zhao Qingxue smiled and complimented them. No one is as beautiful as our Qingxue. Yet Qingxue, I'm so jealous of you. Even at 24, your skin is still so good. I'm starting to get fine lines. Oh, don't you have a boyfriend? Didn't he come with you today? A few bridesmaids eagerly gathered around Zhao Qingxue, pinching her cheeks with expressions full of envy. He's here, my husband went to park the car. The bridesmaids were all really nice, and Zhao Qingxue was happy to socialize with them. Since the wedding hadn't officially started, she took the opportunity to catch up. Is this a new husband? One of them asked curiously upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's husband had arrived. She asked not out of malice, but because she had heard someone mention recently that Zhao Qingxue had found a very poor boyfriend and her family disapproved, forcing them to break up. Zhao Qingxue had always been a good girl, as she thought she must have listened to her family and ended the relationship. However, although Zhao Qingxue knew that the person's question was not malicious, she couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy upon hearing it. She earnestly explained to a few people, I have long made up my mind about him. No matter what he is like, I will be with him, especially since he is not poor. When Zhao Qingxue spoke these words, her expression was serious, and a hint of cold light flashed in her usually gentle eyes, causing those who saw her to feel a chill. Alright, Qingxue, I was just asking casually. I'm sorry, don't take my words to heart. Yet Qingxue Mu doesn't speak. Well, just don't take what she said earlier seriously. A few of them were stunned when they saw Zhao Qingxue's serious demeanor, but after reconsidering they realized that the comment was indeed inappropriate. The girl named Mu promptly apologized to Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue was not one to hold grudges. Seeing that everyone had admitted their mistake, she let the matter slide and shifted the conversation to this wedding. To be honest, I really envy Ning Ning. You have no idea how wealthy Ning Ning's husband is. When it came to Ning Ning's wedding, everyone couldn't help but discuss it with great enthusiasm. The hotel booked for this wedding is a famous resort costing several thousand for just one night. To book the place for a wedding would cost at least hundreds of thousands for a day. Moreover, the wedding venue was decorated extravagantly with Chinese cigarettes being handed out, not to mention the luxurious favors. It was evident that a lot of money was being spent. What made everyone most envious was the wedding dress that Ning Ning's boyfriend ordered for her, reportedly designed by the famous French designer Rebate. It was fully handcrafted, taking 4 people an entire month to attach the small diamonds on it, exquisite down to every detail. Of course, such an expensive wedding dress did not come cheap, costing a whopping $89,000. It was like wearing a BMW. For an ordinary family, spending so much on a wedding dress that is only worn once would be unimaginable. Even if one were willing to spend, they would at most choose a nice style for under $100,000 and alter it, who would hire a famous designer for a custom piece. That was utterly ridiculous. However, Ning Ning's boyfriend waved his hand grandly and bought her a wedding dress worth $89,000. They couldn't help but envy her. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every woman, and it had to be as perfect as possible. Rebate is indeed a great designer. Her wedding dresses should not disappoint. Zhao Qingxue smiled slightly, not overly envious. After all, her gowns worth millions had all been gifted to her by Su Yuan, so a wedding dress costing several hundred thousand seemed quite ordinary to her. Hey Qingxue, don't feel any psychological pressure really. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's calm demeanor, a few of them thought she might be feeling down, so they patted her shoulder to, yeah, we are all ordinary people, not everyone has luck like Ning Ning. My boyfriend is really poor, he still lives with his parents. The comforting remarks from the group made Zhao Qingxue feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. She initially wanted to explain, but then realized that doing so would seem too deliberate. Even if she did explain, they might not take it seriously, so she merely smiled and let it go. After chatting for a while, the entrance suddenly became lively. Checking the time, they figured the newlyweds must be. Such a joyous occasion should be watched at the door, so everyone got busy, leaving no time for idle chatter with Zhao Qingxue. She waved her hand, urging them to hurry, and walked towards the entrance herself. Welcome, newlyweds. Amidst the lively welcoming cheers, a long line of wedding cars stopped at the hotel entrance. The leading Rolls-Royce Phantom opened its door, and Ning Ning, dressed in a designer wedding dress, slowly stepped out with her groom under the enthusiastic gaze and cheers of the crowd. Although the groom looked to be nearly 40, he was dressed quite smartly today, matching the bride fairly well. The bride, Ning Ning, happily linked her arm with his, gracefully dragging the long train of her wedding dress as they walked towards the hotel lobby. Ning Ning is so happy. I wish I had a husband like that. This wedding is simply the wedding of my dreams. Who could afford a wedding of such grandeur? I'd marry anyone on the spot if I could have a wedding like this. Many of the girls present were envious after witnessing the splendor of the wedding, whispering to each other. There were quite a few people at the venue, and to make space for the newlyweds, several security personnel were using their arms to guide the guests to the sides of the red carpet. Just then, Zhao Qingxue was pushed by the crowd, stumbling and losing her balance as she fell backward. In a reflexive action, she flailed her arms in the air but grasped nothing, and she could hear the crowd gasping in alarm. When she finally regained her senses, she realized that a flower rack beside her had also been pushed over by the crowd and was coming down towards her. Just as it was about to hit her, she struggled and raised her hands to shield her face. What time is it? I'm only thinking about protecting my face. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, her waist was tightly wrapped by a familiar strong arm, and she heard Su Yuan's somewhat helpless voice. There was a mix of helplessness, affection, and concern in his words. What are you doing here? Upon opening her eyes and seeing Su Yuan's deep gaze, Zhao Qingxue was quite surprised and asked how he had arrived so timely. Silly girl, I've been following you for quite a while, but you didn't notice me. When Su Yuan said this, he couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. After he parked the car, he sent Zhao Qingxue a message, but she hadn't replied. When he finally found her, he realized that this silly girl hadn't thought of him at all, though she was engrossed in watching someone else's wedding. Upon hearing him say this, Zhao Qingxue felt a twinge of guilt. But now was not the time for such discussions, as an unexpected incident had occurred at the wedding, nearly causing an injury, which startled everyone. Even Ning Ning paused her filming and walking down the red carpet to come over and ask Qingxue, are you alright? I'm really sorry, our arrangements were insufficient and you almost got hurt. As she spoke, her gaze couldn't help but glance over to Su Yuan, her eyes filled with admiration. Because he was just too handsome. Not just her, but nearly all the girls around had their eyes fixed on Su Yuan, their eyes sparkling with little, who is this person? Does anyone know him? And he's truly stunning. I thought he might be some rising celebrity. No, he's far more handsome than any of them. Qingxue is incredibly lucky to be held like that by such a striking man. Honestly, if I could receive even half the attention she's getting, I'd willingly let a flower stand crush me. Look at you starstruck. And, as if you're not just as smitten, and since he was attending a wedding, Su Yuan wore a light gray suit today. The suit had long been saved in Zhao Qingshue's online shopping cart, priced at nearly 30,000 yuan, but she'd hesitated to purchase it. Originally intended as a birthday gift for Su Yuan, it ended up bought by accident when he cleared her cart. As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue knew precisely Su Yuan's ideal style and measurements. Though ordered online, the suit fit him flawlessly. The elegant, understated gray lent him an air of quiet dignity tinged with nobility. Combined with his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, it elevated the ensemble considerably. Yet above all else was his appearance. Su Yuan's natural features were already exceptional, but before leaving home, Zhao Qingxue recalled Jing Tian's words and carefully styled his hair and subtly refined his facial contours. His face now resembled a Renaissance sculpture, chiseled and defined, framed by tousled strands and crowned by deep-set eyes and a straight, commanding nose evoking the timeless allure of medieval masterpieces. Human beings are inherently visual creatures. Not only men, but women too, are often swayed by appearances. Thus, encountering such a man stirred undeniable admiration in nearly every woman present. "I'm perfectly fine." In realizing all eyes had turned to her, Zhao Qingxue, flushed with embarrassment, and hastily tried to step out of Su Yuan's embrace. Yet Su Yuan seemed utterly oblivious, his arm tightening firmly around her slender waist. She shot him a sharp glance, then sighed in resignation, allowing him to hold her as she turned back to Ning Ning. "Thank goodness my husband arrived. I'm truly unharmed. Please carry on with the ceremony, or don't let it be delayed. He's your husband." And upon hearing Su Yuan was Zhao Qingshue's husband, Ning Ning's mouth parted slightly. She'd only heard that Zhao Qingxue had been dating an impecunious boyfriend. When had he become her husband? Nan, more astonishingly, she'd never known Zhao Qingshue's husband was this breathtaking. No wonder Zhao Qingxue stayed with him despite his poverty. Such a face alone would captivate countless. "Yes. And, Ning Ning, if everything's settled here, please don't linger. We still need to proceed with..." Perhaps Ning Ning had stared at Su Yuan a moment too long. The groom beside her grew visibly displeased, cleared his throat, and instructed staff to swiftly clear the area so the ceremony wouldn't be delayed. Clearly accustomed to leaning on her groom like a devoted wife, Ning Ning dared not contradict him. With an apologetic glance toward Zhao Qingxue, she linked her arm through his and walked away. Yet Zhao Qingxue found no respite. Acquaintances immediately gathered around her. "Qingxue, why didn't you tell us earlier you had such a dazzling husband? Goodness, he's genuinely magnificent." And after all, even the most grounded women harbor a trace of... Hearing old friends praise her husband made Zhao Qingshue's lips lift instinctively. "Oh, it's nothing. He's simply dressed more formally today. Normally, he's not quite this impressive. And don't be modest. He's undoubtedly campus royalty. Truly, beauty and brilliance go hand in hand. And what a radiant couple. You must sit with us." And though the women clustered around Zhao Qingxue, chatted animatedly, their glances kept flickering discreetly towards Su Yuan. Even though he belonged to another, just one glance from him would have been worth savoring. To their quiet disappointment, Su Yuan remained steadfastly beside Zhao Qingxue throughout, watching her exchange pleasantries with a gentle, tender smile playing upon his lips. Once the newlyweds completed their walk down the aisle, and the officiant took the stage, guests reluctantly returned to their assigned seats. Only after Zhao Qingxue finally disengaged from the group of women and reached her table did she notice her mother and father already seated there. Overhearing others mention Su Yuan, her mother loudly boasted, "Yes, that's my son-in-law. His looks, simply peerless. I doubt anyone rivals him." And Zhao Qingshue's father, ever reserved, tugged repeatedly at her sleeve, urging her to lower her voice, only to receive several playful swats in return. Wincing and shaking his hand lightly, he spotted his daughter and son-in-law approaching, and promptly waved them over. "Come sit quickly. Dad, Mom." Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue greeted her parents as they sat. Upon seeing Su Yuan, the table's guests reacted with genuine astonishment, truly a paragon of masculine beauty. Such striking features, he could easily become a top-tier star, and absolutely. When you debut in a drama, we'll all watch, without fail. Aside from Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, a few young people sat at that table. Most were peers of Zhao Qingxue. Struck by Su Yuan's extraordinary appearance, they spared no praise, lavishing compliments until he nearly blushed with humility. "TCH, what good is handsomeness? It won't fill your rice bowl. Ning Ning's husband may be older, but he's honest, diligent, and truly golden. Unlike certain empty vessels, and wherever joy is genuine, envy inevitably follows." A middle-aged woman seated across from Zhao Qingxue spoke with thinly veiled sarcasm, then added with a derisive snort toward Zhao Qingxue's mother, "What exactly are you so proud of? Nothing to boast about. Had my daughter defied me and run off with some vagabond, I'd have broken her legs first. Lin Jinhua, what do you mean by that? Zhao Qingshue's mother possessed a fiery temperament and a fierce pride, never one to yield in petty disputes. Now publicly mocked, she refused to swallow her indignation, slamming her palm on the table and leaping to her feet. Those nearby rushed to restrain her. This is Ning Ning's wedding, a day of celebration. Sit down. We'll discuss this calmly. And seeing Zhao Qingshue's mother reluctantly settle back into her seat, Lin Jinhua couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. Why get so riled up? Did I strike a nerve?